So it's just a matter of do unto others as you wish done unto you. And that's a golden rule. I mean, if you wouldn't like it happening to you, then why would you do it to someone else? It just doesn't make sense. Okay? I see we have our first caller, Wendy. Are you there?
I am here.
Hi, Wendy. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. I pulled your card today as well, which is the call to action card. Okay. So with this card, it's a card of taking charge, leading by example, walking the. So this card tells me that you're a person who is a natural born leader, where people will automatically follow you. They go to you for guidance and information. Is that
That is correct.
Hello, Wendy? Oh, that is correct.
Hello, I'm
Okay,
here.
I thought I lost you there
That
for
is
a few
correct.
minutes. Okay. So, Wendy, do you have a question or did you just want me to go into general for you?
Well, I have a question. Will I meet my significant other soon?
Oh, yeah, well, that's coming within the next 2 years. Okay.
Okay.
I just need you to stop looking.
Okay.
Okay. You want, how do I say it? When we want something bad and we continually look for it, it takes that much longer for it to come to us. Okay? It's just the way the law of attraction works. So just think that you order a parcel and you're continually watching the delivery person. Are they bringing it? Are they bringing it? And it's not coming. It's out for delivery. It's not here. And the minute you go to the washroom or the minute you go to the neighbor's house, the parcel shows up. Okay? So it's the same thing when we're looking for something in our life, whether it be a partner, whether it be a job. The more we put energy into the fact that we're looking for it and we don't have it, the longer it takes for it to come, because we're attracting in more of what we don't want or don't have.
Okay.
Okay? Now, okay, I'm just playing and I'm trying to see within the next 2 years, possibly, which you could be looking at. I'm looking more into spring, okay? Like they're giving me more of a spring feeling for when you're going to meet. And you're going to meet him very unexpectedly. Like you're going to be maybe out digging in the dirt and completely out of sorts. And he's just going to show up and you're going to be like, oh, okay. So
that makes sense.
Let's see. Okay. He's going to be kind of tall, with short, dark hair. Okay.
Okay.
I know that's not the type of the guy that you're used to or would like, but that's the type that's going to be coming. Okay.
Okay.
He's going to kind of challenge you to step out of your comfort zone. Okay. Does that make sense?
Okay. That does make sense, yes.
Yeah, because right now you're kind of, and I don't mean this as an insulting way, but it's the best way for me to explain it because I'm a farm girl, is animals will always follow the same path, okay? So they'll always go down the same path to eat. They'll always go down to the same path to drink, and they're always pick the same stall. So it's like you're stuck in a rut. You're doing the same thing over and over. You're going to the same places over and over. Okay? You have to shake some things up.
Okay.
Okay? You need to start going out of your norm. So if you're used to getting out of bed on the right side of the bed and you're able to get out of bed on the left side, start getting up on the left side.
Okay.
And if you continually go to a Starbucks, go to a McDonald's.
Okay.
so you can meet this guy, okay? And he's really
Okay.
going to make a big difference in your life. He's going
Okay.
to be, it's almost like you guys are going to do a lot of traveling. Do you like doing sports?
I do. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. They're showing me like you're going to be doing a lot of that stuff together. Because in
Cool.
the past, some
Okay.
of the guys you've dated weren't very, I don't want to say sportsy, but they weren't too interested. If the sports were there, they'd watch it,
Uh-huh.
but they weren't interested in playing sports or getting active, which you are. And this gentleman that's coming into your life will be very active. So you
Good.
better get in shape, girl.
Yes, that
Okay.
makes perfect sense.
Okay. Okay. Who in the family? Okay, this has got to be on the other side. Who in the family on the other side died of a heart attack?
My grandmother.
Your grandmother?
Yes.
Was she kind of mid height? And when I say mid
Yes.
height, it's around 5'7".
I'm sorry.
Was she around 5 feet, between 5 feet and 5'7"? Know that she's with you and she is the one who's bringing you this gentleman. So he's approved by Granny. Okay.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions?
Yes. I would like
Okay. What?
to know a time frame where I will be reunited with my children.
I want to say this delicately, but it's hard to say over for the whole world to hear here. Okay. There's stuff that you're going to need to do kind
Uh-huh.
of in your life. Okay. Before you're going to have that correction of them being back in your life. Does that make sense to you?
It does make sense, but I don't know what those corrections are.
Okay. Okay. On this one, could you just email me, please, at Cosmic Earth Angel?
Wait a minute here. I need to get a pen.
Yeah. I'll let you get a pen.
What is your
Cosmic
email?
Earth Angel. Cosmic Earth Angel.
Okay.
So please contact me and I can give you some one-on-one guidance on this, okay? I just don't feel
Okay.
it should be put on the air, all right?
Okay.
But know that you have your grandma with you, okay?
Okay.
She's with you at all times. When you drive, she wants you to slow down because you kind of speed a lot, okay?
Okay.
So she wants you to kind of slow down, okay? All right?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone, sorry about that. I just, we've got a nasty storm here and I keep losing connection. So let's just go into our next card here, which I'll just pull for you, which is the Awakening and Presence card. Okay. So with this card, the universe is telling us that we are in a cloak of protection and love from the universe. So know that as gifted people, which we all are in the universe, that we need to call in on Archangel Michael. We need to call in on our white light to protect ourselves in these times. Know that if you're starting to have like a bad day, just check in with yourself to see if this is truly belonging to you or if it's belonging to the universe, the rest of the people's energy in the world. Okay. So let's just say that you wake up one morning and you are in complete excellent mood. You're happy, you're singing, and within seconds you're feeling sad and angry. Know that that doesn't belong to you. Okay, so know that you haven't protected yourself quite as well as you should have when you got up in the morning. Say what you're grateful for every day so you can start drawing in the good energy, the positive energy, and more of what you want. And ask for that protection. Ask for Archangel Michael to come in to protect you. Ask for the white light. Imagine a white light just emanating around you to protect yourself from the energies in the world that are not so polite. I call them stinky energy. I call it negative energy. And so many people in the world don't realize that a lot of their bad is just that. It's stinky energy that they've collected along the way. And we help other people. Sometimes just by standing by somebody and being silent is very helpful to them. So know that when we do that, we are absorbing the negative energy from these people, which is why when they leave us, they feel so much better. But we've absorbed that energy. And if we don't correctly put that energy back into the universe or back into the earth, and we keep that energy, that's when we start getting negative. That's when we start getting illnesses that no matter how many tests the doctors run or no matter what they're looking for, they cannot find an illness or what's wrong with us. That's because it doesn't belong to us. And we have to learn a healer always needs a healer. Okay? So we need to heal ourselves and we need to let others heal us as well. Okay? So I want to use an example of this week. We had a gathering with a bunch of people, and some of the people there needed healing. Okay? They're going through a rough time, and their emotions were starting to get the better of them, and they felt like they had to take these emotions and just bury them and push them down. And I was trying to explain that no, if you're sad, you must cry. Like if you're angry, you have to let those emotions out. Okay? That's a way of healing. And the best way to heal is by letting other people help us. Okay? Now, if you're the other person helping them, sometimes just being silent and just being beside them and just holding their hand is all they need to feel better. A lot of the times they're not looking for us to tell them how to get better. They're not looking for us to explain things to them or tell them it gets better with time. All they want to know is somebody's next to them and just have that calming energy just surrounding them, imagining a white light around them. That's more healing to a lot of people than giving directions and orders and telling them what they need to do. Okay? Oh man, I'm getting a lot of downloads. Okay. So as a unit, as a group of people, the universe wants us to start being kinder, more loving, and spreading positive energies to each other. Okay? I'm hoping this is making sense because I'm just getting the information and spitting it out to you guys. They want us to lead by example. Okay? They want us to teach the generations coming up about the positive energies in life, the good things, being grateful that you have a roof over your head and you have food in your stomach and you have a loving family, and teaching them to be kind to everyone around them, because that's what makes the difference. Okay. So hopefully with us teaching the younger generation this, we can turn around and start eliminating bullies in the world. Okay. With school starting, this is going to be a big problem. Like they're telling me that bullying is going to be a big issue this year. There's going to be a lot of lost children in society, not understanding what's going on or why it's going on. And as adults, as the elders of society, the universe wants us to start teaching these children kindness, unconditional love, compassion, and understanding. That a child who may be bullying them may be being bullied at home, or may not have the life that it appears to be having. Okay? A lot of kids that don't understand the compassion, the understanding, and the unconditional love is a child that may not be receiving it and understand the difference between, to them, that's the norm. That's what's happening at home for them. Some children may be just angry because they don't have food and they see other children have food, and they're just not understanding what's going on, why they're not getting what all these other children are having. So we must work towards understanding and teaching our generations to come that you have to look at the other side of the story. That just because it looks one way and appears to be that way doesn't necessarily mean that that's the truth.
Hi, I'm Jenny, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. How is everyone doing this week? Oh my gosh, it's been a really crazy week for me. I don't know how it's been for you, but things have just been really wild and crazy. We just came off of that super moon, and I'm telling you, I was feeling the energy of that way before it even happened. And that moon this time around was really making us dig deep into our personal lives. We were reevaluating our relationships. We were reevaluating our jobs, our careers, our home lives, everything that encompassed all of that. And it was big, big, big energy. And I can tell you that a couple of weeks ago, I had a really tough weekend. And, you know, I think that people who are spiritual, we forget we are human, and that we can have, you know, what I will call spiritual meltdowns, right? You go into these really dark places that you don't want to go, that you don't feel good being in. But by the time you go through all of that and you say, I'm throwing in the towel, I'm done, whatever, you come out on the other side and you have somehow a renewed purpose and spirit. And so that's, I want to remind everybody, because there are a lot of healers, there's a lot of intuitives and spiritual mediums and psychics out there, all of us lumped in together. And sometimes we forget that we still have to go through those emotions. And it's tough for us because we're always supposed to be, taking care of ourselves and vibrating at a high level. And, sometimes you can't do it. You just literally can't do it. And that's kind of where I found myself a couple of weeks ago. So took a little time. I even took a couple of sick days from work and just kind of sat and was able to reevaluate some of the things that I was actually going through. And, you've listened to my show in the past, talked about how important it is to keep your vibration high and how you can manifest all this great stuff in your life. But let me tell you, getting mad, the energy of them being mad and upset about your life or whatever is going on can be just as powerful as the positive side of manifesting. You get to a point where you're like, I'm done. It's over. I'm not doing this anymore. I give up. White flag. I surrender. Spirit, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not doing this work. You get to that place, and then it's really powerful. It sends a message out to the universe of saying, okay, this is a call out and let's change this up. And so when you do that, then you're able to kind of come back around and then bring all the good stuff back into your life. And that's what I'm doing now. I'm reevaluating things. I'm looking at things with a new eye, with a new sense of being. And, so that's really what took place for me 2 weekends ago and then through this full moon. And then a couple of days ago, I really felt the shift. I felt a shift in the energy. It was lighter. It was more energetic. Yesterday was a really heightened day of intuitiveness. And, if you really sat and looked around, if you saw my post, what I posted yesterday, that if you look around, that you would find that your, some of your loved ones were sending you messages and without even thinking about it. I mean, you could intuitively feel what those messages were. I explained it like it was your intuitive gut is like a good cup of coffee with a friend sitting down and having that conversation. And that's really what it was, that energy that shifted, it brought us into that place of, okay, I'm reevaluating and sitting down and having this cup of coffee with my friend and we're talking about it and I feel so much better. I feel so much relief. So just for everybody out there, you are still human. It's okay to have those really, really bad days, bad weekends, and it's okay to let yourself have that space because in order to bring us back around to where we need to be, that's really what we need to do is we need to get into that really uncomfortable space, and that's where all the growth really, really happens when you find yourself in that very uncomfortable space. So looking forward to some really great things to come out of this and come up. So just so that if you find yourself in that space, try not to be hard on yourself, roll through it, go through it, find someone to have that cup of coffee with and talk about what's going on and then rally up and start again. Because great things, it's like the phoenix rising out of the fire. great things will happen and will come forth through all of that. So anyway, hope that helps all of you out there who may be having some of those similar things that I've been going through as well. But what I'd like to do right now is go to the phone lines. And we have Lynn in North Dakota. Good evening, Lynn.
Hi, how are you?
I'm Shy. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right.
Good.
Very
Good.
thankful for your time.
Oh, you are so welcome. What can we help you with this evening?
I am wondering if you see any of my family around me. I've suffered great loss lately, and just want to know if you pick up anything or any significance of things that have happened since then, or anything along those lines.
Okay. Well, immediately what I'm feeling is I can feel like the static energy around you. It's like there's been lots of movement, lots of change, lots of I don't know how to explain it other than like this static energy. It's like zapping, and what they're showing me right now is, yes, there has been a lot of loss with you and with your family, and know that this is, it's not going to continue on. I know sometimes you feel like, oh my gosh, there's been 1, 2, 3, now what's going to happen next? And so there's always that feeling of that discord of like, you're just waiting for the phone to ring kind of feeling. And so I'm here to let you know that your family says that, that is now behind you. Now you have to really take that time to do the grieving, because you really haven't had that chance. It's like you haven't been able to catch your breath.
Right.
And so they're asking you to take some time for yourself to do that grieving that you need to do.
Do you see anybody in particular around me?
Well, you have a couple people around you. Hang on just a minute. Let me see what I can tune into here. There's a father or a father figure that is coming through very, very heavily.
Yep. That's correct.
Let me see. Hang on one moment. Okay, so oh wow, he's a very gentle soul. He's just so kind, and his energy is so relaxed and so gentle.
Yep.
It's like he's got his hands clasped together in front of him, almost bowing his head, and he's saying, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I'm putting you through this. And he wants you to know that he's no longer suffering. He's no longer in pain. He's saying he really did not want to leave you the way that he did. Things happened way too fast. And he's just saying that he is beside you. He's beside you all the time. And he just wants you to know that he's really sorry and he loves you so very much.
And that was my father figure?
Yes. He's saying that it's okay for you to be mad. You know, he says it's okay. You have to grieve in your own way. And he says you're not allowing yourself that. There's also a female figure coming through. Did you have an aunt that was a lot that you felt like was more like a mother than your mother?
No.
Okay. Okay. She's indicating to me that it's an aunt. That you guys had a very close relationship. Similar to like a mother-daughter relationship.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Okay.
Oh, I know exactly who you're talking about. My Aunt Randa.
Okay. She has a cute little personality.
Yeah. She was a hot mess. She really was.
But she's a very dear, sweet person, very humble.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me see. She's telling me something here. One moment. Let me see if I can get it translated. She keeps saying that, oh, honey, you need to look out for yourself.
Yep.
She
this
says
last
you
year
need
has been really, really rough.
Yeah. She says you need to be taking care of yourself. You're taking care of everybody else, and which is great and which is very noble. But you have to remember that you have to put yourself first sometimes in order to help others. Right? And if you are not well and you are not at your tip-top shape, then you really can't be service to others.
Right.
And that's what she's saying right now, that, you know, she's showing me like a lot of running around, like she's showing me someone running around a tree trunk, right? Kind of running around in circles. And she's just saying that you need to get off of that merry-go-round.
Gotcha.
And really take a look at you. What is it that you need, that you require? You know, do you need that time? You know, she's asking things like, you know, do you need that time to read a book? Do you need to be out in nature more? She says there's things that you need to really seriously look at for yourself.
Okay. I will definitely do that. Is there a younger male anywhere around me?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is there a younger male anywhere around me?
You know, I can see him kind of off in the distance, but he is not stepping forward. So when I do readings, it's usually the ones who have the strongest, most prominent the dominant energy, right? So I can kind of see him standing off in the back, but he is not stepping forward. His energy is a little bit lighter, a little bit weaker, and so I'm having trouble kind of reading it.
Okay.
There's something to do with cars. Is there some type of a relationship between him and cars? Like,
Oh, yeah.
did he work on
Oh, yes.
cars or okay, okay. Because he's showing me cars. Um, and he's showing me a great big heart, which means love.
I've got a heart necklace on right now too.
Okay. Did he give you that necklace?
It was given to me after his passing.
Okay. Okay. So the heart shape that I'm seeing is in reference to that necklace.
Mm-hmm.
Has he been gone very long?
Not very long. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because he's showing me that too. And another reason why I ask is, like I said, because his energy is a lot lower, which is indicating to me that he's getting ready to go into like a rest period. So
right.
after we leave our bodies, we need some time to adjust to not having a physical body anymore. And so
right.
sometimes we can go and it's, it'll take, a couple of weeks, a couple of months. It just kind of depends on that soul.
Right.
And so he's indicating to me that he's going into that transition period.
Mm-hmm.
But he is very much around you.
Good.
Yeah, most definitely.
That's very good.
He's showing me car symbols like a Trans Am or like some type of a sports car, like that. Was he a sports car fanatic?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
He had a Camaro.
Oh, okay. Trans Am, Camaro. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
What happened to that car?
Did he sell that? Didn't he sell that car? He sold it.
Oh, he sold it. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Because he's showing me that car was very, very near and dear to his heart.
Oh yeah.
And I was almost getting the feeling that maybe he had willed it or had given it to somebody within the family or maybe a friend, because it's almost like feeling like where that car went. So
right. He did do that with his truck.
okay.
So that's probably what and I do believe it was a blue truck too.
Okay. Did you have another specific question?
I just want to know that he's okay. Because
Yes,
he was a very troubled soul here.
Yes, he is. He's very much okay. He says you need not worry, that he is so much better where he's at now. And he's showing me that heart shape again.
That heart shape you said?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He just keeps referring back to that heart shape.
I love him and I miss him every single minute of every single day.
Yeah.
So he'll probably be gone for just a little while, but I am getting that once he comes back after he's done with his rest period, I start start looking around for signs and symbols that he's around, because I think he's going to be very visible to you when he comes back.
I have a thing where monarch butterflies flutter around me a lot. And I mean, they'll come and they'll circle right in front of me, and then they'll just go off. And then I'll see another one, and it'll do the same thing. It'll come and just make a couple of circles in front of me and then fly off. I
Yeah,
don't know
he's
if that has
smiling.
any significance whatsoever, but it's just, I've always taken it as a sign because of the way he left this earth. It just, he committed suicide, so it was pretty traumatic.
Hmm. He was a very free spirit, wasn't he?
Oh, yes.
Hmm.
Oh,
So,
yes.
so he, when you were talking about the butterfly, he was smiling at me and nodding his head. So he's sending you these little messages. The butterfly signifying his free will, his free spirit. And so you're going to automatically be drawn to butterflies, and you're going to take note of them more often. And so just know that when you are doing that, that you can smile and say, "Hi, I know you're there. Thank you." Because he's sending those along to you.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah,
That is super cool.
yeah. Yes, it is.
And it's
It is
crazy that
very,
you
very
knew that.
cool.
So.
Yeah, it is very cool.
Yeah.
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 You know, I
He
guess
said he
this
wasn't
week,
quite. Oh, I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
I just said he's indicating to me that he wasn't quite ready for his time here on Earth. He didn't quite get the full realization of why he was here. Um, and he sees now that he understands now what his purpose was and what he was there for. But yeah, he said he just didn't fully understand it at the time when he was here.
I get it. I totally get it.
Yeah. Yeah. He said he's really sorry. He put a lot of people through some really tough times, and he feels really bad about that.
I forgive him.
Yeah.
I've had to, because it made me crazy. It's been the hardest year and a half of my life.
Yeah. And he's saying he's sorry for that. He really
It
is.
just misses so much. It's like, he thinks that he's just going to walk in the door, you know,
Yeah.
but I know it's not going to happen. So it's hard to shut that part of the mom brain off, you know?
Right.
Oh.
Right. Right. So yeah,
Thank you.
you need some time in there to kind of just to grieve and to be okay with where you are in that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely. No.
Yeah.
Oh, thank
So
you
Lynn,
so
we are
much.
coming. You are so very welcome. We are coming down to the last few seconds of our show here. So I want to say thank you so much for calling in, and I hope this helped.
It definitely does. I greatly appreciate you, and I pray blessings all around you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening, Lynn. God bless.
You too. God bless.
Well, that does it for us this evening, another Thursday night. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your week. If you would like to reach out to me, I have classes and I have some open reading spaces that have just opened up. You can touch me over on my website at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com or reach me on my Facebook page, Julie Yeager Medium, Julie Yeager Walker Medium, and Your Time to Shine. Have a great night, everyone.
At A1R Psychic Radio, we know you lead a busy life. That's why we've assembled Earth's top psychic TV and radio hosts in one location. Psychics, mediums, astrologers, tarot practitioners. Your premium encounter with our hosts is free when it's done on the air or on our TV station, Moonstruck TV. Our hosts are all light workers with hearts of gold. Our audience is global. It's no wonder we're live with free readings 3 times a week. That's right, all psychic and medium readings, along with astrology and tarot advice, 100% free. And with A1R, you can know we critically screen all of our hosts. They're all 100% of the light, no scammers. Join us Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for a truly mind-blowing experience. You're always welcome here. We love our listeners. Anyone can ask anything. Love, life, career, family, and more. It's your reading. Ask your question. Our hosts truly care and can't wait to help you. Earth's top psychics host shows on A1R Psychic Radio. Why? Because the audience is first, and they know it. With love, we welcome you. This is A1R Psychic Radio.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall, psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Hope you're having an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this globe of ours. I know here in Australia we've had an interesting week politically, and I'm sure a lot of other nations around the world have had the same thing. It's been a week of, controversy and people telling lies and people sort of jockeying for positions. But anyway, let's kick the show off in a different sort of direction with the Simply Tarot card of the week. This is one of the cards that a lot of students struggle with when they first take up the tarot because it's the card of the devil. And the devil conjures up, I suppose, lots of different meanings for all of us, whether you're religious or not. It has a sort of an unusual sort of connotation for most people. But my belief of the devil card is jealousy and trouble. You are able to break the chains that are holding you back. So when you look very closely at the devil card, you can see he's loosely got some chains around the necks of the 2 people standing below us. And they are able to remove those chains or break those restrictions that might be holding them back in their lives. And I think there's many times in our lives where we sort of self-impose the restrictions that are placed on ourselves. We put them there ourselves because maybe it's fear, maybe we're not ready to take that step, or maybe we just don't know how. So if you feel a little bit this way this week, I want you to try and sort of think outside your comfort zone, think outside the box and see if you can find a way to break it up, that you can move or remove those restrictions that may be holding you back in your life. I know for me that, sometimes in this colder weather, I find it difficult to sort of get motivated to move because I'm such a summer person. I like the warmth and sort of, the restrictions of not too many clothes on and things like that. So this card's very apt for me at the moment, that I've got to motivate myself to get up out of the chair and move and do a few things in life at the moment because I don't want to because it's so cold. So whatever your restrictions may be, maybe this is the week that we can turn all that around. So moving right along, astrologically this week, we've still got quite a big emphasis on, 4 planets sitting in Leo. So when we've got 4 planets sitting in Leo, including the sun, it means that the focus is on being on the stage. So whether that's you or whether it's people around you or just people in political arenas and people that are famous that want to sort of get in the limelight, that want us to pay attention to what they've got to say. But on a more personal level, it's the time when I think that there could be some quite heated discussions coming up in your inner circle where, people are sort of trying to put across what they see as in a gentle but forthright manner, what they need to sort of say, and they want to be heard. It's like they want to be centre of their universe or on the centre stage in their lives. There's nothing wrong with that. What I will say to you, though, is be careful at how you approach this. Make sure that you're being truthful. Make sure that you're not exaggerating or embellishing your position or what you feel should be the outcome out of the situation. The reasons I'm suggesting that is we've got the planet of communication, Mercury, that we talk about quite often on the show. He's making an absolutely amazing, lovely aspect to the planet Jupiter in Sagittarius, which in astrological terms is known as a trine, or it's an easy configuration or an easy transit. So we have this opportunity then with communication to run away with ourselves a little bit because it's making this beautiful trine to Jupiter in Sagittarius, where Jupiter is about expansion and opportunity, but it's also about truth. But sometimes in that quest to sort of get our voice heard and to get our point across, we might embellish or stretch the truth a little bit, make it sound a little bit better than what it is. Gee, have you heard a few people do that recently in the political arena? I know I have here in Australia, and I've been watching, world events, and they all seem to be in the same club at the moment. But going back to the 3 other planets that are sitting in Leo at the moment, we've got Venus, Mars, and the Sun, all literally holding hands, or what's known as a conjunction in astrological circles, that they are holding hands, they are making a difference at the moment. And this is why the emphasis this week is on communication, getting our voice heard, but let's do it in a forthright but a dynamic sort of way. Let's not be pushy or bossy or jockeying for position. Let's do it with, poise and grace and ease and do it in a loving sort of way. And, we can still get our point across. And that takes me on to our famous person of the week this week, even though we're working with the female sign of Virgo and we're looking at actresses this week. This week, I'm really pleased to say that we're working with one of the world's most beautiful women, and I think she will always be known as this, long past when she fades away, which she's still with us, I might say, and that's the one and only Sophia Loren. I mean, what a gorgeous woman. I mean, a woman that epitomises everything that the female energy has to share with us. Not only is she drop dead gorgeous, but she is so strong and dynamic, and she's been an amazing role model for women all around the world. And Sophia's story is an interesting one because she started out, she won a beauty contest, and from that she was sort of talked into sort of maybe doing some acting work, and she did, she had little roles here and there, and then all of a sudden Paramount Pictures got hold of her, and then the rest is history, as they say. She became one of the biggest stars in Hollywood, and even today she holds records for things that no other woman on the planet that's alive still holds today. And she is known as the classic Hollywood cinema. She's one of the golden girls of Hollywood, and it's somebody that I think that we should always remember where she came from, very humble beginnings, but she never lost her ability to be feminine. And I think that's the important thing. So many people you see come and go today in today's society where, instant fame is something happens sort of almost overnight, and particularly with social medias and so forth. But for somebody to sustain such a very long, lengthy relationship with the public and never to really be tarnished, I think we can look no further than Sophia Loren, where she always seemed to have a smile on her face. She was always beautifully groomed, and she epitomises everything that I think women should be striving for, and that's to be a woman. So anyway, moving along, we're going to be working fairly fast today because I want to make sure that we fit in our 2 callers today. So this week we're working with the Simply Tarot candle. And the reasons why I've chosen this one is the fact that I think many of us at different times are working with our intuition. It's something that, you know, whether you read tarot cards or you don't, or you just sort of like to meditate or listen to your own inner voice, things like that, we can all do with setting the scene for us to sort of sit there and meditate or contemplate the things that are going on in our lives. And this was the very, very first candle that we designed here at Amanda Hall Psychic, was the Simply Tarot candle to complement our Simply Tarot cards that we've been working with on the show earlier. And I personally sort of chose a purple candle because I wanted to bring in the psychic sort of energy, and I wanted everybody to be able to sort of feel comfortable with a colour that was very regal, that was very psychic, but also had a very definite, significant fragrance that would enhance your psychic ability or your meditation or just anything that you might have been doing in the form of divination. And that's the correct term for anything that you're working with in a psychic realm as far as tools. And this candle is fragranced with vanilla and lavender. It is quite a strong candle, but it also has a scent that I think fills your home or your office with such a lovely, calming sort of energy that we all relate to. It's not foreign. It's something that's familiar. It's something that makes us feel secure in ourselves. So when we're working with the Simply Tarot candle, you don't have to be, you know, reading tarot cards. You can just have it burning in the background just because you like it. But I like to burn my candle for about 15 minutes to 2 hours a day. I quite often burn this when I'm working psychically because I feel it sets the mood for that sort of work. So for those of you that might not want an extra large candle, we do make a gift box set. And this week I'm going to feature 3 different candles because I want to show you that you don't have to have just 3 of the same. So I've made this gift box set up with good luck, the Simply Tarot candle, and a love candle, just to show you that any combination is possible from the 28 in our range. Now, our little mini candles here, they'll burn for about 15 hours and they're a good travel size, or you can split the pack up and give them away as individual little gifts. The choice is yours. And we get really busy as we head towards this holiday season because lots of people buy these sets to give away as little gifts over the holiday season. Now, for those of you that don't want to work with a candle, but you want to work with the energy of a candle, but you say to me that, look, a candle's, you know, not exactly the safest thing that I can be working with, you can purchase one of these melt warmers from your local department store or supermarket. They are fairly inexpensive. This is an electric version. I take 2 teaspoons of the soy wax out of that at the beginning of the week, and then I add half a teaspoon a day. So if you're writing a list of your intent, purpose and direction and things that you want to put on your wish list or things you might be releasing, you can pop this underneath your melt warmer as you do your candle, always placing things on a coaster so that we've never directly got it going on furniture. But this is very safe to have around children and pets as well, and it's something you don't have to babysit. I tend to sit with my candle when it's burning purely for safety reasons. So that's just a little insight into our lovely world of soy candles here at Amanda Hall Psychic, and we're going to take our very first caller, which is Mary Jo in Cynthia, Kentucky, USA. Are you there, Mary Jo?
Yes, hi, how are you?
Well, thank you, sweetie. Do you have a question I can work with?
Yes, I would like to see if we could contact my mother, Bernice.
Mary Jo, I always say to everybody each week on the show, there's no definite guarantees that we can connect with your mother because that's who you want to connect with on the other side. Unfortunately, I don't have a direct link, but what I can suggest to you is if you give me a direct question to work with, if your mum wants to interrupt and come through with a message, she will do so. That's the way I like to work. So do you have a question I can work with?
I'd like to know why
that's confusing.
I'm sorry?
I said, is there an area of your life that you need some more clarity on?
Yes, it took her 8 days to die, and she was trying to tell us something,
Right.
but we don't know what.
Okay. Again, you're asking me to try and tap into her on the other side, and I've explained to you that's not necessarily something I can do in this short space of time. It's up to her if she wants to make contact, and sometimes they don't want to make contact in such a public forum. I appreciate that, you and the family feel that there was something that she wanted to communicate with you and was unable to do so.
Okay,
She's
so
not giving.
can you just...
Is there another area of your life, though, that other than your mum's passing that's concerning you at the moment?
Yeah, I'm very unhappy, and I would just like to know, will things change? Is my future going to change?
Okay, all right, let's go into that. The first thing that I'm picking up there is there's definitely a lot of doors slamming shut. So to me, that's a number of endings, changes and transformations happening now, Mary Jo. It's almost like that you feel like you're at the end of your tether. It's like, I can't deal with much more of this. I feel like I've got nothing left in the reserve tank to keep fighting with. Now, it's interesting because I feel that's how your mum felt at the end, like there was nothing more she could give to try and hang on. She kept showing me a rope, and it was like she was at the end of the rope. There was nothing more in her reserve tank to keep fighting. Now, what she's sort of sharing with me now, all as she wanted to try and say to you at that time was that I can't do this anymore. I've had enough. This is as far as I can go. There's nothing left in me to fight with. Please understand that. It's not that I want to leave you. It's just I've got nothing left to fight with. Now, that's not being disrespectful, and that's not saying she wanted to leave the family. It's just that's the message that she was trying to get through, that she just didn't have anything left in her to continue to put up this fight. I don't think she was ready to go. Yeah, I just don't think she was ready to go. She felt cheated. Would you say that's a fair assumption of the situation?
Yes, she was tired.
I know she was tired, but she also sort of felt she wasn't ready to go yet, but yet there was no energy left to fight this departure.
Yeah, she raised 10 kids by herself with no help. She was tired.
Right, that makes sense. Well, she's telling me now. Go on.
She told us that she wasn't going to make it through the surgery, and
right,
a year ahead of time.
No. Okay, but I think right at the end she was still fighting to try and, keep going because she wasn't ready to go yet. But there was nothing left in her fuel tank to fight with. And what she's sort of saying to me now, even though you feel like there's nothing left in your fuel tank to fight with, there is. It's not your turn to sort of to leave the planet yet. But she's also showing me from next month, as early as next month, things are going to start to turn around for you. There's a lot of things that you're going to have to look forward to in this next 12 months, where everything has always been such a struggle for you, Mary Jo. Things are now going to start to ease off. Things are going to start to come towards you easily. And she's showing me a very, very big pink heart. So the only way I can interpret that is that there must be a lot of love coming into your life, love like you've never experienced before. So is there no one special or significant around you at the moment?
Yes, I have a husband, but it's like he had prostate cancer 13 years ago, and so it's like we're just two people living in the same house.
Mm-hmm.
We love each other, and we tell each other we love each other, but there's no affection, and Mommy always showed affection.
Mm-hmm.
Even though she had 10 kids, she was like an octopus. She always had her hand on us, stroking our hair or rubbing our back, or, you know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
So,
yeah.
So I'm just so alone. I feel alone all the time.
She's showing me that you're not going to be alone in whatever way this pink heart manifests itself. And it's not just her, hugging you from the other side. She's physically showing me this heart is bigger than I've ever seen anything this big before, and as far as, showing somebody that there's love and affection and attention coming towards them. And that doesn't necessarily have to mean, that you're getting rid of your husband and you're bringing in someone new. I think there's going to be love shown to you and affection shown to you in other ways that will fill that void. But she's also sort of showing me that there's letters or communication or something of an official nature coming towards you that is going to bring a smile to your face. So I'm not sure whether you're waiting on an answer or something official, something government, but she's showing me that you're going to be very happy with what's in this letter. Is there something there that you've been waiting on?
No, not that I know of. I just been waiting on my husband to get the. I just been waiting on my husband to get the energy to want to live and do things. We have 4 grown kids and 19 grandkids, and we've never even had a honeymoon yet.
Right. Well, that'd be nice if you got the opportunity to have a honeymoon, wouldn't it?
Yeah, after 38 years.
Well, I suppose that would fit into the category of this giant-sized, oversized heart if you got that opportunity to take a honeymoon. I'm not sure what your mum means by that, but I know she's smiling down from above, and she keeps sharing with me that there's some really beautiful surprises to come towards you in this next 12 months, and you will feel loved and you will feel as if your life is finally starting to move forward. And she's showing me that, your spirit is going to be uplifted. So for that to happen, there has to be some positive things changing in your life to make you feel this way, Mary Jo.
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope it's my husband feeling better. And
I'm sure that's going to happen, sweetie. That's where we're going to have to leave it.
He's the only one that can fulfill it, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, absolutely. I wasn't saying that there was a new partner coming. She was just sharing with me that you were going to have this opportunity for a lot of love and affection in the next 12 months, and it's going to make your heart very full.
He said when the last one turned 18, it'd be our turn.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to be 36.
Right.
So it's not been our turn yet.
No, but it will be your turn. Anyway, that's where we've got to leave it, Mary Jo. I'm going to take our next caller, which is Lila in Vernon, British Columbia. Are you there, sweetie? Isla, are you there, Isla? Oh, well, I'm sure we'll have Isla in a moment or two. I'll just keep talking until Isla comes to the phone. So, it's been an interesting week astrologically. I'm sure most of you have had a fairly busy time with, Leo dancing through all of our lives with all the planetary configurations. But make sure that you keep your patience hat on this week too, as people sort of try and take center stage. We can't all be on the stage together and be in the limelight. We've got to share the stage with other people and allow them to have a turn as well. So it's a very interesting time ahead of us, and maybe Isla is now with us. No, not so far. Okay, so we'll keep talking about, she's there?
No.
Are you there, Isla?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can work with, sweetie? Yeah, do you have a question I can work with, please, sweetie?
I just want to know the direction I'm going, because I'm either going to retire or leave the job I'm currently in.
Okay. First thing that they're showing me is the symbol for change. So I'm taking from that there is a big decision to be made. I don't feel that you're going to stay in this current job, but I don't think you're ready. I don't think you're ready to retire yet either. I'm sort of seeing the opportunity to sort of take another job coming up towards late November, early December this year, and it's like a really big decision at whether you go that direction or do you stay where you are. But I feel that you already know the answer to that, is that where you are now is not fulfilling you. It doesn't excite you. You don't get out of bed and say, great, I'm going to work today. You sort of feel as if the energy around that job is slowly starting to come to a close. The next job, I feel, is a little bit closer to home, but I also sort of feel that you're working with much more in a positive sort of way. The people that you're working with have got a much more positive attitude. You really enjoy going to work. I don't think you're ready to retire yet. Not by a long shot. I feel the next couple of years there's going to be so many different opportunities and activities that are coming into your life that you almost feel like you're 20 again. It's a real resurgence of energy, which is a good thing. I don't feel that's necessarily a bad thing. But the other question I would put towards you, Ala, were you making changes to the home that you're living in or questioning about whether or not it was time to move? Is that something that's been going through your mind?
Yes, I am in the process of moving right now.
You're in the process of moving?
Yes, to another town.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, that's good because I could see this, you know, thinking about moving and all those sort of things. I just think the next couple of years are going to be very exciting. I don't think that you're slowing down by any stretch of the imagination. If anything, I think you're going to get, your life's going to be fuller and busier and, you know, as you open yourself up to new ideas and new people, and it just feels very exciting. So have you been working very consciously this year on your health, like sort of making changes to the way that you approach your life?
That's what I will be doing this coming year because my daughter had a brain injury and I've been a caretaker. So that's what it's about me.
But in that time, did you sort of look at your own lifestyle and the way that you were managing your own health? Because you've had time to be able to look at that or think about it?
Yes, I have.
Well, that's good because what they were showing me, whatever decisions or whatever changes or choices that you've made pertaining to your own personal health, they were showing me keep it up, keep going because you are on the right path. Even though the results or the rewards from that might have seemed slow, we are getting them. They are happening. So keep going with that because I actually feel your energy levels are starting to come back to you and it's sort of like everything in your body is now coming into balance. So I think you've had a very stressful life in lots of ways where you've never really had the time to be able to stop and catch your breath. And, you know, even though this has been a hectic year too with family commitments and whatever, it's been a different sort of hectic where you've been able to catch your breath a little bit in pockets of this year. So this is good because we've been finally able to, I think, release a lot of things that you've gathered over the years that you've held on to. I'll deal with that tomorrow or next week. Well, we've been able to deal with that and release it. And this is why your mind, body and soul, I believe, is coming back into balance.
That's so true.
And that's a good thing because I feel that that's very, very necessary for you to be able to do that. And it's going to be important for for you moving forward into the next, 2 years of your life with a lot more gusto and determination and really fulfilling and living your life to the fullest. And it's amazing. I feel very excited for you.
Me too, and thank you.
You're very, very welcome, but it's lovely to talk to you, Isla. It's always interesting when I think as individuals that we start on a different path where we start looking at our health because we've got to a certain age and we've got a few creaky bones and things aren't functioning the way that we want to, or whether we just have the time to catch our breath and look at maybe some of the things that we've never had time to process or deal with before. So it's been an interesting 2019 where a lot of people that I've worked with around the world have been actually looking at trying to de-stress their lives and bring their lives more in into balance. So if you haven't caught up with the rest of us doing that yet, maybe that's something that you need to be approaching and looking at as we head towards the end of 2019 and get ready for 2020, which has got a nice ring to it, I might say. So wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours, enjoy this next week. Make sure that you share the stage and the limelight with someone else. You can't hog it all just to yourself just because you think you're the most important person in your universe. There's always other people that are surrounding us and are important to us that also need to be acknowledged and given the opportunity to share the stage with us. So until next week, I hope the stage is big enough for all of you. Bye for now.
Hello, I'm Anna Olson. Thank you for listening to A1R Radio. Welcome to Insights into Consciousness. My website at the bottom of the screen, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. You can see me on iHeartRadio, Spotify. You just search for Insights into Consciousness, Anna Olson, A1R. Any of those will work. It's the number one. And I wanted to go over something that I'm really excited about. There's some news today that I wanted to give everybody, and that is that HBO, and we don't have a time frame yet. We don't have an exact date, which is kind of unfortunate, but there's a new HBO prequel to Practical Magic coming out. It's a 1-hour drama series based on Alice Hoffman's own prequel of the same name. So she did the book Practical Magic, and then she went on to do a prequel, which is going to be really fun to catch. I'm hoping it's good, and they don't have an exact time frame, but I'm willing to go in and get onto HBO just to see if I can watch this and see if I like it. So that's really, really exciting for me. And I know that a lot of other people have been really excited about that. Also, the moon is in Virgo now. So we're going to talk about the planets just a little bit, that the planets, there's going to be some other planets that are going to follow too. I don't go into too much detail on it because then it would take up the whole show to do all of that. So there's going to be a lot of planets in Virgo that's, as a Virgo, I always go into what are my traits? Well, one of them is that, there's a lot of attention to detail. So this might be a good idea to go in and organize, or maybe kind of look at what it is you really want to focus on and get clear about your intentions, because this is a time about clarity and kind of perfecting and getting into the detail of what it is that you want to manifest, or what it is exactly that you would like to really bring into your life and attract to your space, to your energy, and to your surroundings. So this is something that we get to focus on because we're all going to be dealing with those Virgo traits pretty soon with the planetary alignments and the moon currently. So that's the moon right now and the planets. I wanted to also go over something that I just recently taught a student that I'm teaching one-on-one, and that is tea leaf readings. So tea leaf readings, it's surprising to me how many people are not aware of tea leaf readings, that they exist, or the history behind them, how to do them. I did one with my student. It was a lot of fun. We took some pictures and we followed a couple of diagrams to see if those resonated with us. You can go online and see if there are diagrams that you can really align with that makes sense to you. So in addition, the way you start a tea leaf reading, and these were done back in Europe, way back in the day. So you grab some loose tea and you put it in, your hot water. You let it steep for a bit. You're going to have the person who's getting the reading done drink it, and leave about a tablespoon of that tea in the bottom where all the loose tea is. You're going to grab the saucer. So you're going to need a cup and a saucer. The bigger the cup, the better. And you just put the saucer on top of the cup, turn it over so that everything falls out into the saucer, turn the cup over and look into the cup. Now, these loose tea leaves, what they do are these little segments and these little pieces of this tea leaf will land at different parts of the cup, adjacent to where the handle of the cup is. So you'll be holding it, and when you look down into the cup, there's going to be a lot of different diagrams. You use your intuition. You see what it is that you see in the cup. Now, you can see, the last time I saw distinctly a fairy, it looked just like a fairy. This little tea leaf kind of curled up into a shape, looked just like a fairy on the end of a flower stem, a stem that went straight into a flower and a fairy on the flower. It was huge. I took pictures of it. It was very clear to both of us. So I wrote it down, and then I showed her and I said, what did you see? I didn't tell her what I saw. And I didn't let her see what I wrote down on my paper. She said, oh my gosh, I see a fairy on a flower on a stem. So you'll notice when you're doing a reading that two people will oftentimes get the exact same thing, and they'll see the exact same things. So when I've done readings like this and I've waited for the person to tell me what they saw, I already had in mind what I saw and it matched what they saw. So intuition is intuition. Spirit is spirit. Spirit will give us the same message. It continues through readers over years. Truth is truth, and the accurate, true information through readings and through spirit is always accurate, always true, and always the same. Especially when everybody present is on the same frequency, vibe, level of positivity. So the really cool thing about tea leaf readings, the history behind them. Now, back in the day, centuries ago, many practitioners couldn't do readings because they'd be burned at the stake. They'd have to do these incognito. So what they would do is they would go to a public place to have tea. And the reader would meet with the client and would do a full tea leaf reading, looking like they were, just out in public having a cup of tea. So this originated kind of in Britain, Europe areas where they still do a whole lot of tea time, and they, will sit together and sip on their tea. So even like if their husbands came home, or someone's husband came home, or their children came home, or the parents walked into the home, they'd be just sitting at the table having their tea. Now, when we go back into time, there's a lot of different ways that people did other readings to stay incognito as well. Loose tea leaf readings are just one of those many types. So there's diagrams that will show you what means what in the cup. So the very bottom round part of the cup will mean, like the distant future, or the meaning of the entire reading, or kind of like the whole synapse of the reading will be the very, very bottom of the cup. The next level up, like if you were to imagine the cup having liquid at the bottom and filling it up to like the first 1/3 of the cup, that would be the distant future. If you filled it up to the next 1/3 of the layer of the cup with liquid, then that whole layer that liquid would also take up, the next 1/3 of the cup. Right along the middle would be the near future, and then the very top layer just before the lip of the cup would be the nearest future, or the next week or two, that again weeks, and then the very, very top is the present. So then around the handle part, dipping all the way down to the bottom of the cup, you would have different meanings to where the leaves fall there. It's all put in exactly the right place. And of course, everybody likes to use different diagrams, because when we do readings, readers are all very unique, and we find what works for us. So we may even mix this with something, like a card, or you could mix this reading with card reading, tarot. You could do angel tarot. You could do oracle cards, anything that you feel drawn to. But basically, the loose tea leaf reading is the most rare. It's not what most readers do. The people who do them are kind of special and unique, and most of the time they will have a visual or photogenic memory because they really need to see things visually, and they learn best or read best with pictures or things that are visual that way. So it's a really fun way to have a reading. If you ever come across, a place or somebody who does them, it might be kind of fun to have it done, because you can see how they can look at the tea leaves and how they create different shapes. Sometimes like dashes will mean one thing, or a spiral will mean something else. And something that looks like an airplane may mean travel, for instance. So everything means something with the tea leaves. And it's a really fun way to get a reading. And sometimes even practice yourself. If you wanted to, meditate and ground and really shield and protect and clear your mind and have a cup of tea and look in your teacup and see what you can find. It can be kind of fun just to practice and see what you get. It's fun either way. So on to what I want to do today. I'd like to do a universal reading. And what that is it's a reading where I take out the cards and I will start doing a reading for the universal consciousness. I am in California. However, the universal readings account for everyone. We are all affected by, as the world, a planet. If you think of the planet as a homeopathic entity, and if you think of the world as perhaps having its own spirit or its body and spirit as well, we would be part of its body in a way where we work together and we make up what the world is made of. In a way that we all have a purpose to drive the earth. So we all must have a singular consciousness, a universal consciousness that is tied together. So we can go into a lot of studies and a lot of experiences with people where they have realized that when something happens that is a crisis in the world, that many people, especially the empaths around the world, will feel it before they even get the news brief. So we are all connected. We all have the same connection to the same source and the same God had the same spirit. And yes, we can connect and disconnect at will, but basically a reading for universal consciousness or purpose will be for anyone. So I'm basically doing a reading on my viewers as well. And if it doesn't resonate with you, that's okay. You're on another frequency. If it does resonate with you, then that part of the reading is for you. So I just get what I hear, what I have coming through, and what I see. And I do use the cards because it's a nice visual cue for me to focus on, just to kind of aid in not being distracted, like squirrel. So that's my way of, the cards really help me to focus and to meditate on the message being received through spirit. Now I'm shuffling now and I'm just asking the guides and angels what it is in spirit, what it is that we need right now is universal consciousness. And the first thing that I'm getting is that we'll do mind, body, and spirit. So I will draw a card that will represent the mind, our minds, and what's going on with our consciousness, with what we're thinking. What are your thoughts? What are those thoughts doing? What is the purpose for those thoughts? Thoughts are very powerful, and all creation begins with a thought and the power of the word, because most thoughts also include words. And words are the basis of many, many creations, including the beginning, if you go back in the Bible, the beginning of the world, the beginning of the entire world, and all of the atmosphere and the water was the power of the word. So the thing that I am looking at here is the moon. So I'm getting the number 18. And I'm getting the moon. So it's basically a card depicting that masculinity is going to be taking a front seat right now in a way of logistics and order. Now, it's going to, now I'm seeing the moon and I'm seeing this logistics and this masculine energy sort of surrounding the moon and keeping it in its place. That I mean, really what I'm getting is that in the mind, the feminine energy, and we as women, we do better working with men peacefully, with allowing their logical mind, their ways of doing things to come into our world and to really take it seriously and to consider what men are saying in our lives. So when we have all these wonderful men in our lives who are putting in their 2 cents, or they want to give an opinion, or, you know, when we have something that we're dealing with and we just want to vent, well, what if there's something they can suggest that will actually make our situation better? There's so much in psychology that goes towards, well, women just want to vent and talk about something emotional and be emotional for a while, and that's fine. But can't we too also, after we vent, ask them what they think and what they would do, and then actually take it seriously and do it? I don't see anything wrong with that. I see everything right with that. And that's what I'm seeing here, with things being so driven by women just acting emotionally, which is definitely half of the whole. But we have 2 halves to this whole. Half of that is the masculinity. And I know that right now we have a president that is a little bit strong-minded, to say the least. He is very opinionated. He has done and said some things that make women feel unsafe. But we have to remember that we do need the good men, and we need the men who are on our side, and the men who are trying to help, who love us, who are defending their families, and who have a lot to contribute. And we need to accept what they contribute, and we need to take it seriously and love them and be gentle and kind to them. And if, you know, we're having a bad day, say, I'm having a bad day, this has nothing to do with you, because men internalize. And when the male higher consciousness internalizes too much and is overwhelmed, what happens is the planet gets sick and our men check out. We need that masculine balancing energy to balance out the feminine. It's good to have the feminine, yes, but it's also good to have the masculine in balance. This doesn't mean let them rule your life or take over your life or abuse you. Or I would never say that. But at the same time, we need to be careful about how we're making men feel, and to really, really pay attention to what's going on with them and to allow them to do their part. I'm going to give a brief description of this card, the moon card, and I'm going to show it on screen because I know that some people are just listening to the show as well, not seeing the screen. But it is a moon. It's a picture of a moon with a rather mechanical device around it, with something that looks basically like a clock attached to it, and it has different little keys attached to that. There is a crab that probably would represent Cancer, 2 wolves, masculine and feminine is in balance here, but there's definitely more of the masculine energy involved. So yes, it's depicting basically the moon, but this is what I'm seeing as a masculine energy. And I'm going to just hold up this card so that viewers can see the card. You have the moon, and then you have all of these more logic. I see these other items on the card as being very masculine, and the timing, the science, all the mechanics. If you think about men working under the hood or having their tool sets and things like that, not that women don't, but that is a masculine energy thing. So even when women do it, that's a masculine energy. So for mind, I'm definitely getting the balance of the masculine and feminine. Don't let masculinity scare you. Don't let masculinity piss you off. Don't let masculinity, we have to work together, and we have to, whether it's a woman with masculine energy or it's a man in your life, but I'm getting this is much more men, sons, making sure they feel respected, heard, making sure that, we nurture them. I'm really getting that it's important for us to make sure that we nurture them. Our issues as women, it doesn't mean that it's every man. And that if we've been hurt by men, we need to understand their energy more. So I think it's better to seek to understand them and the masculine energy more than to reject or block it and act or pretend as though we don't need it. We do. We all need it. The earth needs it. The universe needs it. both masculine and feminine. I'm seeing a little bit of a tip towards the feminine a little more right now, and that can be messy. It does throw things off. So think of the sun and the moon and how they work together. The moon is the female or the feminine. The sun is the masculine. We need both. The moon does not shine without the masculine energy of the sun. It does not work. It has to be both, and it has to be a balance or things go wrong. Women need the protection of the masculine. It's a fact. So that's what I wanted to reiterate about the moon and the masculinity. So the second will be body. Now, this is really a wonderful card that I got for the body. I got the Lovers, and this just came up. I didn't pick it myself. I didn't look at it and pull it out. It is what I pulled. Now, the number for this is 6. So when we have the card for the Lovers, again, I'm seeing the masculine and feminine needing to connect. This doesn't mean like absolutely you have to have male-female relationship. I'm talking about masculinity and femininity in whatever human being it just happens to reside in. So it could be male-male, could be female-female, could be female-male. It could be masculine-female with a feminine male. It doesn't have to look a certain way that way, but I do feel, again, that this is depicting that the body, we need to respect that each sex has, I guess this is all about men and women in relationships. I know that I'm just going to like talk about how I just spoke with my mother about her clients, how she's realizing during her trainings, she's a therapist. She's a therapist in psychology. So she counsels people, and she was telling me that she went to her continuing education credit classes and things like that. And the new research is showing a very low in the 20s success rate of marriages currently in the United States. So originally we thought it was 75, then we thought it was 50, and now it's looking to be more like it's in the 20s, 23, 28 was what I think I remember her saying. I know it was in the 20s, but she thought it was not correct because it was so low, that these marriages are succeeding at a 23 to 28% level of success. And the 50% only represented the people who were legally married, not the people who were still legally married but separated. So we're looking at a big discord in marriages and with people being able to cohabitate and to get along. I'm seeing that we, with the body, we need to be respectful of the other person's space. So men need to not be controlled. Women need to be respected, revered, cherished, and loved. And, women need to hear a lot of compliments about not just their appearance, but what they can do and what you appreciate about them. And, I feel like we really need to respect the differences of men and women, masculine and feminine energy, that they're not the same. It's like living with an alien, and we have to accept that. We just have to cohabitate and really try to work through these differences, because what happens when we don't work through our differences, we don't learn anything. And then life gets harder, and then it's more uncomfortable. It could be more comfortable in the interim. And of course, this isn't including abusive relationships or something. I mean, if somebody is being violent, of course, that's a different story. This is more about healthier relationships with some discord on things, with things that can be worked out. I'm oftentimes surprised in my readings when I'm talking to people at what they don't want to put up with or work out with someone, something that is easily worked out with some work, some just allowing things to change or allowing things to go their way, the other person's way for a bit. When I hear somebody complaining about, they left their whatever I'm like, really? We're going to worry about this? So, there's bigger fish to fry. There are other things for us to worry about. We need to grow up in our relationships. We need to be more basically drawn towards what's really important in life. What if this person wasn't here tomorrow? What would we do and say today to make their life good? What would we do and say today to have no regrets with this person? I'm going to do a close up real quick of the Lovers. I have like 4 minutes left. So there's this card. This is the body. We need to be able to cohabitate with the person. There's a male and a female on the front, and it's actually really beautiful. It looks more Roman, maybe Babylonian. There's a beautiful moon. There's a couple kind of in the water, and it's pretty gorgeous. So that's depicting the body. Now, for spirit, I'm going to pull one more card and then I will conclude this reading for universal. I'm getting the cups, the 5 of cups. So the 5 of cups for spirit, this looks like a man praying. He's got his hands in the prayer position and he looks like a knight in armor. There's cups all around him. Some are full, some are empty and on the ground. So it seems to depict to me that he is losing his resources and he only has a little bit to go and he's praying for answers. So I think with a lot of our issues, it's good to ask for guidance. What is your deity? What is your way of worshiping? Do you pray to God? Do you pray to the angels? Whatever it is, to ask for guidance from spirit, that this is very important for us spiritually to go ahead and ask for that guidance. We don't have all the answers. We are running out of resources in a lot of ways. I see a lot of soldiers out fighting in the field. I see this as being, some of our soldiers are mothers trying to raise a child by herself, or some of our soldiers in this country or this world or whatever country you're in are soldiers who are just trying to get a job to feed their family. So really think about what it is that you need guidance for, that you don't know what in the hell you're doing about. If you don't know what you're doing, ask for guidance spiritually. If you are hurting spiritually, you ask for guidance. You pray. This is the front of the card. There's the man. It looks like a knight in armor praying. And some cups are full in the back. Most of them are empty and on the ground. So he's looking like he's really, really praying hard for an answer. That's the conclusion of this reading. I wanted to also go into the fact that I have classes that I can teach one-on-one, and I am running a special right now. You can go to my website. It's at the bottom of the screen, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com, or you can reach me on Facebook, Anna Olson Intuitive. So I'm so glad that you listened to me today. Go ahead and email me. You can contact me on my website page or on Facebook with any questions. And I just really hope that I can hear from as many people as possible. I also wanted to go into the fact that I definitely do Reiki. I do readings. I also do medical readings. I've been doing those, and those have been going really well. I'm going to conclude my show tonight, and I just hope everybody has a wonderful week. I will see you next time.
Hi, I'm Mark. Thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R On the Air Psychic Talk Radio Now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello, welcome to the show. I'm Jacqueline. You're on Soulstar Radio. We're back at the South Yarra location in Toorak Road. So, rather nice being here. Now, I'm joined today by the wonderful, very talented Roz Tilley. Now, she's an author and illustrator, and I'm going to call her a spiritual expert. There's a lot of things going on here. Certainly working with geomancy, geopathic stress, and essences, as well as this wonderful spiritual art, and does readings as well. So welcome to the show there, Roz.
Thank you. Lovely to be here.
It's really good to have you joining us. Now, you've brought out a brand new deck that I've got here, and it's actually called White Elemental Oracle. I'm just going to put that up here. There we go. Whoa, there we go. Very strong image on the front cover there.
That is spondylus. All made from crystals. All the energy is channeled from the crystal, and then the image is drawn, and then I go to do the essences, and they're all there. Great for kinesiologists, healers in general, or readers. They're really powerful. The companion product works with your shadow side. Not a lot of people are ready to work with their shadow side, but Spirit knew what it was doing when I was kicked in the backside to make it.
I know that feeling, although not the feeling of actually crowning a deck yet, but certainly the feeling of dealing with both. So, because what we've got here is we've got literally the shadow and we've got the light, and so it's really quite an interesting dynamic of energy there, because you sort of really do feel the differences in the two. And people go on all the time about, I'm a light worker, namaste away. And it's like, oh my God, so there's actually a real big need to deal with the shadow side. And so you've got that in that deck there. And you've also got another deck called Sacred 8 Tarot. Did you want to tell us a little bit about that at all?
So how the Sacred 8 Tarot came about was I worked on the Phoenix Standard Mind, Body, Spirit Festival, and there was not a deck around that gave proper instructions, but also a lot of the young ones, when I say young ones, into their 20s, they want to work with tarot, but they have no idea how it works. So this way, they can play with the channeled readings while they learn the tarot. So, and then, of course, the image on the front wasn't revealed to me until after it had been printed, that it's another layout that I use. This has also got the Kabbalah in it, and the Kabbalah is brilliant for healing. I've now gone on to do healing silks, and they are amazing.
Beautiful. Now, you're going to do a drawing today, and we've got the easel in the background. You can just see some paper there. Did you want to start with that, or
yes,
tell us, or you can talk as we go along?
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to channel an image up there. I have no idea what's coming through. It will be what Spirit wants on paper. It could be an image to go into the children's deck, which started last Saturday. Thank you, Spirit. So I will start. I will talk as I'm going through if I get any messages for anybody watching.
Anyone watching it? And if it can be a message, you may find that what's happening here with Roz is there's a message or an image that has to do with the times we're in as well. So there can sort of be themes going on astrologically, energetically, but Roz will tell you more about that. And I'm just going to show you also, there's another deck here called Tree of Life. So this is a Tree of Life oracle. So it's quite a bit of an active career you've had there with your work there, Roz.
This started years ago when I learned to do this channeled artwork, and I asked what was I doing, and Spirit said, you're doing a tarot deck. And I said, no, there's 78 cards in a tarot deck. I'm not. I laughed when I did the tarot because it just made me giggle that they got their own way eventually.
Yes.
But this is my journey. When I teach this, you're learning the stories that go with these images.
Beautiful.
So you start off, and I teach this, and I love teaching it, with a rust-shaped football. And you can either blend it or leave it. I tend to blend it because I'm a control freak. So I can feel energy washing in. I can feel it coming from above the head. So for those of you watching, you may feel this actually coming in over your head. Be open to receiving it. There's also a lot of love coming in with this. I can feel it. I've just gone goosey. So the aqua for me is a light form of protection. So you can see that's coming in all over the top. Just give it a bit of a neck. While I'm doing this, it's coming through, they're talking to me, do this, do that, and I just listen. At this stage, it's female, but that can change. So when I look at this, it's very serene with no eyes on. If I were to leave the eyes closed like that, it would be about going internally, but she wants eyes on. So it's a little bit like having somebody doing in my head. Mm. So there's another layer of something coming in over her head.
It's really about trusting where the pastel needs to go, which colour where, and not so much the technicality as we're going to, isn't it?
Yes.
You're having to listen to that. And one of the things I found with students when I was teaching them years ago with intuitive art is if they started to try to intellectualise, which is not what you're doing, but oh, no, it has to be this way. Oh, their eye shouldn't look like that. That's not technically correct. It gets in the way of the message. And the message is really about the symbolism, rather than exactly how just so something should look.
I used to worry about it. And in this first deck, I had an issue around the nose. And I said, what is it with your nose? And he looked back at me and said, I've got a nose ring. Don't judge.
Yeah.
And at that stage, I didn't like tattoos and I didn't like any form of piercing. I've got over it.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
Exactly.
Because if you don't, they kick your butt.
Yep. However, we know that one. I used to find my students would actually pick up the pastel, and if they were picking up the wrong pastel and not listening, and they were instead judging what that should be, sometimes the pastels would actually crumble in their hands. So you find that yourself with people?
And you drop them.
Yeah.
So the yellow for me is creativity, and that's speaking of third eye creativity. And I'm just connecting with her to see what she wants now. There's something coming in here. It's green. Is it green or is it aqua green? That's this green, which is, I don't know. So this is swirling energy. So you could look at that and say, is this water? So you could look at it and say maybe there are 8 swirls on that. 8 for me is abundance. I am an 8, so I resonate with 8. She's just about finished. Yes, she's complete there. I've just got to finish her eyes and play with her lips. Which again, if I were to be critical, I wouldn't be able to leave them. It's not my mouth of twos. So we leave it alone. So now this is what I call the focal point where, yes, we've got a drawing here, but if you watch the eyes, you'll actually see her emerge. And now she's just jumped out. And these eyes will follow you around the room. Okay. She is now complete.
Beautiful. So tell us about this energy and what you've drawn there.
Okay, let's see what she's going to tell me. So when I look at this, I see a sadness. I see a deep soul hurt. There's obviously something going on a heart level. So it's about protecting. If anybody out there is thinking, oh, I've just been hurt in the heart, please pull that in over the front of you and know that as you go internally, you can heal.
Yeah.
Yellow over the third eye is the creative colour for me. So, again, go and do something creative for yourself. not for anybody else. Take yourself out. If you're a mum at home and you've got kids, find that time for yourself, whether it be to go and sit at the park, sit and look at the trees. Find that time. Again, now when I look at that top, it could be the top of palm trees.
It can even be mountains.
Yes.
And I can actually see a face in the profile over here.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
So you can sort of see that kind of, movement. There's a lot of movement in the picture.
So, yes, you could look at even the colour of that right around the aqua as emotion.
And washing things.
Water.
Yep.
And that creative is all over the face. So from dealing with your spirit and creativeness, it'll take you to another level. Do your crying and get over it.
Yeah.
Pull your beautiful pink in over your head, pull your own self-love in, and shuffle through everything.
And it's interesting because as you were drawing, I was actually pulling out cards. So the card that I had that first came up was actually this one here, and that's from your Tree of Life Oracle deck.
Yes.
Do you want to tell us about that card, Paul?
Okay, so when I drew this card, I wasn't really sure about what it was talking about, but as I've got to work with them, this pink over here, this swirling energy here, can be a birth. If anybody's come to me for a reading and wants to know when their baby's coming, it's coming. The yellow is a comet, so creatively comet yourself forward. There is also gold in there, so you've got that golden highlight, that beautiful spirit bringing in the best for you. So, yeah.
It's interesting because I'm literally pulling these cards as you're drawing. So I've got that from that deck. And then over from the Sacred Eight Tarot, and before you even said about the 8, this was the card that was coming out, and it's actually the Strength card from that deck. Beautiful. As we've been saying, Roz and even with the cards I've been pulling, but Roz has been doing a reading just generally for out there who needs it at the moment and how that comes across. So it can even be of the energy at the moment that we're in, which we can all be experiencing different layers and different levels of. So there's that 8, the Strength card. Do you want to tell us about that particular image and how that relates in your deck, in that particular deck?
So the Strength here, to me, they're all crossing over. It's another layer of it. If you've got people out there that are doing brilliantly, know that it's going to improve. We don't just want to talk doom and gloom. But the other side of it, again, if you're having a rough time, and I think we're still in Leo now.
Yeah, we are.
So you've got that, the main and the dramatics that go with it, but the strength is there. So pull again on that inner strength. I believe the planets out there at the moment are really doing harsh things, and normally I don't feel it, but I feel like I've been bashed.
Yeah.
But get up every morning and keep pushing through, because you're just being tested planetarily. So your 8 is abundance. Know that you've got it. If this has come out today, then there's got to be a reason for it. The strength of the lion. Now, if any of you are into vibrational essences, I actually have made white lion essence. And I was asked in Japan, I teach in Japan, I was asked, could I get white lion? And, of course, out of my mouth comes yes. And I go, oh, can I? Well, I must be able to. Spirit said yes. So I manifested a wedding in Mansfield. There is a Mansfield Zoo that has white lions. So I now have white lion essence.
And so that's Mansfield in Australia, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, there you go. So out of all the places we could end up, there was a white lion. So how do you make an essence? For those who are like, what are you talking about essences? How do you make essences?
Okay, so normally full moon, sometimes new moon. I've only ever made one in the sun, and that was because there was dove there. So when, it's funny you've got the Japanese one there.
Came out.
What I do is I'll have a clear glass, just a glass of Pyrex, clear glass. I put spring water so it touches the dish, and I pop the dish in to the glass.
Yep.
Then I put the item in here. Then I put a lid on it, and that keeps it clean because our health regulations here are over the top, and I respect that.
Yep.
And I put it out in the full moon. I make sure that it's out in the height of the full moon. If it's at midnight, I'll put it out 2 days in a row, 2 nights in a row, I should say. Then I bring it in and I tip 50 mils of that into a 100 ml bottle, and I add 50 mils of brandy.
Yep.
The rest of the water that's in the glass dish, I gift back to the earth because Mother Earth has gifted it to me. And then that goes into a remedy, into a stock bottle, and then from stock bottle to remedy. I use these essences on the land. The white and black oracle all have an essence for every card. So, yes.
So about this card, because that's the other one we pulled out, or rather Jacqueline pulled out while you were drawing, pulled out one of your cards while you were drawing. So tell us about this particular card, which I'm trying to angle correctly. There we go.
So this is a Japanese crystal that's come off, and I would have to look at the book to remember what island, but it's an island that is very sacred off Japan, and they have beautiful crystals that are actually energized in the water on the full moon. They also collect salt, I'm pretty sure, from this island as well on the full moon. So this I didn't realise until I'd finished it and it's printed, and I looked at it and I thought, oh my, that is very much like Japanese art. So it's got that playful energy of it, but it's a shifter and shake of that card.
Absolutely. So what we might do as well is, if we can, we'll pick one out of the shadow deck as well, because we're certainly going through a lot of that at the moment.
So also I'll tell you, these have both got the same top card, so they've both got that on the top, and you can interact the decks or you can overlay them, so you've got a double reading, so to speak.
And I've gone here. Let's see where we are. Okay, so you want to pick out 3. So the one I've picked as singular, rhodochrosite, and of course we've been talking about healing the heart, and of course rhodochrosite is pink.
Yes.
We've got the one on the other side, because apparently this is a 3-deck spread, 3 spread, anyway, that thing, is amazonite. And then the other one is, of course, black tourmaline. And, of course, in a shadow deck, I picked this trifecta there. So do you want to tell people who don't understand those about that? And I'm going to do it that way. There we go.
Okay, so which way do you want me to start?
Maybe the first one.
Okay, so this one is interesting. This is the only drawing that I had done, and it's not on black paper, but it needed to go in. So this one speaks of hearing. So this is the left side, your spiritual side. There's a new sort of healing coming in for you. You've got this almost a temple sitting over the top. So basically hearing that this beautiful bright orange colour to lift your energy. Rhodochrosite is definitely about love. Now this is what the crystal looks like. They all did their own thing as I drew them. So if you look here, she's got some of her head missing. That's your masculine side. So there'll be a little bit there that you need to adjust, you need to get stronger. That can be that your masculine is weak, or it means that you need to be stronger around the masculine. If you are a male watching this, exactly the same thing. You might need to be stronger around men.
Yep.
You might be a soft, gentle person, so you need to find that deeper, stronger part of you. The black tourmaline, this was interesting, and I find it fascinating. I've had this crystal for years, and I bought it for somebody else, and she decided she didn't want it. Spirit decided I needed it in this deck. So this is about yay big, and when you can see it, there's lines on it, but it's really angelic, so it's a protector. If you're having difficulty sleeping and you know there's somebody in the bedroom at night or somebody around you, put that under your pillow, put it under the bed, and that's the beauty with these cards. They will work for you overnight. Has that explained it?
Yeah, that has, yep. And this one here we've got, which one was that one? That was the amazonite, yeah.
Yeah.
So when we're dealing with those in the shadow perspective, it's sort of taking you into, all right, so what's missing or what are you not dealing with, rather than being fluffy like decks that say, hey, you're really good, it's great, everything's fine. No, here's what to work on. Let's do some real stuff here. So it's really quite powerful in that image. And also, when we're looking at the image on this side, do you want to tell us about what inspired that?
That is really interesting. Now, that drawing had been done for probably 10 years. So it started off under here was white. And what I wanted to do was play with the layers. So I sprayed in between and did it again. I had what I thought were 3 faces.
Yep.
This turned out just to be a bun on the top. And then when you look into this is your fire.
Yep.
This is the earth, the rocks. You've got your sky and you've got your water. There's a waterfall here. And the more you look into that, the deeper it takes you. So I was doing a bit of a photo shoot for Japan, and I just went in. I didn't want to put any of these images up because they weren't printed. So I went into the healing room, pulled this off the wall, and been there for years, popped it on the easel and took one look and went, oh, that's the upside of the deck.
Yeah.
So then when I knew Spirit had told me there was a white deck to come, I knew that it had to have this top on it. So that is now, those 2 are now being used with my moon cycle. So I'm doing essences to let go with the full moon and to bring in with the new moon. So that's another one of my later, about a month ago things.
It's always interesting that, like, as we get older, we look at how we can, all right, I've only got this much time left. I've got to quickly get onto this. And so there's a real sort of sense of drive and purpose in the work you're doing now.
Absolutely.
Sort of running to a timeline now.
Yes.
And I think the thing is that when we're on purpose and on track, that can sort of feel that sense of urgency. So with very young people who sort of want to do it all now, I sort of urge that patience because there's still a lot to learn. But once you get up in age and get a little bit older, it's like, got to get onto it now. So the focus really comes in. So it's been beautiful having you join me today and share your wonderful decks and art. Is there anything you wanted to say as a final summation of the energy at the moment for people?
Hang in there. Yeah. Hold tight. I feel teary as I say that.
Yeah.
Because I can feel.
Yeah, I know.
There are quite a few of you out there struggling. Stay strong.
That's it. Beautiful. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back same time next week. In the meantime, we're going to send you a lot of love and healing and light throughout the day. This has been Soul Star Radio. Keep with us on A1R Radio for more Psychic TV this afternoon. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Tonya Reeves, Australia's psychic cowgirl, here at Sunday Creek in Victoria, Australia. So yeah, I'm at home at the moment. I won't be next week. Next week I'll be on the road, but I will be coming at you from somewhere here in Australia, or possibly, I think, South Australia. So that will be cool. We'll be heading to, let me see, we're going Tailem Bend, not this weekend, but the one after. So I'm happy to catch up and do some readings while I'm over there. I'm kind of putting it out there at the moment. Tailem Bend, Murray Bridge, yeah. So, yeah, I'll be visiting. So we're actually going over to watch the supercars. So the V8 cars are on there, and I actually don't remember if I've been to Tailem Bend, maybe passed through. Yeah, I don't know. So, yeah, I'm excited to go. So we'll have a great weekend, and it'll be great connecting with you all over in South Aussie. Yay. So we're a bit excited. Can't wait to hit the road and have an adventure. So I hope you've all been well. Let's see what's been energetically this week. Again, we're in a kind of same zone that I spoke about last week. So we're still having a lot of people facing challenges, making decisions around letting things go. I'm sure a couple of our readings today will again follow suit with that, because it seems to be a really common thread. So I will share that. So it's about staying in your personal power. And like I was chatting to my fellow medium, Jacinta, who I do the women's retreats with here at Sunday Creek, and we were chatting about it this morning, and I had a great insight from her about, trusting. And it's funny, like it's something I'm really, really aware of, being able to trust the process. It's my favourite hashtag. You'll hear me tell many in my readings about just trusting that inner guidance. But I still need to be reminded of it. And it was a great conversation that we had this morning about just trusting. And, yeah, I actually wasn't aware that I didn't place full trust until we had the conversation. So sometimes it's really good to nut ideas, suggestions, and anything to do with your life, with a friend, and come up with some different solutions, because quite often a different perspective can help us clear the way and almost still identify those blockages that we all know exist within us, but sometimes it's not till a situation comes up that triggers us. So, triggers can be a reaction to something. So it can be something small that you're reacting to. Sometimes where you have a situation and you go, why am I reacting to that in this way? So it can be something really trivial. Someone might have said something, or you might have gone to do the same thing you've done every day, and you've somehow found yourself mystified by things going on around you. Have a look at that, because that will be the universe's way of showing you where you need some more healing and awareness around your subconscious blockages. Because we want to be able to have that inner happiness and peace, and remember to embrace that. And, I know for me, I get so caught up in doing stuff that I forget about it. And I just think, I think we all forget about it. So that's why I love to utilise the radio here, just to remind you to spend some time on you and, build yourself up. So sometimes this can be, I went and did a great cooking class this week. I bought a pressure cooker, and I find them quite fascinating. And since buying it, I've heard all the advantages to cooking things quickly and retaining nutrients. And I love it because it's easy, because I think sometimes I find cooking very relaxing, but when you get busy and there's not enough time, I like it to be quick and easy. And I found that the pressure cooker was great. We had a fabulous teacher, and it was just wonderful to connect with a group and learn something new. I learned a few things, how to cut onions better than the way I do. It's something as simple as that. I was like, oh, wow, that's a totally new way of doing it. And, yeah, so I encourage you to do that. And you'll often hear me when I'm giving readings on the radio, go out and do a class. Keep learning. It could be learning to dance. It could be doing something creative like painting or pottery. Anything that gets you out of your head and into the fun side, the imagination side, the learning new things. because we can all do with learning. And I think that's a gift that is often underrated. So go and learn something new. If nothing else, you have fun with a group of like-minded souls. You get to meet new people and we get to interact. And I really think that in some cases is what's missing in life for some people, is that connection to others. I sat next to a lovely lady. She was a lot of fun. We had laughs. We both relate to being scared that our pressure cooker was going to blow up, So, we just had fun. And, I think in anything that you do that's new surroundings, and I'll often take myself off to things like that on my own, because I get to meet other people and new people. So we need to embrace that. So even if you're the sort of person that sits at home and you can be a bit reclusive, just go out and learn something. It's brain food. We all need some brain food to keep our brains active, something different. All right, that's my blurb for today. Thank you so much for listening. I'm going to go on to my first caller today. I've got Carla in Sylvan Lake, Alberta, Canada. Yay, Canada.
Hello.
How are you, Carla?
Oh,
how are you?
Fabulous. How are you?
Really good, thank you. Thank you for calling in. Now, is there something you wanted me to focus on today?
I would like to know if there's any of my loved ones around.
Great. It was funny, I was just chatting about that this morning, saying, I can't wait to connect to Spirit today. Okay, so obviously you've said loved ones, so we know that there's a few in Spirit. I want to first address, there's a couple of ladies coming through together, and I feel like I want to go to almost a feeling of like mum and sister, or they're not far apart in age. So let me get some more info. They're actually characters. So they've got a good sense of humour and a good sense of fun. And I want to acknowledge that you have this as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because it's like I'm making the most of every opportunity to have a good laugh. So would this be your mum and auntie in Spirit?
No, my mum is living.
Okay. So where are the two? These are two. I feel like I want to go to two sisters in Spirit. And it's almost like they're on one side and then we've got the gentleman coming through on the other. So it's like both from different sides of the family.
I'm sorry, you're saying a gentleman and a woman from different sides of the family?
The two ladies are from one side of the family and there's a gentleman coming in from the other. He's not related to them as in possibly through marriage, but not genetically related, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay. I can't think of the two women at all, to be honest, the sisters.
Yep.
I'm doing that thing where I'm like, what? Drawing the blank. I need a little more, I would think.
Yeah, look, I'll get some more info as we go. But now we've also got the gentleman stepping in, and I feel like he's the main one that's stepping in around you, and it's almost like he's your protector. And I feel like you sense him around, or he's referring to that. There's something around a letter A. He's flashing up an A, and I'm not 100% sure that fits with his name, but it's like the A is in reference, and it's in cursive writing.
It's in what?
Cursive writing. So, like it's not just a normal A, it's like in a scroll. Yeah. But I feel like that's relevant.
There isn't anything, like I have a male family member who passed and his middle name starts with an A. And then probably the male gentleman I'd hope to hear from the most, an A. I can't think of what.
Right. So the gentleman that you're hoping to hear from, is this a partner? Because I feel like there's somebody that's quite connected. There is an older gentleman, but there's somebody that's closer to your age who passed suddenly.
Oh, my gosh. No, I
Yeah,
haven't
he's
lost
stepping.
a partner.
Okay. All right. Because somebody is, it's almost like he's around your age. There's something in reference to the older gentleman, and maybe this is towards grandfather. He's the protector, but this other one that's sort of coming through was like younger and past, almost like past before his time is what he's showing me.
Yeah.
There's a few of them up there.
I know. I have like a cousin. Like I have a couple cousins who passed young, like definitely before their time. And then I, of course, have some friends pass too.
You have who's passed as well?
Pardon me?
Who did you just say then is the last one who's passed?
I've had some friends pass, but I haven't had like
direct family member. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, because it's like there's something around. I'll go into what they're showing me because there's something around a message that I need to get through to you. There's something around you taking a look at what you're doing at the moment, and I almost feel like there's a change warranted. And the way that they're coming through with that, it's like there's something exciting for you, but we're not on the right track yet.
Oh.
Have you just changed tracks, or have you just changed paths? I feel like I want to go to. I'm being guided to swap something.
Well, I haven't changed what I'm doing, but I added something in, like something that should benefit me health-wise and benefit others health-wise. So I'm wanting to stay on the same track.
Right. And that's quite spiritual based as well, yeah?
Yeah.
Because that's what up to you. Okay. There's something around that. What you've stepped into, that I feel is right, and it's like that part of it's fine, but there's something else that needs to shift for you to step fully into that. So I feel like there's just something stopping you right at this point in time.
Yeah, well, I actually do what you do for reading, and I need to change. I need to change them because I'm getting too much info and they're getting too long. So I actually need to figure out how to make them shorter. Essentially. So I think that's probably what they're referring to.
Yeah, because it's like there's all this amazing stuff, but it's like I do want to go to a little bit like you're holding yourself back. So it's almost like, and it was a bit like that earlier message that I said, we have to sometimes surrender and trust. And it's almost like that's where you're at. The more you let go of what you think it needs to be, the more it's going to step in. And it's almost like spirit come to you and they throw you off guard a bit. And it's they're laughing because it's like you've got, like you're quite talented and you've got it all within you. You don't need to go and even learn anything, but you're a little bit fearful of stepping fully into it. So I'm feeling like I'm dipping my foot in the water, and I'm like, I know I'm on the right track, but I'm scared to jump into the water.
Yeah, well, and I think too, like I have a good clientele, and I'm nervous that they're not going to like the changes too, right? Like they're used to my cards, and I'm like, well, I'm going to have to ditch them because my readings are too long right now. Like 2 hours is ridiculous. So I need to
absolutely
ditch them. Yeah.
Look, and you will get that easily. It's almost like I just want to put it out there and say my bookings are an hour and that's it. And it's like letting spirit know that's where it's at. I'm starting here and I'm finishing there. And I know when I started, it was the same. And it's like you get into the zone, so you're not even aware of time. And I had to do the same. I had to say, Spirit, I've got 15 minutes. Give it to me quick because I don't have, a longer time frame when sometimes I'm doing shows and things. So for you, I just feel like you need to just declare that and say, okay, Spirit, I've got this amount of time. Give it to me as I need to. There's also something with aligning with you. I want to go further afield. So I don't know where you're currently reading, but I want to go and connect with others. And I almost see you doing similar to me in that you're doing retreats as well, where you're getting the spiritual-based people together and we're linking and we're creating groups.
Yeah.
So it's like that will be a great thing. And it's almost like people connect with you and they want more of it. So it's like even after having a reading, they still want to reconnect with you. You know, like it's not that they need another reading, but they want to more or less be in amongst your presence. So it's like a real credit to you because what you bring to the table is great.
Thank you. Yeah, they almost become extended family.
Yeah. You're brilliant at trance. I see you like trancing, so I'm feeling like I'm morphing into something. So almost like when I get connection, I almost feel like I merge quite strongly with spirit for you. And it's interesting that when you've rung in today about connecting with your, those in spirit, I often find sometimes when you do this work, your protectors and guides are quite strong for the connecting medium to go through. So sometimes it's like we have to prove ourselves even more.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense. But I still feel like you've stepped into with the readings and things, but you're still going to step up into them more and there's going to be a slight variety. So I almost feel like I don't know whether you're already out there, putting yourself out there in like psychic, I don't know, like we have over here markets and fairs and things that a lot of psychics go to. It's like I just want to put myself out there being you.
Yeah, I'm actually just started doing one social kind of thing down at the lake.
Yep.
But I have to start the proper gathering, I guess, where I feel like I fit. Like I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a little particular, I guess. But I'm not a fan of certain gatherings. I don't want to offend anybody, but I'm not particular.
I totally get that, what you're saying.
Like stuff in the light, I guess, right?
Yeah.
You know,
I've got to go on to my next. Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. You've got to. I've done it before. Sometimes where I've gone, I didn't feel in alignment, but I've pushed myself to do it. Then I've looked back and gone, I should not have done that. So you're spot on with that. I've got to go on to my next caller, but I'd love you. Please contact me on my Facebook page. I'd love to connect more with you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, shoot me a message. That'd be great.
Okay, thank you so much.
No worries, Carla. Thank you. All right, I've got to go on to my next reading, Lauren from Christiansburg, Virginia. Lauren, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I've got a grandmother for you. Does that resonate, a grandmother in spirit who you were close to?
I do not have a grandmother in spirit I was close to.
You don't?
No.
Okay. Well, I've got an older lady who I feel had a close connection to you. She felt very grandmotherly. She's not very tall, and it's like she's stepping in to give me info for you. So I'm not sure exactly where she fits, but I'll get a bit of information off her.
Okay.
Maybe we're a great grandmother. I feel like I want to go to Mum's side though with her. All right. So you've got talents that you haven't stepped into yet. So I'm almost like I feel like I'm making decisions around what I'm going to do for work.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like I'm weighing up at the moment. But I almost want to say to you, there's something totally different to what you're thinking of. So is there a couple of things that you've been weighing up as far as stepping into?
Yes, a few things regarding my future, like with my work, my twin daughters, future partners, things like that.
Yeah. So you got twin daughters. How cute.
Yes.
You're very cute. Big eye. I can see like big eyes. I'm like, but they're very interconnected, which quite often twins are. You're quite in tune psychically, and they are the same. So it's almost like they're very gifted. The twins, I want to say, very. It's almost like they're sort of very wise. I just feel like they watch a lot of things and take notice and observe things, and it's almost like they can see more than just what we see with our eyes in this human world. But they get that from you. In regards to your work, there's something around a change and an opportunity coming up that's going to change your work and where you are at the moment. I want to go to what they're showing me with that is that we're not 100% happy. There's a few things that don't really sit right with you at work, and we want to change that up. So it's almost like there's something that's going to come in that'll enable you to do something different. And I want to say it's totally different to what you've done before.
So I'm currently, what's different from before is I'm currently working factory work. I do enjoy it more. I do enjoy the type of job more than I'm used to. I'm used to like customer service, retail. I do enjoy it more than that. But I'm just hoping I'm able to excel in what I'm doing.
Yeah, it's like it's almost like that's not where you're going to stop. So it's like I'm moving into something else. So there's something, but I feel it is different to what you're doing at this right now. It still might be within the same company, but it's like being offered something else. And I want to say something with a bit more flexible hours. So it's almost like I feel like with this opportunity, it's like you're going to go, wow, that suits me so much better.
Yes, I definitely do that.
Yeah. It's like it just, like it's, of course, having children and working, it's a juggling act. Where is the father of the twins?
I'm not seeing him currently.
No,
he does help me with caring for them and taking care of them. He does help in that sense, but he lives 2 hours away.
Yeah, that's because I felt like he's not with you. So it's like, I'm a single mom. I'm on my own. And it's like that work. It's almost like it works better now that you're not together than it ever did when you were together. So things happen for a reason. But there's also somebody around you. So I want to say, like, are you in another relationship now, or there's somebody's around with potential to be in a relationship with you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I'm kind of, when I connect with that, I'm a little bit excited.
Yes. Yeah, he's definitely different from what I'm used to, and a lot better in the sense of for me and my kids.
Yeah. And he's very caring, and he's got a big heart, and he really wants to look out for you. And he's not, I want to say with connecting with him, he's very selfless. So he would do everything for everybody else, and totally different to your past partners who probably weren't like that, or I don't feel that was, they prioritized themselves. This one, he prioritizes everybody else. And he has a lot of unconditional love within him. So it's like he would take on the twins like they were his.
Yes, that is spot on.
Yeah, he's awesome. So you've done very well there. The two of you, there's going to be some really, I see you two building from foundation. So it's almost like what they're showing me is there will be a coming together and the two of you growing. And it's almost like I feel like I'm growing my wealth together. So I'm like getting my house and then having another house. I even feel like I want to say there's a lot of success in your union. And I feel like, what Spirit's showing me is that when the two of you met, there was this coming together, and I feel for the two of you hadn't felt that way before with somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is
I do have one question.
Yeah,
if that's okay. Kind of like back to the subject on the older woman, the one that kind of took like a grandmother's place. What are you kind of getting from that?
It's like she was excited to connect with you today. So that's why I felt like she was very relevant and almost like she's your little guardian, and she's a powerhouse. So she's very hardworking, very much like you. But I do want to say with her coming forward, it's like she puts her arms around you and she wants you to know that it's all going to be okay. So I feel like whether there's been something in the back of your mind you've been worrying over, I want to say it is going to work out and be okay, is what she's telling me.
Yeah. That's exactly right.
Yeah. So it's like, don't worry. Don't feed into the worry. It's not, you know how sometimes we catastrophize things in our head? Don't do it because it's not going to be relevant to you. So just let it go and connect to that feeling that I am fine. This is going to be great and I can get through this. I'm very strong, is what she's showing me. So it's like she's the healing element here.
Yes. Yes, I had lost my mom when I was 17, and I'm 21 now. Yeah, and I lost her. She had gotten cancer, and it's been really hard for me these past couple of years, and it's been on my mind quite heavy, especially after having kids a couple of years later. And I think that might be where the grandmother's place comes in.
Yeah. And don't doubt your mum will be around you as well. She will be giving you signs, like being the family person that she was. She'll connect through the children. I feel like I want to say one of the children's like mum. Now, I'm going to get wrapped up. Please message me on Australia's Psychic Cowgirl and I will continue some info for you, Lauren.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for ringing. I've got to run. Australia's Psychic Cowgirl signing off. Woo!
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall, psychic all the way from the Gold Coast here in Australia. It's a beautiful, crisp winter's morning here, so we'll keep the show moving along because I don't want to get too cold, and I hope you're having an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are around the globe of us. Now, this week we've got the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Hanged Man. Now, this is one I don't think we've featured on the show very often. It's the card of getting stronger in oneself. After a lot of deliberating and delaying, you're finally on the right track. And one of the things that my students always ask is, isn't the card upside down? No, he is meant to be hanging upside down. He's not meant to be upright, because this is where you're starting to get stronger in yourself, because you're starting to look at things maybe through a different set of eyes, or finally just coming to the truth of the matter of the situations or the issues that you've been dealing with after you've deliberated and you've delayed on it and you've looked at it from every possible angle. You finally know that you're on the right track and you can proceed forward with great gusto. So this week we're sort of moving into a very big astrological event, and I mean, for those of you that watch the show regularly, you know I quite often talk about the moon. But this week on August 30, I was nearly going to say November 30. I'm trying to wish the year away, and I'm not, but we won't do that just yet. So on August 30 this year, what is known as a dark moon or the black moon. Now, for those of you that don't have a clue what I'm talking about, what this means is that we've had 2 new moons in one calendar month, and that's why it's called a black moon or a dark moon. Some people are talking about it as being a super moon. Look, I don't get too excited when they sort of write up about it's a super moon, or, you know, it's sort of like the moon is the moon. The emotions are the emotions, and the emotions are what governs us as human beings. And each month we have one full moon and one new moon, and sometimes we have a second full moon, which is the blue moon, or sometimes we have a second new moon, which is the black moon, or the dark moon, which is what's happening this month. So the new moon or the black moon this month is in Virgo. So it's interesting because it's going to ask each and every one of us to delve into our emotions, and it's going to ask us to put our Virgo hat on, which means that we've got to be logical, practical, we've got to pull everything apart. It's like we've got to analyse every single solitary thing that's going on in our lives. Now, for some of us, it's going to be a very confronting new moon. because there's going to be so much other activity in Virgo. We've actually got a plethora of planets sitting in Virgo. So I just want to quickly run through those that are joining the new moon on the 30th of this month. And bearing in mind, all these planets are holding hands. It's like they're all in a row. So we kick it off with Mercury. The planet of communication is holding hands with the new moon. Then the new moon is holding hands with the sun, which is where our ego and drive comes from. The sun is holding hands with Mars, the planet of action and making us get up out of bed and sort of want to be motivated. And he's holding hands with the planet Venus, the planet of love and communication. So to round all that off, we're going to have some very tricky times with communication that are going to be quite emotional, and everybody's going to be jockeying for position, trying to get their voice across or get their opinion across because it's the only one that matters. Now, this could spark some very fiery debates, particularly about things that we're very passionate about or things that we feel ownership about. Now, at the same time, it's going to be sort of like you're going to be sort of dissecting this, putting it under the microscope and sort of asking yourself, how does this affect you? How does this really sort of come into my little world? And it's like, I don't really want to know about yours. I'm only bothered about mine. So that in the midst of all this, we have the new moon energy, which is asking us to look at things in a fresh new perspective, release things that are no longer serving us, and start to look for innovative new ways of coming to terms with or making changes in our lives, particularly on an emotional level. So I'm just warning you again, it's not going to be the easiest of new moons this month, but it is going to be a time where I think we can get to the bottom of a lot of issues. And a bit like the Hanged Man, after all the deliberating and delaying that's been going on in our lives, we finally see the truth. We finally see the pathway forward. And I believe from that we can have some major, major breakthroughs. It's just a pity the politicians around the world don't get on board with what's happening with the new moon. Maybe they will. We'll give them a benefit of the doubt. So anyway, the famous person I want to focus on this week is one of the world's leading actors, and I don't know that this man really needs any introduction, but I'm going to talk about Tommy Lee Jones. And Tommy Lee Jones is a Libra, and that really surprised me because he plays such gutsy roles and he's always sort of so forthright and sort of takes you along for the journey as well in whatever role that he's played. And I know I've watched many, many movies with him in it, and each time it's like you sort of just get captivated and get taken along for the journey. So I suppose that's where his Librian energy comes in, that he enables you to sort of really sort of get involved with the character that he's playing and see it from both sides of the equation, the good and the bad. And I'm seeing him in some, very not so nice roles where he's been the baddie, and I've seen him in other roles where he's sort of, really seeking the truth and sort of bringing the good things in life to justice. So there's many, many roles that this man's played, but I think one of my favourite roles would be the mini-series that was out many, many moons ago now called Lonesome Dove. And for those of you that don't know it, it's one of those classics that I think you really need to go back and look at. And it is based on a Western, and it's a really long series. And I mean, there's a number of DVDs in the series, but Lonesome Dove was the first one I saw. And it really captivated me that I had to go back and watch it a couple of times because there was just so many layers to the story. So for those of you that have seen Lonesome Dove, you'll know he played the role of Woodrow F. Call, Captain, and he was one of the Texas Rangers. So anyway, we're going to take our first caller, which is Heather in Port Hope, Ontario, Canada. Are you there, Heather?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, Heather. How can I help you today, sweet? Do you have a question I can work with?
Yeah, more looking about where my path is going.
Okay. All right. That's a very general sort of question, Heather, but we'll do what we can with it because sometimes when we ask a general sort of question like that, the powers that be on the other side get a little bit frustrated because they sort of think we could be a little bit more decisive. But the first thing that they're showing me is that this year, 2019 for you, has been about endings, change and transformation, but it's also been about delving inside yourself and understanding your triggers, understanding the things that make you the person that you are and what you've been evolving to become. But they're also now asking me to sort of ask you to put your hand up and sort of say, this is what I want. It's like you've really now got to become proactive in as much as this is what I want out of the next stage of my life. I want more. I deserve more. I've worked hard for more. So has there been some sort of study or some learning that's been going on this year? And it may not necessarily have been work-related. It could have been more about self-improvement or something that you've been interested in, that this has sort of helped shape the direction that you're now going in. Has there been something new that you've been working with?
There has. My husband passed away a couple of years ago now, and I've started dating again. So that would be the change. I've had a boyfriend for the past year.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that your husband passed away, but they were showing it to me more on the level of something that you were doing as if you were encompassing or learning something new. So did you take up a new hobby, or did you start looking into spirituality or learning different things?
I did start looking into spirituality as well, yes.
Yeah, because they're showing me that they want you to keep on that sort of path. It's sort of, you know, I appreciate it's been a very big learning curve for you since you lost your husband, and then sort of reorganising your life and having to go dating again, I think is quite daunting when you get past a certain age, isn't it? That, you know, how the world has changed in that direction. But I also sort of feel that this is opening you up to a lot more new experiences. So would it be fair to say, Heather, that somewhere in this next 12 months we might be looking to make some fairly serious decisions about what the next step is in the relationship?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, because I feel that's something that the both of you have sort of thought about, but the energy that your new man is giving me, your boyfriend is giving me, is he doesn't want to rush you. He wants to make sure that you're ready for this next step. You know, he was ready a long time ago, but he's very aware of that you've been through such a change in your life that you have to be the one that is not so much leading the charge, but sort of showing him that you're ready for something more than what you have.
Yeah, that makes sense. He says that sometimes, so.
Yeah, I just sort of feel by about March next year, I think we're sitting down and having a conversation about what next. You know what I mean? We get through the holiday season and we enjoy that in a sort of a fun sort of way, and then sort of, you know, we start the new year and then it's sort of down to business.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, and it is good because I feel the two of you are very, very connected, and that's not taking away from what you shared with your late husband. I mean, that chapter of your life will always remain very important and very significant, but, you know, we do have the capability of loving again, and loving again in a different, deeper sort of way. You know, each relationship or each serious relationship like this has its own merit. You know, it doesn't mean you loved one person more than the other. It's just they're different.
Right.
Yeah, and don't let anybody tell you that you don't have the right to happiness again. You do.
No, that's right, you do.
Yes, and I know your late husband would want that for you. He would want you to be moving on and being happy, and, you know, that's what life's meant to be.
Okay.
Yeah, so don't look at it as, you know, is there a certain timetable that we have to abide by before we can sort of reach out and take the next branch of happiness? There is no timetable. You know, that's just people's perceptions of how long it should be. They're not the one walking in your shoes. And as long as you're the one that's comfortable with the pace that your life's going at, you're the only person you have to answer to.
Yeah, that answers a question of mine as well. So.
Yeah, and it's always hard, Heather, because people have this perception of when you've become widowed that all of a sudden you've lost half your brain. You didn't lose half your brain. You lost your husband. And it's something that it doesn't matter, I think, whatever age we might experience that, and I have been through it, so I can speak firsthand at it. And it's like people don't sort of understand that there's so many processes that you have to go through to regain who you are after such a loss like that. But it doesn't mean that you haven't got a brain, that you can't make decisions, that you can't make decisive decisions about where and when and how to do something, that each one of us is different. And if there's one thing I learned through that process was that everybody is individual. Everybody grieves and handles a loss in their own way, and there is no right or wrong way. And I can remember meeting a lady at a bus stop one day, and she must have been fairly intuitive, and she just held my hand and she said to me, "One day you'll wake up and the sky will be blue." And I thought about that, and I thought, oh, that's a nice way of putting things. And then she sort of hopped on her bus and I waited for mine. And it was the most comforting words that somebody said to me at that time, because it made sense that, you know, when you first go through the early stages of grief, everything looks very grey and bleak and you don't know what to do, and you've got a lot of decisions to make and a lot of choices and changes, and, you know, there seems to be so much at the very beginning that needs to be done, and then everybody disappears and then you're left to pick up the pieces and reorganise your life. And there is some grey days, but one day you do wake up and the sky is blue and you're ready to take the reins to life again. And I feel that's what she was talking about. And those words rung true for me for many, many years. And every time I might have had a day where I was feeling a little bit sorry for myself at my loss, I would remember her words, and that would give me great comfort. And, you know, as I've taught people over the years, there is no bus timetable for grief. You'll know when you're ready to take your step out into the world and you're ready to have a new relationship or move or whatever the case may be. And it's got to be entirely your choice, Heather. And I know that you're well and truly on your path, and you know exactly where you're going and what you want to achieve. And don't let anybody tell you that. Yeah, and it's your turn now, Heather.
Okay.
So I can only wish you well, because I know you've got a lot of amazing things to look forward to. So just grab everything with both hands and don't look backwards.
Okay. Can I ask one quick question?
Yeah, sure.
Your opinion on, let's say, your opinion on signs from the afterlife, right then.
Oh, look, I believe that, you know, there is an afterlife. I've always believed that. And I've always believed that our spirit guides or our guardian angels are people that we were emotionally connected to. That's always been my personal belief. And people sort of often ask me, well, how come not everybody decides to come back and give us a message? And my argument for that is that some people, whether they've had a belief in spirituality or the afterlife here on earth, doesn't necessarily constitute how they see it from the other side. You know, some people find it easier to connect with us and others don't. And it doesn't mean one's stronger than the other. I think what you need to do if you're looking for a sign or sort of a message from your late husband is look at something that means something to you. You know, you might walk out and the photos are crooked on the mantle, and he knows that that would annoy you. So that's his way of connecting or getting a message to you. Sometimes it comes through a song. Sometimes it'll be something that you see on the TV. It can be a street sign. There's many different methods of them being able to connect with us. But please be assured, nobody's ever come through and told me they don't like it there, or they're not comfortable there, or they're still in pain, or whatever the case may be. I've never had anybody tell me that. They always are with us, regardless of whether we know it or not. They never really leave us. So, you know, if they felt we were really on the wrong path, I think they'd get a message through to us in some sort of way that, hey, maybe you better think about things a little bit differently. And sometimes when you just get a very strong feeling, that's them putting that message in your head. You know, if this is the way that you
feelings I quite often experienced. So.
Yeah, and that'll be your husband giving you a message. You know, he mightn't be able to come down and have a cup of coffee with you at the kitchen table, but that's as good as, you know. And I always suggest to people, if you've got a question for someone that's passed over, ask them out aloud before you go to sleep, and tell them you want the answer in your mind first thing in the morning. So then whatever your first thought is first thing in the morning, that's the answer direct from them. And if you look at it along those ways, you'll find then that increases it's like exercise. The more we do, the better we become at it. So the more we try and give them a way to connect with us at a time that is appropriate for us, the stronger the connection becomes. So, your husband's with you all the time and he just wants to see you smile and be happy again.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I appreciate that.
You're very, very welcome, Heather. We're going to have to leave it there because we're going to go to Vass in London, in England. Are you there, Vass?
Hello?
Hello, Vass. How can I help you, sweetie?
Hi. I just basically I need some directional clarity with regards to where I'm at the moment in terms of my life purpose and what's going on in terms of the fears that I'm going through.
Okay. All right, Vass. The first thing that they're showing me is that I don't know that the picture of your life is completely formulated at the moment. It's like there's many possibilities and there's many different choices or directions that you could go. Now, I'm not saying that to be flippant. I'm saying to you that there's lots of things that have come in and out of your mind this year, but none of them have really been something that I want to grab hold of, that I want to sort of hang on to and say, this is what I want. So until we get that, I want to sort of say to you, just take it very gently. Don't be in too much of a hurry to try and make long-term decisions or choices yet until that something really grabs you. When it really grabs you and you want to hang on to it and you don't want to let go of it, then that's the way that you need to go moving forward. It's also been a year of where I feel we've got into the depths of your mind and really cleared out a lot of old things, like old memories that you've hung on to, old lessons, all those sort of things have come to the surface. We've looked at them, we've processed them, we've put them where we need them to go, and then we've let go of them. And that's a good thing. This is opening you up for the changes that are coming up. And I know this hasn't been the easiest of years because you sort of thought at the beginning of this year things were going to unfold and things were going to be amazing and it was going to be a really positive, upbeat year. And it's like, well, here we are nearly at the end of August and what have I done? Well, you can't sort of turn around and say, this is what I've achieved on a level that we can count it. But let me assure you, you've done an awful lot of work on yourself, which is going to hold you in good stead for the changes that are coming about. I do feel that it's almost like you've been reborn. You've become a completely different person to what you were at the beginning of the year. And that's a good thing because I feel that there was many things there that you were holding on to that were weighing you down, that weren't really productive in your life, and they were causing things to be sort of out of balance. So as we sort of move forward from about the 1st of September this year, I think you'll start to sort of feel some momentum, some energy starting to build, and you'll start to feel a lot more positive. And it's like, wow, I'm starting to get flashes of things that I might be interested in or a direction that I could be going. So was there a relationship that broke up this year, Vass?
The relationship broke up in 2014, but it's kind of like, yeah.
But was it just the fact that you finally came to terms with everything that was connected to that you sort of finally put all the pieces into the puzzle and were able to release it?
I've done a lot of forgiveness work.
Right, okay. Yeah, but that's the same thing as being able to put all the pieces into the puzzle and letting go of it, being able to sort of say, well, that's it, it's now complete. I feel that was really important because that, you not being able to forgive until this year was holding you back as an individual.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good. There will be new love. I don't feel it's too far away now before we attract somebody new into your life. I've got a man here with brown hair and green to hazily coloured eyes who's got a bit of a cheeky looking smile. And please don't be offended when I say this, but it's like I want to get him and take him to the dentist because his teeth are crooked. Every time he smiles, he's got this most beautiful smile, but he's got 2 teeth that are sort of crooked, and it's like I want to get the pliers and straighten them up. But, they're not rotten or anything like that. They're just crooked, and it's sort of like, you know, it sort of ruins this beautiful smile he's got. But a really, really lovely man. I feel he's been on his own for some time. I think he went through a very emotional time too that he needed to sort of work through and process and all those sort of things. So life is certainly going to be on more of an upward swing for you as we head, you know, from the 1st of September onwards towards the end of the year. Halfway through next year, I feel, Vass, that there will be a big decision about whether you're going to stay in the current job that you're in, or is it time to start looking for something new. I feel it'll be time to start looking for something new, but certainly rewards are starting to come back to you this year. And it's like all the hard work, all the effort that you've done is now finally starting to pay off. It's interesting because that forgiveness work that you did on yourself, I don't think that was only just to do with the relationship. I feel that went way back over a number of issues. And I'd almost even say a number of lifetimes where you came into this lifetime where you did a number of the same lessons over and over and over again. And it's like you forgave yourself for everything that you'd never completed before, or things that you'd always sort of buried away. You were never good at confronting your emotions until this year, and that's a good thing. That's a huge step forward, to be able to confront your emotions, deal with them, own what part you were responsible for, but also release the parts that you weren't responsible for, that you couldn't have changed even if you wanted to. As much as you tried to, things didn't change. So I think you deserve a packet of gold stars, Vass, for the work that you've done on yourself this year. And I can only wish you well with everything that's coming your way, because you've got a really good life coming towards you now, and that's very exciting.
Thank you so much.
You're very, very welcome. So it's an interesting year this year astrologically. There's lots of people like Vass that have been doing a lot of work on themselves and sort of wondering what it's all been about. You know, where am I heading? Why am I going this way? And I think it's been a time where people are sort of certainly becoming more enlightened. And as we become more enlightened, I think we ask the tougher questions of ourselves, like, where am I going? What am I responsible for? Why did I end that relationship? Why did I get attracted to that person? Why did I take that sort of job? And these are very healthy questions that I think we all need to ask ourselves, you know, fairly regularly, to make sure that we know exactly where our lives are going, so that we are still the master of our own universe, that we are the one driving the car, even though I do believe destiny and fate and free will and all those sort of things come into it. I still believe to a certain point our lives are mapped out for us. Where our free will comes in is when we get to the intersection, do we turn right or do we turn left? So it's an interesting sort of concept. But, you know, having spoken with Heather earlier in the show, and there's many people out there that I know that have lost people, you know, through death, and, you know, are struggling with the loss and sort of not sure what's right or wrong. Can I make a suggestion to those people? The best book that I ever read on grief was by Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, called On Death and Dying. Most good libraries have it. It's a very inexpensive book. And it's one of the books that I think that you can keep going back to and finding answers. Even if you just randomly open a page up, you'll find there's a message there for you. I found that book a great comfort. I still believe it's a relevant book today, and everything that Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross wrote on the subject, and she was an expert on, you know, changes in life. She wrote many, many books, but I believe that that was one of her better books. And one of my favourites, and the last one I read of hers, was The Wheel of Life, or something to that effect, where she wrote a book about her life and how she became such a grief expert. So I want to sort of leave you with that this week, because there may be somebody out there that needs a little bit of a helping hand, that's going through a tough time after a loss or a death in the family. So until next week, enjoy the black moon, and make sure that you are kind to each other, and make sure you listen to each other. It's a time when we can have some major breakthroughs, particularly with communication, and really sorting out who we are and where we're going as individuals in this amazing planet of ours. So until next week, bye for now, and be kind to each other.
Hi, I'm Ron, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio. on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
I'm so excited to have you guys all here. My name is Christina Watts. I'm known as the Divine Medium. If you guys don't know me and you're new, what we do on this show is we talk about spiritual stuff, and I'm a type of teacher in heaven, and I came to Earth in 2009 to kind of give the knowledge that I know from heaven. And I got a lot of followers on Facebook right now that are watching live. So if you are on Facebook, you can join Christina K, C-A-Y, Watts, live on Facebook, and throw me some of your questions there. And we'll, after this show off iHeartRadio and iHeart1 and Moonstruck TV, we are going to go and continue live on Facebook for a little bit and finish off these questions. Now, our first question of the night is from Johanna Carrion. She asks, when we daze out, quote unquote, like we are eating and just stop and stare, that someone has to say, hello, Earth to Johanna, why does this happen? Well, sometimes our soul tends to go off, kind of like when you're sleeping, your body is in relax mode and it's sleeping, and your soul's off doing all kinds of things. So you don't have to necessarily wait around for the body to wake up. So your soul's off doing stuff. So sometimes this happens when you're in your waking state and you're driving, and all of a sudden you get from one point to another and you're like, how the heck did I get here? So it works the same exact way. Okay, next one's from Ray Lukács. I'm hoping I'm saying that name right. Since planets don't really move backwards in their orbits, why is everyone blaming their problems on retrograde? Okay, so I did a whole blog on my website, thedivinemedium.com, on retrograde to kind of give people kind of a heads up, how's this work and what to expect. So if I told you that a train moving faster past a slower moving train, and the slower one appears to be moving backwards, but of course that is not at all true. They are both moving forward, but the slower train just appears like it's moving backwards. Retrograde planet works the same exact way. By essentially a faster moving planet is passing a slower moving planet, creating the illusion that a slower planet is moving backwards or retrograding, quote unquote. For this illusion to appear in this way, it takes a lot of energy to pull it off, okay? This isn't something that just whim, bam, bam, it happens. Energy that throws the alignment of energy in connection, bonding with spirit and physical, causes upon realms of all types, our physical, our spiritual, everything. So it takes a lot of work to pull this off, okay? If you look at a clock and it suddenly starts going backwards, you would think you're going cuckoo. A planet moving in retrograde motion is just like the clock. In doing so, the retrograde energy is asking you and asking your mind to kind of align and adjust to the temporary flux in the messages communicating with energy, okay? So when you see this kind of illusion happening, your mind kind of has to adjust to what's actually happening, okay? It's like putting the mind into another time zone. So just think of getting off a plane and you have jet lag and you're trying to adjust to a new time zone. It's the same kind of energy effect. Electronics get cattywampus, your emotions get cattywampus, and everything in space affects us. You can't go a day and think, oh, I'm just going to keep living the same energy over and over again. It's not going to happen. You know when you look at those weird puzzles and you have to kind of fixate your eyes on the puzzle and then it creates the picture past your eyes. You have to kind of fixate your eyes. Retrograde is kind of the same way. You kind of have to fixate your eyes to see the full picture, okay? Okay, our next question comes from Melissa Ream. What has been your favorite life so far? Well, that's a doozy. I've had many lives, and I'm probably going to say the Mary Magdalene life was probably one of my top favorites. Being president one time was kind of cool. didn't like how my ending went, but it was actually kind of cool. I've had many lives with, like the fairyland and the mermaids. Those are kind of relaxing. It's kind of like a vacation away from Earth. So, but honestly, my top one would probably be Mary Magdalene. I really, really enjoyed that life. Okay, Melissa Ream again asks, you are a teacher in heaven. Can we know your name up there? Okay, so I am a teacher in heaven, and my name is obviously Mary, and that is my essence, my soul essence. But I'm also a warrior in heaven. I have many jobs in heaven, just like I have many jobs here. I sing, I'm a medium, I'm an artist. So you have many gifts here, you have many gifts in heaven. Okay, so my warrior essence name, essence, if you will, because we don't really get hung up on names, we get hung up on energy feelings or our soul recognition. So we don't really get hung up on names and category. But if you were to call me a name, it would be Sahara, aka Zara, here on Earth, okay? Using Earth's language. I communicate with water creatures or races that use aquatica, like a nature of aquatica. And I also do with ridding and removing dark from beings that these beings that I deal with seek to plague and corrupt people and places. And I use a Jesus's blood angelic armor that I place over these areas and these people to kind of demolish what's going on around them, to kind of remove the energy, and I'm assisting and protecting the angels with it while I'm here. However, I am restricted by the body to kind of be free in the spirit sense to be able to do what I really can do in heaven. So I'm kind of a little bit restricted, so I do have to count on them for things. So, okay, next question. I'm going to skip anybody here. Mary Maltese Giuseppe, when do you think the Vatican became dark? It must not have started that way, right? Sad to say, Mary, yes. Its main goal was to kind of corrupt and control. I know that there was really good, amazing people that, wanted to start this whole thing to enlighten and kind of be like peace workers, but then you have the other aspect of people that want to control it. And the second you start taking out books of the Bible, you no longer have something pure and with good intent, okay? Jessica Popish, what happens to another person's soul contract when someone who was to be a part of it commits suicide? Okay, so this is a really good question, Jessica. But nothing happens by chance. All these paths that are taken are documented, are planned out, are agreed upon, and consented. The biggest thing here is you want to finish out you want to do everything possible, as hard as it is here, to finish out your life. You do not want to waste the time and not finish it out, because if you finish it out too early, then you're not getting the full effect of learning. There's a difference between reading a book and actually jumping into the story and living it out. You have to live it out. You can't just vicariously read about it. Okay. So I want to kind of use an example for this. I have my notes here. I'm kind of keeping my my ADHD in control today. But so a son wants to be with his mother. His mother dies. He is overstricken with grief, and he just wants to be with her. So he commits suicide. The son does get to see his mother. God is so great and loving in his ways that he understands the hardships of being here on earth. And the son will have to learn how to forgive himself for leaving too soon, because coming to earth is a gift of learning, and you don't want to waste that gift. You don't want to let it be in vain. So you must try everything you can to stay as long as you can. Karma has to be balanced in order for a soul to fully learn from the experience and the perspective of the experience, okay? So karma will get balanced out with that. Okay, question, do dead people ever lie? is interesting. No, they do not. They have no reason to. They're in heaven. They're all knowing. So communication is all telepathic. So if it's all telepathic, everybody kind of knows what everybody's thinking. So there's no sense in lying, and there's no sense in lying to me because I communicate telepathically. And I not only communicate telepathically, I feel everything that the soul's going through as well. So you can't kind of hide that from me. So there's no gain in them lying to me, to any other spirits in heaven. Everybody kind of just knows what's going on. So who picked our guides out? Our guides. This comes from Melissa Ream. Melissa gives a lot of questions, and I love them. So she asks, who picked our guides? We picked our guides. Our soul came up with the soul contract that we wanted to learn from. It's, again, like a big buffet of learning, and we decide what we want to learn from, who we want to learn from. The people in our lives typically do tend to come and repeat lives with us. It's our soul family that come in. So let's say, for example, your dad was your brother at one time. In this life, he decided to be your dad. So everybody has their role to play. But yes, you pick your guides, and you usually pick your guides based off of how you trust them, or what maybe you want to learn from them, or maybe what they want to learn from you. Because I think a lot of people think that guides aren't learning while they're doing this with you, and they truly are. They're learning themselves. My guide Maria is constantly learning things from me, especially because I'm stubborn. So she definitely learns from me and how to handle me. And Yvonne over there can detest to that. So yes, you pick your own guides out. Melissa Ream, again, is our soul made with spiritual gifts, or do we get enlightened and come into something? Okay, here's what I'm going to tell you on that. I think a lot of people think that they don't have gifts, or they think that they have to be a psychic medium, empath, spiritualist to have these amazing gifts and be popular. And I think a lot of that has to do with the ego. Because when you look internally and you really take hold of what your gifts are, they're very interesting to you. So with Melissa Ream, I would say she is a protector and a listener. And her gifts are special to her. And just because they're not a psychic medium doesn't mean they're not important, because everyone's gifts that they decided to come in with are important, no matter how minuscule somebody else might look at it. There are some, you have to be born with the gifts of communication to spirit. Now, everybody can hear their guides. It's training yourself to listen better. Now, listening to spirit, like how I do it every day, is a little different, and that is something you're born with. You can't just train for it. That's not something you can get trained. Now, one of my energies that I came in with in 2009 was to help those that have gifts feel their gifts, understand their gifts, and better use their gifts. That is one of the energies I bring in. I am here to kind of pull that energy out of them so that they can understand and take hold of their gifts better than what they would have had before. And just being around me and listening to the teachings is going to help them do this. So yes, in a way, if you enlighten in your own gift, but you have to be born with them. You can't sit there and say, oh, I wish I could be a medium. I'm going to tell you right now, you do not wish to be this. This is very difficult. You have a lot of responsibility. I think people that willy-nilly think that they can just do this are going to really have to face themselves when they pass and face their life review, because if this wasn't a gift in the first place and they're pushing it on themselves, they can really mess somebody's life up. So I have a lot of responsibility. And if I don't listen to my guides on what I'm supposed to be saying, I can get myself in trouble. I will be the one in trouble, not the person that's listening to me. So I take great responsibility on what I do, what I say, because it could hurt somebody if I am not careful. I have to listen to what my guides are telling me. And I don't just answer willy-nilly. And I think that's what a lot of people expect me to do, is just whiff off some answers. And I don't do that. I like to sit calmly, listen quietly to my guides. It might take 5 minutes, might take 10 minutes. It might take 2 minutes. Just depends on the person's energy. But I don't like to just flat out give answers, because they're not my answers to give in the first place. I am just a telephone in a way to give the answers. Okay. Melissa Ream, why is dark so heavy on some souls? Okay. Dark, God allowed dark to be here on earth because this is a learning area where there's a yin and yang energy going on. There's two sides of every story. There's two angles to every learning. So you can't enjoy joy and peace and love unless you experience some darker sides. How can you really appreciate love and peace and happy joy unless you've gone through hard times to really appreciate it? Like when somebody gets really, really sick, they really appreciate health after they've gotten sick. And then they get well and they really are grateful and appreciative that they got to see that side so that they can better appreciate being healthy again. Without dark, we cannot appreciate the joys that Earth has to offer us. Okay, so it's very, very important. God allows dark to teach us these good and bad aspects so that we can better appreciate it. Okay. Okay, next question is Cynthia Fleming. What does it mean when you have the same dream over and over again, and each time it goes a little further than before? Well, Cynthia, you kind of actually answered your own question without even knowing it. When you said here about each time it goes a little further, well, that's the whole point. The dream is slowly giving you a message. And each time you go into it, it's just, you're discovering more and you're learning more. And that's the whole point of a dream repeating. And until you get the message, the dream won't repeat. So let me give an example. Christina, the person that was in this vessel before, she had dreams way back in probably 2000 and about wearing a uniform, a police uniform that wasn't of Johnstown where she lives. The uniform was black and the uniforms here are kind of like a navy color. And she kept having dreams that she sees a rape happen. She chases after the guy and she calls in everything. So it's not like her not to call in, and she didn't call in. And long story short, she gets shot through her chest and she doesn't get discovered for 2 weeks. Her body lays there for 2 weeks because it's in like near an abandoned warehouse. So after the accident, those dreams stopped when I came because it stopped that path in its tracks. I did not become the police officer, even though I still had that energy and that drive to become a police officer, because she was still on this path with me when I decided to come in and she decided to leave. It's what's called a walk. I am what's called a walk-in. And I know a lot of people don't understand this, but a walk-in just basically agrees to walk in when the soul that's occupying the vessel no longer wants to live out that life. So instead of committing suicide or anything like that and savoring the vessel, the walk-in comes in and agrees to take on the life. However, the biggest thing with walk-ins is they're drastically different personalities going on. And I mean, there might be some similarities in maybe gestures or facial expressions or maybe the way they talk, but the likes and dislikes and the drive, like she was very depressed and I have a drive to do things and get out and go places, and she's a homebody. So I do struggle with that on occasion where she's fighting me and doesn't want to go anywhere and I'm stuck in the house and I really kind of want to go out and do something. So thanks, David. I know it's sad. I got to struggle with that, but you know, it is what it is. Okay. So Cynthia, just to kind of sum up your question, yes, dreams will repeat themselves, and they are very important when they do repeat themselves, because there is a message there. And the message to Christina was that it was like a heads up that that path won't happen, that she'll be taken across and I would take over. And the dream stopped, obviously, after that. And the uniform, go figure, was the OPD, the Orlando Police Department uniform when she moved to Florida 9 years later. Or wait, I should say 5 years later, but yeah. Okay, Strawberry followed up with why do some not dream or can't recall their dreams? This usually happens when a soul is doing so much work in their dream state that it's too much to contain and remember. Now, there is certain crystals that you can have around you that will help you recall dreams, but it's not going to be in like an overload like most people. And that might be because your soul is kind of tapering into learning. So it's taking its time with its learning. So it's gradually taking bits here and there back with it. Now, you might not think you're recalling things, but your soul is, and that's all that matters, basically, in the end of it. And Angela Black had asked the same thing. So I hope Angela Black and Strawberry get their answer with that. So, okay, we are 7 minutes in, or 7 minutes left to go. Okay, so Heather chose, why do some crystals crack, not break, but crack on the inside around a person? This has to do with their energy. Your energy corresponds with a crystal. For example, I have an angelite that's very baby blue, and when I have it in a window, it's absorbing, it's changing its energy to protect the house, so it tends to come off like a light gray, and it's no longer baby blue anymore. So it's kind of sad to see that baby blue go away because it's so beautiful, and then it gets this like dingy look to it, but at least I know it's doing its job. So crystals do, I'm sorry, my nose is so itchy. Crystals do change their molecular structure based off who and what is around them. Like sometimes even a selenite, you'll see will go even like, maybe there's clear parts to a selenite, and all of a sudden you'll see it go just bright white, and there's no clear anymore to it. Okay, it's almost like it filled itself up with more selenite. Okay, Tabitha Ray, what are some reasons people are not ready to hear their guides? A lot of the times it is because they are not ready to change things in their life that their spirit guides want to show them. So they're kind of stubborn, or they're comfortable and they don't want to. I think everybody is listening to their guides. They just don't want to admit to what their guides have them doing. So yeah, they don't want to move their feet, and their guides are telling go, 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 do, do, do. So, okay, let's see. Michelle Atkins, are you able to call someone into your dreams live or past? Actually, yes, you can. If you're feeling like you miss somebody, most of the time when you dream about a loved one, it is actually them. They are visiting you. So take this time to talk to them, to get to know them in their spirit form. And when it's somebody living, this usually happens when they're going through something and they're calling to your soul for help. Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, why would I do that with an ex-boyfriend? Well, just because he's an ex-boyfriend here doesn't mean he's an ex-boyfriend soul-wise. So his soul may be calling to you for some kind of help with some learning that he's still doing here. And you might not remember everything that's said or everything you're experiencing with that soul. That's not the case. The soul knows what's learned, and the soul knows what to listen to. When it comes back to the physical, that's a whole different issue. I think a lot of people think that the soul and vessel are one, but they're really not. It's two separate entities. Like when I talk to ICU patients, I'm talking to the soul, and the body's just laying there in dreamland. Like the body's sleeping, and I'm talking to the soul that's in the dreamland soul state of deciding to stay or go. So it's the same effect, okay? It's just I'm able to talk to them in that state of mind. Whereas your soul, like you might be calling the ex in. You might think you're having dreams of them, and they're doing it to you, but it's actually sometimes you're doing it to them because maybe there's some unfinished business that you need to clear up, and maybe you didn't learn what you were meant to learn. So you're asking them to come and kind of show you something. Okay, next, Lisa Jones Veritek. What does it mean when you felt like a drop of rain fall on your arm and then go to touch it and nothing's wet? Nothing's wet. This followed by Heidi Adahide saying this happens to her a lot, but as a vibration, she thinks it's her phone, but isn't. This is spirit touching you. Sometimes it might feel like something wet dropped on you. It might feel like a bug is crawling on you. It might feel like little needle points, tapping into your skin. I know Maria, when she wants to talk to me or makes me pay attention to something, she'll do like little needle points on my shoulder blade. And sometimes it'll really, really itch. Now, Yvonne gets a lot of itching on her back. So, and that's her guides talking. Or she gets like jabs in her shoulders, and that's just spirit talking to her. But it's based off of your guide and your loved ones around you, how they specifically communicate with you. They could be using tapping, they could be using poking, wet drops, bugs, anything. They will use anything to communicate with you. So just be open-minded and go, okay, that was spirit. Oh, hi, I acknowledge you. Is there something you want to tell me? Can you tell it to my mind and help me pay attention to the message? So with that said, that was our last question of the night. And tonight has been so fun. And I hope you guys continue to watch on Facebook Live on my page, in the Divine Medium page. And continue watching. Guys, join YouTube. We are doing a lot of fun stuff with YouTube now. I'm doing these really cool charmed readings where I'm doing intuitive charm readings, and you can check those out. They're really fun. So join the YouTube channel, The Divine Medium Christina K, and I am looking forward to next week. We are going to talk about the Knights Templar next week. Me and Yvonne are going to sit side by side, and we're going to talk Knights Templar. Very, very cool, and I hope you guys join in at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Wednesday for that. It's going to be so fun. Thank you guys for joining.
Hi, welcome to Insights into Consciousness. I'm your host, Anna Olson, here on A1R Radio, the biggest, largest psychic network in the world. I am really excited today because I feel so much energy shifting around. There's a lot of planetary stuff going on, and I don't like saying the alignment of the planets because that's inaccurate, according to NASA. It's more like what's happening in space and how it affects us, the magnetic pull. I don't go into too much detail because that's boring for a lot of people. I just like to get straight to the point. There's a bunch of stuff, including the moon, in what we call Virgo. So that's going to affect everybody in certain ways. Now, I'm a Virgo, and for me, it's making me feel really powerful. I feel a lot of positive, empowering energy. I know that this is the time to start manifesting things, but it's still a time for any sign to manifest things. It's a good time to be very detailed about what you want to manifest, because if you manifest a relationship, but you don't manifest a really good, balanced, beautiful relationship, those things can be an issue. So if you get my drift, that's basically, something that you want to really put some detail into. If you would like, to attract a house, a big, beautiful house, you're going to want to attract it in the right neighborhood, and you're going to want to attract it when the market is just at the right place for you, etc. So you want to go down to the nitty gritty last little detail when you're attracting things, especially when we're in Virgo, because every last little detail will be attracted to you. And this is where I like to really talk about sourcing things. We are very powerful beings. You are a very powerful being. I cannot reiterate this enough. I cannot say this clearly enough. We all have so much power just because we're humans with these amazing brains and these amazing abilities to create and think and to make our thoughts and our consciousness create a reality. So I would like to suggest something that's a little bit different than people are used to, and it's not something that people really usually open their minds to tonight. The power of consciousness is very it's so amazing. If you are to Google or to look up on YouTube, cloud clearing, have you ever attempted to do cloud clearing? You might just want to look at it and see if you can do it. That is the first step in understanding just how powerful your thoughts and your mind are. And I'm not going to go too far into it tonight, but if you Google it and you YouTube it, you'll see how to do it. And if you practice, I bet you'll be able to do it. Back to personal power and Virgo. So I really want to look at what we're sourcing. What are we sourcing in our lives? First off, what is your life? That is what I'd like to look into first. That's what I've been drawn to talk about tonight, is what is it that we are doing here? What is it that we are occupying in our lives, the energy around us? We know from this practice with readings and this sort of spirituality that we have an aura. What is an aura? An aura is our electromagnetic field, some will call it. It can be our life force that it basically controls our bodies. It's like our spirit controls our bodies, and then it emanates an energy field around our bodies, because that is basically our spirit peeking through our flesh. And that's one way to look at the aura. Another way to look at it is that is the space that we occupy on this planet, and that we will occupy as well another space when we move on to the next life. What we do here and what we learn here in our bodies, we will bring with us to the next life as a code, memory code in our spirit, our aura, our electromagnetic field. Einstein just told everybody so many times that he does believe we have a spirit that goes on, because energy doesn't just stop, and we are made of electricity, we're made of energy. The cells that split before making a fetus during creation are fueled, that split is fueled by an electrical current. We know that. We don't know where it comes from yet. That is yet to be revealed, but we know that we are not only created with energy and electricity, but we are also that in and of itself. So what is it that we are doing here? Well, one of the theories, one of the ways that people look at this is we are here to create. We are here to learn to create. It's sort of like a life laboratory where we're sent here to college, life college, and we're here to learn and grow and figure some things out on our own. So that's experientially the best way to learn. Can you think of a better way to learn other than experientially? We could, as a spirit, have looked at a little screen and watched somebody else live their life and yada, yada, yada. Okay, well, I watched them do it, so now I know how it is. Yeah, not exactly. That's like watching TV and saying you know exactly what that person's life on the screen because you were watching. Not really. We need to be able to learn these things in an experiential way, feeling all these feelings, controlling this body, trying to figure out how to figure out what our emotions are about, why we're having them, how to control them, all these different things that life entails. So, I just want to go over that we are always sourcing something with our thoughts. So our head is like an antenna. Our head is like the top of an antenna, like the little ball at the top of an antenna. And that the antenna is our nervous system, our spine, all the way down to our tailbone. And we always talk about the chakras and all of that in the spine and the nervous system. It is has its own pulse. separate from your heart. We know that neurosurgeons know that. And that's because it's an antenna. It's its own system with its own fluids and everything. So when we are having a thought about what we want to create and we're making it really positive, science says, just like common sense and logic says, that is what we will create. When people are in a bad mood, they can even other people can feel it. So, it's about shifting. It's about no matter how your day is going, to just shift and to not align with anybody else's bad energy. What if they're a great person and they're just having a bad day? Why let it go down into something that's horrible and makes your day horrible, or your week horrible, or your kids or your family's day horrible, because it rubs off on them once you let it get you down. So it's about really taking control and understanding that we are creators of our own reality. We are creators of our own dream, which is also how not Eckhart Tolle, Don Miguel Ruiz, who wrote the Four Agreements, he calls it our dream. We all have our own dream, which is our life, and they're all different. They're all unique. So we get to control our space with our energy, with our thoughts. Okay, so then also, I wanted to really look at how some of the people who, I don't want to get too materialistic here because that's not what's important, but the people who have really sourced a lot of success in their life, whatever that means to them. There was a point in my life where I just wanted to stay home with my children. I didn't want to have to go to work full time. I didn't want to have to leave them, especially with, the situation that they were in at the time. And that was my main goal, was to be able to stay home with my children at least a majority or a good amount of the time. I wanted to be there for them. And, that was my goal. That was my ultimate success. And, somebody else may have looked at that and said, oh, well, you're at home with kids all day. And that's not what I would think would be successful. I would think you should be driving this car and you should have this house. And no, that wasn't what was important to me. My goal was to be able to stay home with my kids and just make sure we all have exactly what we need and nothing, not a whole lot more than that. That was my goal. Just healthy food and a happy family. So if that's not somebody else's goal, that's okay. But that was the reality that I pulled into my life and that I sourced for me. And did I source that? Yes. And did I do a vision board? Yes. And I've made, I think, 5 vision boards now where you make goals, you put a bunch of pictures and words on this board and you make it happen. So now I've gone through, I think, 5 vision boards. And it just keeps getting more and more detailed and bigger. And so I just want to share with other people how we make that happen. We are powerful beings. You put your mind to it. You think about it regularly. You make it on the love and above scale. You think about it in a loving, peaceful way. It's going to be that way. So I also want to bring in the fact that we have revelatory synchronicities. Revelatory synchronicities, what is that? That is let's say you ask a question. Some people pray and they ask, say you're praying about something and you're asking for a specific blessing, because we all have this abundance of blessings that we get to receive. But we need to ask for it and also work for it on our own. It's not usually just handed to us. So basically what we look at is, okay, so what is a revelatory synchronicity? A revelatory synchronicity is you ask for something and you are either shown a sign that it's coming, or it could just be that you are seeing signs to a lesson you need to learn. Some people just want to know, hey, God, are you real? Okay, well, this is one way that he will make himself known while still remaining anonymous. And that is a revelatory synchronicity. So I teach this to a lot of the people I do readings on and a lot of my coaching clients, the people that I work with, that we watch for signs. So for instance, if you want to really get a message from the universe, it will be revealed in different ways. One of the ways that I've had this happen is through lotus flowers. And I am such a skeptic
it's funny because I'm a psychic medium, but I am such a skeptic that that makes my practice better, and it makes me better, to be honest. But whenever I have done basically like a question, or I want to sign on something, I will ask the universe, and it will usually come through in a way that I almost am in disbelief at how clear it was. I almost am like, okay, this is so obvious that this is what just happened, that there's no way I can deny it, because I am such a skeptic. So without going into too much detail, because some of them are very personal, lotus flowers was one of them. And those were a sign of my dad who had passed. So I definitely wanted to know, is my dad okay? Does he still see me? This was, years back, but I was represented, the lotus flower was represented to me as a sign of my father. So as I went through my days, I started noticing that lotus flowers were coming through in so many ways that it was unbelievable. Somebody I knew right off the bat, got a tattoo of a lotus flower. And then I was at work, and I got the message that there was a lotus flower for somebody that I was doing a reading on. And lo and behold, they pull out a necklace on their neck that was a lotus flower design. It was just one thing after the other at the least expected time. And I wasn't making it happen. It was obviously being delivered to me. And that's how I knew. And there were other things too that had happened. So there are many other signs that I have. But this is a small example that you get these revelatory synchronicities, or somebody calls you at just the right time. So, I've had many times when the right person just happened to knock on my door. I have best friends right now whom literally just walked up to me or showed up at my front door and said, hi, I just wanted to, I didn't even know them before this. And they were just like, I just needed to come by and say hi. And I wanted to talk to you about this. And I've literally had people show up at my door, and they were answers to prayers, or they were answers to the questions that I had at the time. People showing up at my door, revelatory synchronicities, talking about the things that we're deep in our hearts without even knowing each other. Revelatory synchronicity. These are the fruits of the Spirit. These are fruits of Spirit. These are the things that you watch out for, that you look for. When it happens, you accept it, you believe it, and you ask for another one. You ask for another sign, and it happens. I have so many days just full of these instances now, that life for me with these revelatory synchronicities, I feel like I'm getting so much more close to Spirit, and I feel angels, the angel realm. I feel that I'm getting closer and closer to Christ consciousness every single day through these revelatory synchronicities, because that's my focus. That's what I focus on. And this is what I pray about every day. So when we realize our own power and what we can create in our own lives and what we want, instead of asking for it or wishing for it, just hoping for it, we start to realize that we can make it happen, not just with what we do, but with how we think and what we attract to us in the interim. And that it doesn't happen overnight, but it does happen if we can consistently, powerfully, faithfully believe in the things, the fruits of the Spirit, keep going, keep asking, just keep going, keep going, keep going. Do not lose hope. Understand that this is a process of believing, having faith, going with what you just got, following that, seeing what else you get. So with that, again, I want to remind you that this frequency should be love and above. When we are on the frequency of love and above, we want to get to a joyous frequency when we can feel joy. Most people don't feel joy all the time. It can be kind of a rare thing in this dimension, this life. But when people are really feeling joy, when they're sourcing these things that they want, then that's what these things, when they get these things, they will have a joyous air about them. So these things can show up in all these different ways. There are people whom I've talked to who talk about, my friend, she sent me a gift because I was having a rough time just at the right time. She opens the box and she could smell the smell of roses. And she asked her friend, did you put like a rose scent in the box? Because when I opened it, it smelled like roses. And her friend said, well, no, I actually didn't have roses anywhere around. But what I was thinking about at the time was, I wish that I could send her a big bouquet of roses, but I can't really afford it right now because the ones that she wanted to send were like, I don't know, $170 or something. So, I mean, if you think about the intention, it's what's important, and the intention that we have, give yourself some credit. Don't say, oh, I couldn't do that. You don't tell yourself, no, there's no way that'll happen. It's more about saying, how can I make this happen? What do I have to do to source this? How can I be the creator of what I want in my life, and to follow through with that instead of trying to look at the doubt or the, well, what if, none of that. It's about making a choice to source things in our lives. So, our personal power, I believe that we are gods in training. That's my own belief. I feel like there was a brainwashing of the people over the years. I wouldn't even say through religion. I would say through specific churches, certain people with interesting intentions. They were on their own life path, but there were too many people with a herd mentality. And they begin to say things like, oh, well, that must be evil. Or, oh, well, I'm not really familiar with this, so it must be of the devil. Or it must be of, something really bad just because somebody at their church told them that. Or, I would say go with your own discernment. What do you feel for yourself in your own experience? I really like to go for facts and even scientific base research, or just your own revelatory synchronicities where that it's aligned with love when you've had conversations with the divine, with whatever deity that you want to say that is. Everybody believes differently. Everyone believes differently, and that's okay. We don't have to separate ourselves out into good and bad. As a matter of fact, a lot of the research that we have in psychology, this is something that's practiced professionally in hospitals across the nation. And it's a fact that scientists do look for people splitting good and bad. People who a lot of the time when they're mentally ill or they're having some emotional problems or issues in their personal relationships, they split, meaning they can't say, oh, this person is good and bad. This person is good, or this person is just bad. They can't see any sort of midway. They're kind of splitting somebody, or they're saying one day, oh, this person's good, and the next day, because they didn't do everything they liked, they'll say, oh, now this person's bad to me. They can't look at a person as a whole entity of good and bad combined, because nobody's perfect and everybody has something good in them. It's actually a mentality of brainwashing in some of the churches. I wouldn't even say religion, because religions, I think, are usually pretty darn good. Most are. And I think that there's more of a culture of people in a lot of the churches or, these congregations where they begin to tell people what to believe. They begin to tell people that they can't do certain things, they can't go certain places, that they are basically not able to think for themselves or experience it for themselves. And when they do that, they are telling them how to think. If somebody is telling you how to think or telling you how to live without you gaining that experience for yourself, and without you really putting that together on your own as your own personal belief through experience, then what happens is we're getting into cultism and brainwashing. That's why most of the psychologists or the people that I know who do therapy, they are so open to different belief systems. They have researched this. They understand it very well because they have researched the brain. They have researched human behavior, sociology, the things that make people tick. And they also do work with spirituality, but they're supposed to stay very, very neutral, but they hear about it all of the time in their practices. So I really just respect all of the psychology. I think that spirituality and the study of the brain are so very closely connected. So I think that what happens is people try to say, like, for instance, somebody who does readings, they're all bad. somebody who deals with, tarot cards or whatever, they're all bad. They must all be evil. They must, and I think that the warning originally was to protect people in a church congregation or setting, probably because some people were having some bad experiences, because there are those out there who take advantage of people. There are good and evil no matter where you go. We go to a church, there's going to be good and evil people. We know that from lawsuits that are worldwide, in certain religions. There are definitely some issues that we've had with people who have been, a victim with abuse as children and things like that. And then they become mad at God, and that's not okay. So, we want to really look at our own experience, what we believe in and of our, own life experience. What do you believe? What do you think? What did you experience? Who are you drawn to? Can you be drawn to somebody who will give you a reading that's in the highest and greater good, that whatever it is that you align with, and it's less about trying to make an opinion about someone else's religion or spirituality, or preachy, because I can't preach to someone else who basically I have no idea what their life experience has been like. I haven't lived in their skin. I haven't lived in their body. That's impossible for me to tell them that what they're doing is good or bad unless, it's obviously I've witnessed it obviously causing human suffering. That I feel is the only exception. And of course we can say something, but if you're telling somebody that they shouldn't do angel oracle readings, okay. I'd be really careful about the people who say hands down this is, false, or readings are false, or the, anything where people are trusting their own intuition, or that people are looking for their own journey, their own path as they see fit. And of course, we are compatible with people that align with where we are in our spiritual development. That's how we work. That's how, we attune to others and connect with others. So in addition, we connect with those who will give us the highest learning possible. So I just really feel like we need to be careful about telling other people that they're getting a reading and they're bad, or they're doing readings and that means that they're hands down, they're just bad people, or it's evil, or it's a bad entity or whatnot. And to try it for yourself, to experience these things for yourself with the good readers. Love and light is across the board from spirit. It is something that is universal, and it breaks all barriers of religion, race, ethnicity, male, female, masculine, feminine energy. It is just good, and it is for the highest and greater good. It doesn't discern against a race or a skin color. It doesn't. It's not racist. It's not sexist. It's not against any specific religion or person. It's all enveloping. It's all loving, and it's all kind. So I want to just warn that there are people who believe that readings are, all bad. And I would align with the fact that some people do take advantage of others. And the goal is to figure out how you feel and to discern in your own time with your own opinions, not with what someone told you, not with what someone suggested to you, or even their body language, or, or ignoring or leaving people out, or that sort of thing. So the highest and greater good, it comes through at just the right time. It is very loving. It is very peaceful. That's how it feels. It is not angry. It is not judgmental. It is not wagging the finger at someone else. It just isn't. That is a negative energy of shaming, which is probably the worst of all of the negative, even under anger and hate. So I just want to leave that with you tonight. Thank you so much for watching. I am hoping that if you're watching tonight and you have any questions, you'll get a hold of me. You can reach me at my website. It's on the bottom of the screen, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. That's AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. intuitive.com, ANNAOLSEN, intuitive.com. And there will be a contact page there and a little bit of information about me and what I do. So I have had a good time tonight just talking about sourcing. Remember that you're in your own space. You have your own practice energy in your own space. It's your space. It's not for anyone else to dictate or decide for you, and to use your own discernment and your own judgment on exactly what it is that you believe and what you experientially know for yourself. So have a great night, and I will see you next week here on A1R. I'm Anna Olson, and I will see you later.
Hello and welcome to the show. This is Soulstar Radio. I'm Jacqueline Closemore, your host, and we're on A1R Psychic Radio and also Moonstruck TV, coming through to you live around the globe and broadcast through the US. Now, I'm joined today by a very lovely lady. I connected with her recently on the show. She called in for a reading, and she herself is actually a reader and also a spiritual coach, and based in Australia and also travelling at the moment. And we've got live with us, of course, Liz Atherton. So welcome to the show, Liz.
Hi, thank you.
Very good to have you. So tell us a bit about your spiritual journey. Sort of how did that start? What sort of got you going?
Well, basically, my dad passed when I was 24, and before he passed, I actually asked him to connect in with me after he passed over, and I had a lot of experience with that. And then my mum died when I was 32, and I went, I'm going to do something about this. I need to, have connection with, my two parents, and went and did a psychic development course, and they said I was a full-blown medium. So, I stuck with that and just started reading. They taught me how to read and pull through spirit, which I was already doing, just describing a lot of passed over loved ones. And then I went down the journey, sort of 20-something years later, and I've been trying to help people with connecting with their own sort of soul and their own process. And a lot of the readings that I do is very much about getting their mind out of the way. And so is the coaching programs that I've put together as well in the books. They're all sort of set around trying to help people connect in with the psychology of their mind as well as how the soul speaks, so they can differentiate between the two.
Yeah, it is a big difference as well, because sometimes people will think something's in their mind that's actually spirit coming through, and sometimes people think spirit's coming through and it's actually their mind. And it can be a real minefield. And I actually have a number of really aware clients, but I have one client that, she's gone through a number of gurus, let's put it that way. And and it's like, but how do I have a direct communication with God? And I'm like, okay. And there's a very blocked energy there. And I find that with the mind, if someone's purely in the intellect, that's where they can lose that ability or not have that ability to connect with spirit, because they literally the head's in the way.
Yes, but I teach how to get that head out of the way. So it's about being able to define how the voice speaks of the soul versus the egocentric voice. So it's about learning how your ego works and, what it's trying to protect, and being able to get through that process of the levels of emotions of what we've been through, and what our coping mechanisms are, where our damage is, and how we need to heal over traumas so that we're not in powerless positions repeating the same patterns. And when we can see ourselves starting to repeat those patterns, it's about getting into that level, but being able to hear when the soul's actually trying to push you past these patterns. So when the soul speaks, like all the readings I do, it confirms what people already know, but it gives them this sort of solidarity that, oh, yes, that's the path I've got to take. It's not a process of battling out the soul versus the ego. And so, you know, the two monkeys, or the, you know, the devil and the angel, you know, that you've got going on. And one's very much the human mind and the human psychology trying to control life, where the soul's trying to drive it in a different level. And, you know, it creates a lot of anxiety and fear and a lot of depression when the two of them really start to separate out. And what I've learned through the process of, you know, coaching and mediumship is how that process works. And I've been really supported by Spirit to do that.
Yeah, no, that's a beautiful thing. And it's certainly a good thing because, yeah, some people will get stuck in that mind lock. And I find a lot that fear does get in the way with people. But also if they've got a very fixed mindset, which is what you're explaining, you're helping them break through. So that's really good stuff. And so with your work, you also do the coaching side of it in that. And with your books, you sort of got that emphasis of bringing people out as well. What do you think out of the book, like you've written a few books here by the sound of it, what's your most favourite book and the message of it, I guess?
So my first book was called Mind Chatter That Matters. So it explains on a very basic level, because it is very basic stuff, that we need to get back to the basics, which is what we all know. When I wrote that book, I channeled a lot of the information. I already knew the information, but I had to put it together in a way that people would be able to get the concept. And I had to explain the psychology side of how the mind is broken up, which is taught in universities through, like, you know, the principles of Freud and Jung. And then I brought in how the soul speaks and how to identify the soul's, you know, work and the purpose of the ego versus the purpose of the soul. And a lot of people go, oh my God, you know, you just explain it so easily. And it is so basic, but it's trying to work out what voice is what. Once we learn the agenda of each voice, and then we go through the coaching, so I get help to show where, you know, say someone's had trauma at 14 and it's holding them up in a certain area, the Spirit will show me that they've got that particular, you know, damage in there, and we'll talk about it. And then that helps them open up, because sometimes there's a lot of hidden agenda that our egos want to protect that stuff so that nobody can get in there and hurt again.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely. And I sort of find with people, I can name the age at which something like that happened. Do you find you do that as well?
Yes.
Yeah. It's a really deep kind of level of work you're doing there. Now, we've also got a caller, so we might bring them in. We've got Claudia in Springville, Utah. Are you there, Claudia?
I am. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the show. It's beautiful to have you here. It just feels like a journey of selfhood going on as well there. But I might get you to chat also with our special guest, Liz Atherton, who can do a reading and a bit of spiritual coaching for you. So go ahead there, Liz.
Hi, Claudia. How are you?
Hi. Oh, I'm good. I'm a little nervous, but I'm good.
Okay. I'm sort of looking at your energy. You're very loving and very giving. Like, I feel that you it can express and articulate very well. You have been around people that don't always hear and get your communication. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I feel that you're a very good soul, like you're very much putting yourself out for a lot of people and wanting to, and that might sound very general, but I feel that you come from a really strong heart sense with this, and I feel that you do go that extra mile for people, and you're coming across as a very sort of loving, guiding, sort of like very supportive to a lot of people. Now, I'm just going to have a look if I've got someone in spirit for you. Hang on for 1 sec. I do have a lady and I've got a man. Have you lost a parent at all, doll? Like, I feel that this lady's very much a motherly, she's got a motherly instinct to her.
Yes.
And I feel that when I say motherly, I feel very or would have walked over broken glass for her family, very connected.
Oh, okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you, but did you say there is a woman that's like a motherly?
Yes, but very, very much a family lady, very would go the extra mile for everybody.
Yes.
And I feel that she was sort of quite sick on the chest before she's passed as well. Does that make sense? Like struggling to breathe and pain in the chest.
Yes.
And was
Okay.
this lady sort of in her 70s, early 80s when she passed as well?
The early what?
In her 70s, early 80s when she's passed.
Yeah, around that.
Pardon?
Could I ask a question that is on my mind?
Of course she can.
Okay. I thought I felt my mom's death because it seems like sometimes I do. I've had, I want to know where she is.
So I feel that this lady's very present in your life and very much, she would have been very good at, not always good at communicating her love, but would be always very present around you. Does that make sense? Like she would be there for you through thick and thin. And like I had a mum like that. She was just constantly there. You know that you could call on her. And I feel this lady's in spirit still like this around you. And I'm just being shown like an older style weatherboard home that's got a lot of white on the outside. And I feel that she's trying to confirm, I'm not sure if this is your home or whether this is the home that she used to live in, but I feel that she's very much a homebody and would be very house proud as well. And this lady's sort of trying to come through to sort of just acknowledge that she's around you. And
Okay.
she's also sort of showing me, do you understand what I mean? Well, but that she's trying to show me that there's times where, you know, you feel like you, I wouldn't say it's loneliness, but you feel sometimes alone.
Yeah, well, you know, I have a lot of guilt.
Okay. But this lady is sort of not coming through.
Because the people you are describing, it could be either two people. And I've recently lost my mom and my mother-in-law, and they were both very important in my life.
Yeah.
The guilt, because I don't know if I could have done more to keep her here.
No,
you have no control over that, doll. They go when they're meant to go. And it doesn't matter what contribution you have, they leave when they've got to leave. So you're not, and they don't want, let me tell you the experience I've had with spirit, they don't want you here suffering with negative human emotions. They exit when their plan is to exit. That's their signed agreement prior to even coming down here. You have no control.
Okay.
Have input on that. And this is where, you know, this is our controlling nature that we try to have as a human.
All right. I'm still just waiting for any sign, you know, that she's okay, because I don't think in the beginning my mother was okay.
In the beginning of passing, do you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, because I think she was very angry that it wasn't her time. And
on a human level, we do feel like that because we feel like we've had something taken away from us. But when we go into spirit, we don't have the negative emotions that are attached to our human side. So we go with, oh, I've never had a bad experience with spirit, not haunting, nothing, and I do house clearings and everything. What we do is we perceive that they've got all the negative experiences still, but they go through healing to release all of those. You see, so when they go in, so I'm saying she's just showing me that she's gone to spirit and there's been a man waiting at the gate for her.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you have a man with he was sort of fairly thick in the neck and sort of, when I say an older gentleman, he would have been quite good looking when he was young.
Yes, you could say that.
Yeah, and he would have pulled the women in, you know. And I feel a man of good, a really good quality man, you know, the good old-fashioned gentleman, very much the home family man as well. But I feel I wouldn't like to get on the wrong side of him. You know, if he did something wrong by the family, hell have no fury.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I'm seeing the same things as you are there, Liz. Absolutely seeing the same things from the short blonde hair of the woman and how dapper he is. And as he gets older, I'm actually seeing a little bit of a back there. Still good looking, but it's like he hunches over a tiny bit there. But he's a very good man. So thank you there, Claudia, for your call. Bang on accurate there, Liz. I was picking up a lot of the same things, so I didn't bother answering. We've got there Becky in St. Louis, Missouri. Are you there, Becky?
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much for calling in. It's beautiful to hear from you. It's like I get the Little Ray of Sunshine song going in my head here. So it's like having to kind of bust through the clouds to get the sunshine, and there's a lot of good energy in what you're doing there. And so we've got a special guest here, Liz Atherton, who's travelling, and she's based in Australia, but she's on the line there for you, Becky, if you'd like to go ahead.
Okay.
Hi, Becky.
Hi there. Thanks
you've got really high energy. You've got a lot of energy in your vibrancy, but physical energy as well. I'm picking up on you. Like you're a woman that can do whatever you need to do and get it done. Like if anyone needs anything done, it's sort of ask Becky and she'll get it done for you. Does that make sense?
Yes. I'm the kind of person who helps everybody, even at my own expense.
Yes. Yep. But I think you're still capable of taking on more than 10 things at once. Like you've got a very peripheral mind, and I think anything that needs to be done you can accomplish. You've got a very goal-orientated energy as well, and I feel that peripheral energy is very driven to success. It's not a energy that will sit back and let everyone else do it, you know, around you. So you will take the bull by the horns and plough through whatever you want. I feel really good energy over the next sort of 6 months for you as well. It is about asking for what you want and pushing through the boundaries. Don't let people say no to you. I feel very much that you have to ask 1,000 different ways to get what you want. So you're not to sort of let anybody put the boundaries around your belief systems and say no to you. Sort of like, okay, no for that way for you, but I need to still do this. Don't let this hold up or hold you up, I mean. And I feel very much head down, bottom up, and focus on what it is that you want.
Like right on. That's how I am. I just have to do what I feel I need to do. And
absolutely. Yeah, you are really a go-getter in that positive sort of sense, and sometimes it can be a real kind of energy there of having to kind of step back and say, all right, well, what am I doing for me now? I was getting these Mexican jumping beans as Liz was speaking. And it's a real high vibe, high energy. So, that's a really good thing. Was there any question you wanted to ask Liz there, Becky?
Yes, I'm newly pregnant. I just found out.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm just hoping I carry through. I'm an older mom. I'll be an older mom, and this is my first ever pregnancy.
Okay. 37 at the moment.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm picking up 37. Are you 37 at the moment? Or is that when you're due to have this baby?
I don't know. I haven't even, I don't have my first prenatal until next week. And I'm 44.
44, okay. Have you been trying to have children since you're 37? And I feel that there's been a child around you Probably, yeah, okay. So I feel that there's been a child that's been around you for those years trying to come through. I am getting a little girl energy. She's got a very a different way of looking at things. She's going to push boundaries for you to make you slow down. Because you are a bit of a go-getter. She's going to want a fair bit of attention. She's very bonded to you. I feel that this little girl is going to teach you more about relationships and love and connection than what you've had before. And I don't mean that in a negative way, that your experience has just been negative, but she's going to sort of open the heart, your heart, in a different way. And this little girl's very connected to you. I feel that you've done many lifetimes with her. You'll have very much the sister relationship with her when she gets older. She won't be like a daughter to you. I do feel she'll be very looking up to you all the time and inspired by who you are and then wanting to follow in your tracks. I don't know why, but I'm picking up a lot of business energy around you. I do feel that at some stage you'll be driving, if you're not doing it already, you will be driving your own business, and you're very much the counsellor as well. So you're very much the healer and moving people through and giving that support. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does. I have a friend staying with me right now who's going through a hard time, and I'm always here for my friends.
Yeah, look, you're doing really well too. So don't be afraid to go down this road. I feel that after you've had this child, it's really going to help you connect in with mothers who are disconnected from their children as well. And I feel that you'll be able to do some work with people in a long-term role here. All right. So, and you're going to use this beautiful loving energy and the can-do attitude and, the bull in the china shop mentality together to be able to bring, a lot of sort of connection between mothers and children. The mothers that are sort of struggling with being new mums.
That sounds pretty cool. Wow.
Yeah, so, I think this will happen after your child's born. So I think this is where this little girl's going to come through. I am seeing her as a girl, not as a boy. She's got a lot of feminine energy. So, but she's very soft. Okay, so she's going to need, she'll be a bit of a leg hugger when you're trying to walk around. She's a beautiful soul, a really beautiful soul.
I'm so excited.
You will have this baby. I do see this baby coming through. And I also feel like something else I'm just picking up. Prior to this pregnancy, it's almost like the relationship hasn't quite been ready, but now it is. So the timing wasn't right.
Yeah, absolutely. I would totally agree with that one.
And it's right now. So you're not to worry about losing this child. This child will come through.
That is amazing. I'm so happy to hear this. Thank you so much.
Yeah, look, I don't know why, but I'm picking up dark hair on the child as well. But I feel that there's light hair through the family. So I do feel that she may well lighten as she gets older. So how most people comes through with blonde hair and they go dark with darker hair, and she'll get more gold streaks through it rather than be the brunette.
Interesting. Yeah, my husband has dark hair, and I was born with a little bit of light hair. And it does run back through my family now that I think about it.
Okay. So there's some genes that are being shown to me. And who's got the really long thighs as well? Because I feel that she'll come through quite tall, like with long thighs. So there's a bit more genetics there for you.
And I just also wondered, is my father around?
Is this the man that's sort of quite, I wouldn't say he's stern, he's loving, but he's firm. Does that make sense?
Yes, that's my dad.
I feel very much, I don't know why, but I'm picking up sort of a military sort of personality as well. Like he's got that sort of very refined quality about him. He would have done really well in the military if he's not in the military. He's not showing me that, but it's showing me the personality of that.
That's my grandpa.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
This is the man.
Oh, wow.
And I feel this man is very much a loving man, but you wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of him.
Exactly.
You, and like if you were disrespectful to anyone in his family, he'd have that person up against the wall and in the corner, and verbally as well. He would nail them.
He wasn't going to have it. Yep.
No,
that's my grandpa.
And I feel this man is, when I say of high standing, that's his sort of quality of personality. You know, treat others as, you know, you expect to be treated.
Yep, that's
okay.
Pretty much.
And I feel his passing was actually quite, when I say enduring, he had to go through a fair bit to pass over. You know, it was long standing. Like I feel that he had ill health for a while and then he passed.
Yes, he did. He lived with us when I was a little girl, and he deteriorated and then he passed away.
Yeah.
It took it kind of hard.
Now, what's your dad's name, darling? I'll have a quick look for him. I'll just see if I can call him through by name. What's your dad's name?
Fred. My what?
Your father's name?
My father, James.
Yeah, James?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, was he a bit of a character, like had a funny sense of humour?
Very much so.
Yep, and I feel like he could get away with whatever he wanted to say regardless of how he put it. He's one of those guys that had a really good way with words, so he could get away with blue murder or get away with saying the most obvious thing in a funny way. And I feel very much the Joker in the sense, if a sensitive man, but not sort of one to wear his heart on his sleeve every day, all day. But I feel very much that he's a very loving man and would stand by you through thick and thin. He's also asking you to stay well open for a second child after this one as well, Dale.
Really?
Beautiful. There you go. Absolutely fantastic.
Wow.
We've run out of time. It's been wonderful having you on there, Liz, and also for connecting to us there, Becky, and our other caller as well. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We're going to be back live next week. I'll be coming to you live from Cryle Castle in Australia in medieval attire. In the meantime, may you stay happy. Keep tuning into A1R Radio, and you'll have more shows after this break. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Faye, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. How's everyone doing this evening? We are on the cusp of another super moon, and I just have to say that I have never really realized the effects the moon has on me. And I'm telling you, in this last year, I have really noticed the effects of how intense the energy is. And, you know, I find myself a little grumpy sometimes, or sometimes I'm just super excited. And every time I go to check into some of my favorite websites and look into what's going on, I'm like, oh, yes, another super moon. So everyone, hold on to your hats. It's going to be another real big energy pushing us out of the month of August and into the month of September with big ideals, and it's pushing us harder and harder forward movement into what it is that we are supposed to be doing in this lifetime and achieving that and making that happen. So take great care of yourselves. Listen
to that inner voice that you have. If it's saying that you need a little bit more rest, do that. If you need to get up and move about, do that too. But whatever you do, just take care of you and know that it will too pass. So tonight, I wanted to talk a little bit about not the importance, but how prayer can actually change people's lives. Now, I did not grow up in a religious family. Of course, I was neither, atheist nor I was a believer. We didn't go to church. So I wasn't raised on that kind of a level of praying all the time. But as I have gotten into my mediumship, and now as I'm entering into my master's classes, really, really learning the benefits of prayer. And when prayer is used in community, it makes a huge impact on people and lives. And I never really knew how impactful that could be until the other day I had an experience with it. And my sister-in-law had called, and actually she had texted me and said, "Oh my gosh, I'm taking my cat in. He's not doing well. I think this is it. Will you please send a prayer out for him?" So of course I immediately did that. I sent my angels, I sent my guides, and I said, please help in the transition and help with the ease and the pain of what they might be going through. And she evidently had asked her Reiki circle of women as well to say a prayer. And none of us were praying for the life or the longevity of this animal. We were just asking for the ease in the transition and the ease and the hurt that my sister-in-law would be feeling after it was all over. And lo and behold, the vet came into the room. My sister-in-law had signed all the papers. They were going to go ahead and put him to sleep. And the cat literally started rolling on the floor and doing cartwheels and jumping up into the highest points of the exam room. And my sister-in-law and the vet were just sitting there in pure amazement. And as the vet said, this is not the same cat I saw less than a week ago. So, and it's been 3 weeks and the cat is still doing miraculously well. And we don't know if this is just going to last for a little bit longer, or if the cat's going to go on living for a few months, another year. Really hard to tell. But the point is, the power of prayer is it's just so huge. And that was what really set it for me, is to actually see it. You hear about it in stories all the time, but to actually be the one to experience it is a whole different thing. It's on a whole different level. I can't even begin to tell you what that felt like. I mean, I was in shock, in amazement, but on the other hand, I was like, oh, well, yeah, absolutely. I believe in all of that at the same time. So, do not be afraid to put your prayers out there. Even if you're not the religious person, you don't have to go to church and read the Bible every day or practice Buddhism every day in order to be that prayerful person. We all come from the same source of light, the same source of one. And that prayerfulness is so powerful, especially when you group people together and focusing on the same prayer, the same intention. That energy, that powerful energy, goes out into the universe and starts changing lives immediately. And it calls out to the heavens, it calls out to spirit, angels, guides, loved ones to say, please help with the situation, please give guidance, please give comfort to those who need it the most. And you will be amazed and surprised yourself at the reaction and what you get from that. So again, it was amazing. It was powerful. And I encourage all of you to take the time to sit in prayer and to be thankful and for anything in your life that you have or that you might need help with. And then when you combine it with others, don't feel afraid to reach out to friends and family and say, hey, send a prayer out to me for this or that. And you'll be amazed at what can happen with that. So just fantastic, amazing things. So the next fantastic and amazing thing is we're going to go to the phone lines and see who we have tonight. Jessica in Texas. Hello, good evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good.
Good. Well, what can we help you with tonight?
I have been struggling a lot here lately because about 10 years ago, I had a very bad accident where the guy I was with literally beat me senseless until I had a miscarriage from him, his baby. And I guess I've been struggling with it because it's like, I feel like I don't know if my child's okay, if he blames me for it, or any of that. It's just like because I just kind of hid the pregnancy, hid the miscarriage, and didn't tell anyone, and literally buried my son without anyone telling anyone. And I felt so, I guess, ashamed about it. That's just like been eating at me my whole life now, that this child's probably going to regret everything I just did.
Right. So, let me be the first one to tell you that what happened was not your fault. That was not something that you physically asked for, and nobody can blame you for that situation. It's really interesting because as I was sitting here before the show, I was getting messages coming in, and I was told it's going to be for your female caller who calls in tonight. You have so many angels around you. They are surrounding you. They are loving you. They are guiding you. And that child that you had is also there with you. And that child wants you to know that, I'm trying to see if it was what gender, if they're going to reveal to me what gender it was. Hang on just a moment. Okay, so I'm being told that it was a boy.
Yes, it was.
So he's saying that he does not blame you whatsoever. He said it was not the right time for him. As much as you wanted him to come into this world and be there with you, the timing was not right. He is a more powerful force for you, believe it or not, on the other side than he ever would have been here in this life. And I know that sounds really odd and it's really hard to believe, but just know that he is there with you every single day, and he's guiding you through everything that you go through day in and day out.
Yes, because that's how I dream. He repeats repeating about my grandmother sitting in a rocking chair holding this little boy. And I was like, is that just a sign saying he's okay? Because this dream keeps happening every single night since after I had my other kids. And it was the same dream. And I was like, I don't have a little boy. I had a girl. What are you talking about? And just over and over again of her sitting in a rocking chair with him.
Right. She's on the other side. She's with him, taking care of him, guiding him. But that is so a lot of times dreams are the easiest place for our loved ones to get in connection with us, because our ego is asleep, right? So they are able to get to us much easier and bring messages through, and often they're in dreams. And so this one is just to let you know that everything is okay. I mean, everything is just fine. They are fine, and they're doing fine, and they want you to know that. And they don't want you to worry about anything. That everything is so well orchestrated and is taken care of. Yeah. So, I mean, when you think of that dream, it makes you, I mean, when you see an image of a grandmother or even a mother rocking a child, it's very soothing. It's very loving, right? So that's what they're trying to emulate to you, is that everything coming through is very loving and very comforting, and that you shouldn't worry.
Okay.
They're also saying that you've carried on this burden and this heaviness for so long, and they say it's time for you to release that and let that go, because it's not yours to carry anymore.
I have carried it a lot, and I mean, to this day, it's, around that time, it's like, who would he be? Would he be, would I be here where I am today if he was still here? Just all these different questions. And I have carried that a lot. Even my husband, now that I'm married, he's like, I know you'll never get your first child, but it has been a burden, a big burden, just because my family don't really talk to me. So it's like, I didn't know how to cope with it.
Right. And they're saying that this burden, they're just, in fact, your son is just, he's really pleading with you at this point and saying, please let it go. Because it's okay. He is okay. You have become a magnificent mom, he says. He can see how you are with your other children, and he's so proud of you, and he's so happy. And he says that you just really don't need to carry this anymore. It doesn't serve you. It doesn't serve your family. And so whatever that looks like for you, whatever you need to do to release that and to heal, I don't know if going to see a counselor would help with that. Doing some healing energy work with an energy healer would also help release that energy, because I feel like it's a dark, it's like dark heaviness energetically within your body, and you're just carrying that around. It's like having a big brick on your back, and you're just carrying it and trudging through life. And you have so many wonderful, wonderful people around you and so many great things in your life, that if you can release this, you're going to see how great things can be.
Okay.
Yeah, they're saying the guilt that you hold is not yours. You're holding it for so many people and so many things that really and truly, when you stop and think about it, it's really not all of yours. You're an empathic soul. You're an empathic soul. So just by nature, you carry on other people's emotions, feelings.
Yes, that is true. Everyone always comes to me for advice, always comes to me for counseling. It's just how it is.
Yeah. So here's a little trick that will help you a little bit. Okay, so when you're feeling heavy or you're thinking, gosh, there's nothing wrong, nothing has happened, I shouldn't be feeling just frustrated or down or whatever, ask yourself and ask the universe, who am I feeling? And if you feel kind of this lightness in your body, it's not yours. So then you simply say, return to sender, thank you. Because what that will do is send that energy back to where it came from.
I understand what you're saying there, because I do feel that. There's so many times I just feel so like out of whack, like it's just crazy. 1 minute I'll be happy and doing, and the next minute I'm just like drained, like have no energy.
Right. It's because you're taking on other people's energy, other people's stuff, and it's really not yours. So as an empath, you really have to just let that go and release it back to where it came from.
That makes sense.
Perfect. Were there any other questions that you had?
No, I think I'm good. Thank you so much. It really did help knowing that he did come through and that he is okay and that he doesn't blame me for all this, and it really did help.
Right. Good. I'm so glad. Yeah, we don't feel the same way when we leave our bodies energetically and we cross over. There's not that anything that we would have carried in life disappears when we cross over. So things are completely different. They look different. They feel different. So take that with you and carry that.
Okay.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for calling in tonight. I hope you have a wonderful evening.
You too. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Next, we have Myrtle in Alabama. Good evening and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
I'm good. What can we help you with tonight?
I guess more like finances. Yeah, finances. Or just general, whatever you're drawn to.
Okay. All right. Hang on just a moment. Let me tune in here. I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm getting some impressions. I'm getting like dollar signs going all over the place. I'm feeling like there's some type of an investment or something that you are looking to do. Something that could be really lucrative, but you've been kind of sitting on it for a while.
I can't think of what that could be. I mean, The most I've been trying to invest in is a car, if that makes sense.
No, that's not. Yeah, that's not what. That's not it. I'm feeling like. So I'm feeling like that there's some kind of an investment, possibly to do with retirement or 401k investments. Have you been doing anything with that? Because that seems to be coming through really strong.
No, I haven't done anything with that. It's been something that's been thought about, but I haven't really actually took any steps, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. So what that's telling me is that because I'm being shown like dollar signs all over the place. So what they're showing me is that it's time for you to start investing in your future. That you need to start planning on how your future is going to look. They're telling me that you've actually done pretty well financially. You really know how to watch your money, watch your finances. But they're saying that the long-term planning or the long-term goals haven't been there for you. And so they're saying that right now you need to start investing in your future. I just keep hearing investing in your future. Does the company that you are you working outside the home, or are you self-employed?
I work outside the home. I actually work 2 jobs.
Okay. So look into that and see if that your company, whoever that you're with, has some type of a plan, or if they don't, look outside of that and see if you find like an investment company that you can start looking into that part of it, because they're telling me that you can be really, really good at that. You have a tendency to manifest just about anything that you want to manifest, which is a beautiful, beautiful thing. So they're encouraging you to use that manifestation that you have to look into your future.
Okay. That sounds pretty good. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yeah, they're showing me that that as far as your stability, your financial stability, you've got everything right there in front of you already. You have everything that it takes to strive financially. I see money swirling all around you. So that's why your team, your loved ones are pointing this out, because what you can do during this time in your life, you can also do for your future as well.
Okay, it's interesting you mentioned that. My future has been on my mind a lot lately, like as far as financially.
Right. And we're on the cusp of the supermoon as well. And that's also pushing you into thinking about your future and what you're going to be, do, have. So it's no wonder that this is coming up for you right now. So, but Myrtle, we are coming down to just the last few seconds of our show. So I want to thank you so much for calling in tonight, and I hope this helped.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This was a lot of help, and I really appreciate it. And you definitely gave me the clarity I need.
Perfect. I love hearing that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You have a good night, and thank you again.
You're welcome. You too.
Well, that does it for me here. Another Thursday night down. We'll see you guys all next week in September. Hard to believe our summer's already gone. If you'd like to reach out to me, I have opened 6 spots for private readings in the month of September. Catch me over at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com or on Facebook at Julie Yeager Medium, or also Your Time to Shine Facebook page. Have a great week, everyone. See you next time.
Tonya Reeves, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl. I am in the car today because we've been travelling around Adelaide and we found a little park, which I was kind of hoping to set up outside, but it's pretty busy. So I just wait, you know what, I'll sit in the car and there's a little bit of wind out there, so it doesn't always make for good hearing for my callers. So yeah, so I'm in the little Suzuki. We are in Adelaide. We have come over to South Australia to watch the V8 supercars that are on this weekend, and that's at Tailem Bend. So we're pretty excited about that. That goes starts tomorrow till Sunday, and we're here to go the Fords. So yeah, so we've got our Ford motorhome, our American motorhomes in amongst all the campers at the Bend. So yeah, a few people have popped in to say hello already, and looking forward to a great weekend. So I hope your week's been good. Let me see what we've been happening this week. We've had a few curveballs for some people, not just little ones, but fairly big ones. And so I just thought I'd touch on that today when stuff gets real and we're dealt with, I suppose, deadlines or things where we feel like we're really struggling to be able to move forward because we feel like there's been I call them like a speed hump in the road, but sometimes it's also about we need to regroup. So we're still going through that energy at the moment. The Lions portal is open, which is offering big opportunities, but for some people, they're really struggling to step into it still. So I can relate to that because we all have times where the challenges become really big, and I just want to, let you know that I'm here and there is guidance around. So a little reminder at this time for those that are struggling is go catch up with a friend. Go and share what it is that's going on for you at the moment because, a problem shared is halved, and we often, as humans, we tend to be there for everyone else and we forget to ask for ourselves. So my message today is go and ask. If you're feeling stuck, go and chat to a friend. You'll get inspired and you will find that, things won't look as bad. So just for those that are struggling. Another thing, don't forget your affirmations. I know I say them all the time, but I truly, truly know the gift that these are to yourself and to not forget that. So, know that you have that ability to do something that doesn't cost you anything. Just write up some affirmations and have them there so that you can be connecting with them and just stick them all around the place. Really is a great, powerful tool. Another really powerful tool, again, I'll go a reminder to keep changing things up. So at least 3 things a week you have to change. move things around, shuffle them around. If you're feeling stuck, I've had a lot of people connect with me lately that have financially been struggling. We've got to remember, if we keep doing the same thing, we're not going to get a different result. So if you are struggling, we want to look at changing that. So we need to bring in some more tools, it can be just honouring yourself a little bit more. Sometimes we tend to hold on to what little money we have and we're very reluctant to let it go. And that says to the universe that we're in a scarce mindset or a poverty mindset. So if you're doing that, shout yourself a coffee, go and do a dance class. It's just feed what it is that innately makes you happy. And for some of us, it can be they're not really sure. So have a really good think about what is it that makes your heart sing. Do you have something creative you want to pursue? Do you want to go and learn how to dance or to do martial arts or go and play tennis or play golf? You could be 50 or 60 and go, you know what, I'm going to learn something new. You just have to look at the great example Louise Hay was with that. Like, she went and learned something new all the time to keep her brain active and to also also have fun as you get older. So I think it's important because we can get into a rut. And as we get older, I know I'm now in my 50s and we get stuck on things because we know that that's comfortable. So I just want to remind you, do something different for you and honour who it is you are and what makes you happy. Okay, no matter what. It's about bringing that bit of extra happiness in to then show the universe that you're ready. You're ready for more. Okay, that's my little bit of advice for today. Loving you all for connecting and ringing in. Thank you very much. I'm going to go on to my first caller, Kathy in Texas. Woohoo, love Texas. Kathy, how are you?
I am good.
That's good. Have you got something you'd like me to focus on specific today? Not quite hearing, might be from my end. Kathy, can I ask, is your mum in spirit? Because I've really got this lady coming through for you. Okay, hang in there, Kathy. We are coming back for you. The phone is hung up. That's interesting. So Dave is hard at it. Sometimes we do lose callers and like I've said before, contact me. My Facebook page is Australia's Psychic Cowgirl. You can send me in a message. If you ever get hung up on, please message me and I will connect for you because Spirit is here. For whatever reason, sometimes you might not be live or not. Is Kathy back with us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
How are you? Yeah, I can.
I'm good.
I can.
Yes. Good.
Was there something you wanted me to focus on for you?
Yes. My relationship with this guy of 6 years, I cannot figure him out.
Can I ask, is your mum in spirit? Because I've got a lady really strongly stepping in for you. She's a bit of a character,
I have been married twice, and this is the strangest relationship I've ever had.
All right. There's something around. So it's been 6 years, so that's a lot of strangeness, isn't it? Okay, let me just tune into what Spirit is showing me. There's something not quite right with him. Is there... Okay, I feel like I'm leading a parallel life. So does he disappear for a bit or it's almost like he's there but then he's not there? Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It does.
Okay, I'm living a parallel life, but there's something, I don't necessarily feel there's somebody else with him, but I feel like there's something else with him.
Yeah, I can't read him. I can read people, but
yeah. There's something, you're being shown this for a reason. It's like, I want to say there's something that needs to come out of the woodwork and that will enable you to understand him more. It's like he's holding back, but he doesn't need to with you because you're very understanding and you're you're really open with him, but there's something he's holding back, scared to be open with you about.
Yeah, and I don't know what it is. We're both divorced. He has a small child. And, he's used to the high-dollar job, the nicer things. And, of course, I'm not. I've always, had to struggle and, to do the best I can.
Yeah.
I don't think it's somebody else. Do you feel like there's somebody else?
No, I don't feel like there's somebody else, but I feel like there's something else. There's something he's feeling obligated on, and it's a little bit of a struggle for him. So it's like he can't fully commit to you while he's obligated in this other area. And I feel like he's doing something, like he's doing something else that he's not being open about. But I don't feel it's somebody else. I didn't get, there's parallel lives. So it's like he's with you and he's happy with you, but there's something he doesn't want to show you about what he is doing. There's something he's not coming clean about what he's doing, but it's not about, I don't get that there's another person involved in this. It's something that he is going away to do that he wants to keep private.
Yeah, I just wish I knew what it was. It's driving me crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I am. So
you've got
you
this,
see us being fine.
Look, I think it'll come out. I feel like, and when I say that, I feel like you will connect with that. It's like it's coming to a head. So I feel like all will be revealed, so don't worry too much about it. It's almost like the less you focus on it, the more it's going to come to a head. He will be, in spirit, you're shown a lot of things, and you're quite psychic and connected. So it's almost like you've been shown this to be prepared for when it does come out. And it's like, this woman in spirit that I have for you, though, is really strong. Like, I didn't get confirmation whether your mum's passed or not, but it's like she's batting for you. So it's like she's coming through going, it's good. I've got this sorted.
Yes, I have, I'm a cancer survivor, and I had to go have a corticast removed from my main heart artery. It's been in there years too long, and I'm afraid it has grown to me. Do you see any problem with my surgery?
No, I don't, because I feel like you're very tough, and it's almost like I want to say you've outdone what the prognosis was for you, so you've already proven that you don't necessarily fit into the box of this is how it's going to go. Keep your positivity around this, because I feel like that's really important. And I feel like you do that well anyway. You're just asking me for confirmation. But deep down, I feel like you know already that you've got this, because it's like I feel like with you, you've overcome so much. And it's like, okay, what Spirit has shown me, stuff has disappeared. So when you had cancer, I feel like they might have said to you that it could go this way and it could be X, Y, and Z. But when they came back and checked, it wasn't what they thought at first was going to be or what it could have turned into. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a stage 4 triple cancer survivor.
You're amazing. That's what I mean.
For 7 years.
Yeah.
And now
you're not
this last thing done.
Yeah. No,
and I'm going
I feel
alone, and it's a long way, so I was kind of nervous about it.
Yeah, absolutely. But you keep surviving for a reason. It's like it's definitely not your time. So it's like I just feel with you. It's like you've already proven the experts wrong. You've already, you've embraced what you've needed to get through this. And it's like something like what you got to go through next isn't going to hold you up.
I have, people tell me, even my doctor told me I'm a walking miracle.
You are.
After stage 4, 3 cancers, colon, rectum, and an ovary, and mega chemo, and radiation, and bedridden, and now I am back up. I'm better off now than I've ever been. I got out of a horrible marriage, and I'm on my own, and I'm happy. And I'm just hoping this relationship, I love him very much. He told me he loves me. I know there's something that he's not telling me, And, and I'm okay with that, his privacy, as long as I know it's not another female.
Yeah, fair enough too. Well, that's what I feel like. It will be revealed, and it won't be along that line. So don't worry too much about it. Let it just take its, run its course. Because I feel like when you find out, it won't be the end of the world.
Good.
So keep you posted, Kathy.
Thank you very much.
No, you deserve to have, somebody supporting you. You've been amazing. And I really want to encourage you to share your story, because this lady in spirit around you, it's like, oh, she's really wanting you to, it's almost like she's acknowledging to me to share with you that this has happened for a reason. So don't, it's almost like we do things, and the way you have been a miracle, that needs to be shared to show others that there is light at the end of the tunnel.
Just as I found out that I had cancer, I was taking care of my dying brother with cancer in my middle bedroom. And my other brother came down because they gave him 2 weeks to live, and I called the family. My brother from Maryland came down to stay because he couldn't make but one trip. It was 2,500 miles. And he was real sick. So I lost both brothers within 8 weeks of me going in to start my chemo and surgery. So I feel very, very, very fortunate,
Yeah, you've got two angels up there looking. Yeah, absolutely. It's not your time. You're not meant to go. And that's what I see for you. It's not. And is your mum in spirit? Because who's the lady? Where does she fit? Because I feel like if she's not mum, she's a mum figure to you.
I lost my mother many years ago. I lost two brothers and two sisters just in the last few years.
Wow. You really are a survivor.
Yeah. So I just feel like, God saved me for a reason. I don't know why.
Absolutely.
But I'm grateful.
You're here for a purpose. Yeah. And you will be sharing that. I also see that there's a reference to you being on stage talking to people about this. So get your public speaking down pat.
Yeah. I have talked to a couple of friends and had one that I gave him the strength, he said, to hold on. But in the end, he lost his battle because his chemo port that I'm having removed, he got infected and it killed him. So,
yeah, hence your fear around that too.
Mine removed.
Yeah.
I'm finally in a position where I can. I didn't have any insurance, but now I do, and I can go get it taken care of.
Beautiful. And that is perfect alignment too, don't worry. Like, it's almost like it needed to wait to now. But you've got your brothers and your mum up there, like they will make sure you will get the clear signs on what is right and what isn't. So trust that and know that they give you the signs.
Yeah, it's been hard. Real hard. I had a niece that was murdered in a convalescent home just 2 weeks ago.
Oh, my goodness.
It's just everywhere. I have a sister that's in the hospital now, and she had a heart attack. She's 84 years old.
Wow.
But seems to be pulling through it. So as long as I know my relationship with this man is good, I am good.
I feel it will work out. So don't worry about that. That'll be, you've been through enough, but I don't see that being major. Please let me know, Kathy, via my Facebook. Send me a message. I've got to go on to my second caller, but much love to you and all that you have been through. I cannot imagine, truly, your journey has been like, a lesser person would not have survived, but, you have. So good on you. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, I walked out of a 38-year marriage, because he was running around, he was doing drugs.
But see, I feel like intuitively, touch base with me on my page. I've got to go on to my second caller, but know that follow your gut. You're right on stuff, okay? Much love to you, Kathy.
Okay. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Lovely to connect. Thank you. All right, I've got Kristen in Bronx, New York.
Kristen,
Yes. How are you? It's Tonya here.
Yes, I'm good. How are you?
Really good, thank you. What can I help you with? We're a little bit sort of short on time, so I want to make sure I cover what you'd like me to focus on for you today.
Just generally what you see.
Okay. There's a decision that you're weighing up at the moment. Now, can I ask, is that to do with relocation of where you're living, or there's some question around where you're living at this point in time?
Where I'm living at this time.
Yeah. So are you looking at moving? Because I feel like I see the option of being able to move.
I would like to.
Yeah. Okay. So I feel like there's an opportunity coming up around the movement, and it's almost like that's going to happen first. So I'm moving, and that's bringing about the change that is well needed for you, I have to say. So it's like spirit are coming in going, yep, she needs a change. I've got a male in spirit stepping up for you who's almost like your guardian. And it's like he wants to let you know that he is around. And I feel like he looked out for you. He's a taller chap, and, you know, it's almost like he's got his arms around your shoulders. So it's very important that you're aware that he is around for you. And it's like he's showing me, I'll fix this for you. So it's like you've been through hardship at the moment. There's a lot of things that have been happening, and you need some help and guidance.
Yeah.
So, but it's like he's going, it's all right, I've got this. There is the element of looking for the signs. You are quite, again, like my last caller, you're quite psychic and in tune. So trust what comes to you. But I feel like I want to say to you, start looking broader in, it's almost like if I want to move, I don't want to be fixated on the one spot. I want to look further afield with what it is. Or where it is that I want to be going. I want to just be open a little bit more than what you are at the current moment. So you might be thinking, oh, I'm going to go here, but I feel like I want to say there's another place not that far away from there, but there's something around water, and I can see in the background mountains. So I feel like I'm going, I feel like I'm sort of going inland, but the picture that they're showing me is almost like heading towards the water.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so just be open to that, because I feel like it's almost like the opportunity is not far away, but we need you to be looking. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like opportunities here. We need Kristen to be looking around here rather than just in the one spot that you're thinking of. I want to say what Spirit is showing me is you're going to bypass. So you might have thought eventually I want to live by the water, but they're saying you don't need to wait. It's very strongly you don't need to wait. Okay, so put it out there. Around what you're doing, there's something around that's very important. There's a spiritual aspect to it. So I see you helping people, but there's something else. So it's almost like I'm at that point where I'm not quite getting what I need out of what I'm doing, and I need to change that up or step into the direction that is my big picture.
Okay.
All right. Where does Rob fit? I feel like I get shown Rob for you. Is there a male around? Okay. Just be aware of that. Yeah, that they're just showing me Rob, so I don't know where that fits. Sometimes I'll throw in a name and go, Rob. There's also something around a birthday. So is it your birthday coming up? Because I feel like I'm celebrating something coming up.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. There's something around a celebration coming in that you're going to be a part of. So again, they're just throwing stuff at me. It's like with Spirit, they're like, hurry, 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 get this through. So I've got to get the message through. There's something around trees for you. It's definitely important to get into nature, and I almost want to get out of my head. So I want to be aware of, I need to take time out to tune into what feels right for me.
Okay.
All right, and don't forget the creative side, because they're going, there's something you used to do and I feel like you haven't done it for a while, but we need to go back to that.
Okay, I've been thinking about stuff like that.
Yeah. So it's like they're showing me to do that, and that will also help with the career aspect. So there's something in that for you.
Okay.
All right, and where does the little girl fit in for you?
Probably my daughter.
Yeah. So it's like she's important. She's an important part of this picture. She's quite spiritual as well. So she's almost like, I feel like sometimes she gives you guidance. Like it's like she's onto stuff. So it's like she sees things and she connects with things. So it's like her ideas are good.
Yeah, she's the one that gives me the hope when I'm losing it.
Yeah, it's like and that's why she's in your life. It's really amazing. It's like she's been sent to you. I want to say like a gift from God to keep you focused and to give you that drive. But the two of you, it's like I want to embrace a new life and I want to be open to changing and moving. So I feel like it's not as far away as you might be thinking. So please keep that in mind.
Okay, definite.
It's very important for where you live is comfy and it's home. Like it's almost like energetically it has to be right, but this place will be right. So it'll be all that you have imagined. And I really want you to put that out there, even with manifesting, write down what it is. Because I feel like water is massive for you. So I just feel like that's calming. That's almost where you feel most alive, I want to say. It's like it's very important. So, you know, with your manifestation, even if you're writing, I'm now by the water in my beautiful home. And I feel like for you, I don't need a big home. I don't need something substantial. I'm happy with something, really keeping it simple, easy for me to look after, and that way I can have my life. There's also around travel. So travel's important. I feel like I'm connecting to someone who has a bit of a gypsy soul. So it's like, you love to be able to say, take off, or let's go for a road trip, and it's time to have the fun.
Okay.
Okay. Have you made changes this last year so that you're more free than what you have been prior? Because I feel like that's relevant too.
I've been trying to, but life isn't as easy. But I've been changing the way I look at things.
Good, yeah. Because this year, it'll be this year with the shift, and it's like I want to say to you, it's like a rolling stone gathering moss. This year for you, I'm gaining more and more and more as the months go on. I'm getting better at manifesting what it is I need. So don't forget that and don't lose sight of it, because you will be, I honestly believe in what they're showing me, by Christmas, we're transpiring this move and we're excited.
Oh, well, if that's the case, I'm very, very excited.
Yeah. So get the map out with your daughter, because I feel like there's a link with her. Just get the map out and say, where are we going, sweetie? Because I feel like she'll be showing you.
Okay.
All right, so just have a look and branch out a bit further than where you're thinking. But there's a lot of happiness around this, and it is exciting. So I want you to feed into the excitement. When you feed into the excitement, you will find that you'll manifest this easily and a lot quicker than you think. And I see it happening quick.
Okay, I will definitely do that.
Woohoo! I'm excited for you. That's really cool. So, yeah, keep the faith. You've got this.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your help.
My absolute pleasure. Keep me posted. Australia Psychic Cowgirl on Facebook. Let me know. I'd love to hear how you go. Thank you so much for connecting.
I will. Thank you so much. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you so much, guys, for ringing in. It's Tonya Reeves, Australia Psychic Cowgirl. You can catch me on Facebook or Instagram, and keep in touch. Love you calling in for us. Thank you so much. I'm signing off for another week. See you next week, same time, same place. Woohoo!
Hello, cats and kittens and llama lovers everywhere. I'm Perry Lyons. I'm shaking my head because hair. And welcome to Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic. I knew you'd be watching this. I know you're going to call, and I know what you're going to say. I might give you the answers. Anyway, great to see you. And as always, this is your show. So I don't know why you make me do all the work, but it's your show, and I really enjoy and genuinely love talking to everybody who calls in. As you know, every week we do the Psychic Tarot Weather Forecast. For those of you who are a little too literal-minded out there, this is not about actual weather. It's about the psychic weather. So I'm going to be drawing 3 cards, and each card will pretty accurately predict sort of the vibe for this week for everybody who happens to be magically, but by no mistake, tuning into this show. Ready? I know you're ready. Ready? Get a little readier. Okay, here we go. Oh, that's nice. These are randomly picked, which amazes me when they're this good. Okay, this card is the Ace of Pentacles. And the Ace of Pentacles means that there are a lot of new beginnings. Not like those old beginnings you have lying around. New beginnings. And this new beginning has to do with a cycle of prosperity. There's a huge hand coming out of the sky and coming out of a cloud. And it's holding a coin. This doesn't necessarily mean that a huge hand is going to come out of the sky with an enormous coin, because that's scary. What it does mean is that aces in tarot, as in poker, are very good. And the Ace of Pentacles means that it's the beginning of a new cycle of kind of prosperity and material satisfaction. So that means go ahead and order that new wallpaper. I'm actually talking to myself. Thank you. I'm going to order that wallpaper now. But take a little risk materially this week if it makes you happy, because you've got a cycle of good stuff coming up. Okay, the next card, ooh, I call this the Volga Boatman card for no particular reason. It's just got Boatman on it. This card is interesting. It's multi-layered. It means in a wider sense that you have sort of a guardian angel at your back. You can't see him, as you can see the broad with a shawl over her head looks all depressed and sad, but she can't see that there's sort of a guardian angel type in charge. And they're going from one shore to a different shore. So in a meta way, this often means that you are much more sort of taken care of than you know. In a specific way, in the readings I've done for people in the last 10 to 15 years, for some reason, it always means that you're either taking a short trip for a couple of days unexpectedly, or you're going to either California, Florida, England, France, or New York. Don't ask me why. It almost always means that. When I get this for a client, I'm like, you going to California? And they're always like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, I'm psychic. Okay. The third card is the Temperance card, which means have some patience. There's a big full moon in Aquarius coming up tomorrow night. And a big full moon in Aquarius, you're going to need patience, because Aquarius is one crazy sign to have the moon in. But temperance means don't overdo it. If you are just starting a new exercise regime, don't try and run 25 miles at once. Don't overdo it and then stop. I know my doctor said I was supposed to run 3 miles a day for a week. And I called him after a week and I said, Doctor, I'm 21 miles from home. What do I do now? Sorry, old joke. Okay. The Temperance card does mean that this week it's best not to overdo anything. So like lay off the champagne, only have 1 glass. Lay off the cigars, but have some patience and know that if you've started a project, it takes time and it will come to fruition. It will work, but cut yourself a little slack, have a little patience. And that's the psychic weather for this week. Let's see what else. I'm totally ready for callers right now. So if anybody feels like calling in, that's a good thing to do. And we have Donna in, I think, looks like it said Tweeds Head, Australia, which is my new favorite name for a town anywhere. That's so cool. And I used to live in Australia. I wish I did now. Excuse me. Hi, Donna. Which part of where is Tweeds Head? Is that south or near Sydney, Melbourne?
New South Wales. No, near the Gold Coast. I'm right on the border.
Oh, look at you, Gold Coast. I love. Can I come visit? I lived in I lived in Darlinghurst back when it was not posh, and Bondi and all those other places. Good shrimp. So, my darling, tell me your birthday, because that's how I sort of tune into you.
Okay, 10th of December, 63.
Okay, what 10th of December?
Yep.
Great. Oh, and 63, your year of the, I know they call it year of the rabbit. It's actually year of the cat. I love people born in the year of the cat. And Sagittarius cat, that's an interesting combination. Sagittariuses have a very hard time with fibbing. They're not very good at it. What they are very good at is telling the truth and being warriors for justice and having a lot of fun. So tell me what your question is, my love.
Where am I at with it in the work dilemma?
Interesting. Well, this is unfair. What I'm getting is that you're a little too good at your job, and some people can be so short-sighted. People are a little resentful about that. It's almost, look, you just show up, you do your job, you're very good at it, you have a very high standard for yourself, but you don't, call out other people. But there are people, two people in particular, around you who are a little threatened by your competence. I'm not actually trying to blow smoke up your bum. This is actually true. I'm not just being nice. Does this ring true to you? Are these people a little?
Yep.
I thought so. Yeah, because they kind of suck at their job, to be honest with you. So they want to sabotage you so they look better. I don't know why the first thing that doesn't occur to them is, hey, maybe we should do a better job. But it doesn't, because they're not that kind of person. I'm sorry, my grammar's all over the place because I'm upset for you. You do have an ally here, though. It's not somebody, it might be, is your boss somebody who doesn't maybe appear in the office, your big boss, appear in the office very much, or isn't there all the time? Because somebody who's on your side, who's your ally, is not necessarily in that office all the time. Is that correct?
Yes and no. I'm going through a, what do you call it? A dispute with them at the moment from an injury.
Oh, I hope they give you a workman's comp. They will do everything not to. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I went through that in a job I had, and they outright lied to me, and I had to be really proactive. I know, who is this?
I've been going through it for 12 months.
Oh, my God. I am so sorry. I'm trying to get the injury. Hold on. Yeah, you really got hurt, and it was really their fault. Now, who is the ally I'm seeing? Yeah, it was. Okay, there might be somebody there's somebody higher up in the company who you might not even know personally, but who does not want to get the company to get a reputation for, because it's a company that's sort of on its way up, but also established. That's weird. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is anyway, it's not important, but there's like a parent company. This is an offshoot that's starting to do really well. Okay, well, you have a couple of people there who are lying to you. Do you have a lawyer?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, you have a good lawyer.
Yep.
Wow, you're being stonewalled, dude. Let me see what's going to go on with this. Hold on. I'm actually going to pick some cards. Okay. Yeah, you got the person you got the wounded healer card, which is somebody who's been wounded. And the cards are a little stacked against you. So here's what I would do. Do you know anybody in the media? Is there somebody you can talk to in the press? about how you're getting shafted, because you are? Or
not offhand.
Okay, that's all right.
My solicitor.
Oh, thank God.
My solicitor's fighting it at the moment. My solicitor's fighting it now.
Good. I like your solicitor. Do you mind? Is it a leg injury or is it like a leg and hip thing? I'm having a little trouble getting it, so correct me if I'm wrong.
It's the whole back, mainly the lower.
Okay. It's the lower. It feels like it's the right hand side. So there's an L3, L4 injury that radiates down your right leg. Yep. Yeah. You're going to need surgery, and they're going to friggin' pay for it. And it looks like they are. I just got the Chariot card, which means you're going to win. And I was getting some cards before that. What? Yeah. What? What, babe?
I've got no goosebumps.
Yes, we like that. That means truth. Those are called truth bumps. Okay, they're not, but now they are. Yeah, my friend Elizabeth Grace, when she gets goosebumps, she's like, yeah, truth bumps. So, yeah, you're going to win. It has sucked up until now, and I'm really sorry because you're an excellent human and you deserve a lot better than this. Also, you've served this company really well, and I'm going to say you're the most conscientious employee they have because they don't know that they're being ripped off. There are 2 employees they're being ripped off by. So, yeah, what a good idea. Let's punish the honest one who does a really good job. But you are going to win. Because a lot of stuff is about to get set into motion. Bim, bam, boom, bam, boom. That's this card. When you get this card, it means that, it's a lot of things seem in the air right now, but they're not. It means all of these arrows are all these things you've set in motion, or your lawyer or solicitor or barrister, pick your country, have set in motion, they're all going to work. They're all good. They seem like they're up in the air, but they're going to be like, that's like arrow noise, just in case you're wondering. You're going to be fine. Yeah, I think you're going to get a bigger settlement than you expect because I think your lawyer is going to be able to prove that you got, what's the word I'm looking for? Well, it amounts to lied to. And stonewalled. I saw
that too.
Oh, yeah.
Are you there?
And it's provable. Oh, yeah. And who just identified what your injury was? Why, I believe that was me. So I think you can trust me to be right about this too. I wouldn't be surprised if it was 6 figures because these people were not smart about their interdepartmental memos and emails, and they haven't erased them. And I think you got a good lawyer. She's going to kind of swing around and take them by surprise, but they have some incriminating stuff, which is going to prove that they, in fact, conspired to do you out of your just stuff. So hang in there, have some faith, ask your lawyer to look at their emails and look at the interdepartmental memos because there's something in there that's a smoking gun. And that would prove that they conspired to lie to you.
Yeah,
you don't need contact.
Now it's all in the hands of the solicitor.
No, that's what you have the solicitor for. What?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what your solicitor's for. You don't have to worry about it. Just make sure you show up to meetings with your lawyer, and you're going to be fine. And just make sure you keep track of everything. You know where your lawyers and doctor bills are, and you're good. You're going to be okay. Trust me on this one.
I'm just going with what the solicitor tells me. Can you see a time frame?
I think things are going to start happening a lot in the next 3 months. I would be surprised if this might wind up in 9 months to a year. A year would be my farthest guess. I think 9 months, maybe sooner. But things are going to start taking off now, like within 2 weeks. So I like your lawyer, and you don't have to be in contact with them. That's your lawyer's job. So you're going to be fine. Knock yourself out. And remember, when you come into the big money, I take tips. Will you call me and let me know what happens?
Definitely. I will, most definitely.
Male strippers, some champagne, a flight to Australia. We'll celebrate together. Okay. So keep in touch. My name is Perry. It's on your screen. Perry, P-E-R-I, like periwinkle. Lyons, like L-Y-O-N-S, like you got it. And just contact me via Facebook and let me know how you're going, okay? And I talk to people for free occasionally. All right? All right, Donna. Rock on with your bad self, girl. And go say hi to the pretty... My pleasure. Just go say hi to the pretty boys in Bondi for me, baby.
Love to. Thank you so much.
I know I liked you. All right. Take care. Keep in touch. Thanks, baby. Oh, so fun. I get the coolest people. Speaking of coolest people, that was Donna. Now we have Lacey, which is like my favorite name. I love that name. It's such a country western star name. I love it. So Lacey, hi, welcome. Are you still there? Did you get bored?
Yes.
Hi. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Oh, you have a cute voice. You have such a nice vibe. Okay. What?
Oh, I didn't say anything.
Oh, that's okay. It's probably the voices in my head. Ooh. Anyway, I'm happy you're here. And I want to know two things because my producer flashed it on screen, but I have ADD the way China has people, basically. So I've already forgotten. You're from Cleveland, Utah. Okay, that's confusing. Yeah. Cool. Utah is so beautiful. I'm going to come visit you. Anyway, what day is your birthday, my dear? Okay, let's go skiing. What day is your birthday?
February 20th.
Oh, you're the first day of Pisces. Rock on. Oh, you're the most. I'm the last day of Pisces. So usually the first day of Pisces, yeah, you guys are really like feminine and delicate and small-boned and big-eyed and psychic, and everybody's in love with you. That's really the first part of Pisces. Yeah, towards the end of Pisces, we get a little more like big girls. But so let's see. You have a lot of love around you. People really take to you. That's nice. What is your question, my dear? Yeah, it's true too. So how can I help you? What's your question, Linjo?
I was just curious. My twin brother passed away a few months ago. If there was any messages regarding him.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, and a twin. Oh, and your mom must be, God. Gosh. Wow. I mean this in a really nice way. Was he kind of pretty? I mean, did he have a very kind of pretty face?
What's that?
He was, oh God, I'm sorry. I'm so, okay. He's lovely, a lovely person. He seems slender to me, or if he wasn't, slender, delicate. He almost looks like a 1970s like pop idol to me, like David Cassidy or one of those, like a pretty face, very sensitive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's lovely. An Irish kind of name. I don't think it's Kevin, but is it 2 syllables? What was his first name?
Martin.
Martin?
Yep.
Oh, lovely. To me, that's an Irish or English name, 2 syllables. Because I don't meet American Martins. I'm very sorry. Boy, is he right here. Well, I'm getting some, he's fine where he is, but do the words, I didn't mean to do that, or I didn't mean it, or would that make sense to you?
Yeah.
God. he really wants. Sorry, I feel like it's too personal to talk about in public, but he's saying, I didn't mean to do this. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
He didn't mean to do that.
He didn't mean to do that. Oh, gosh. So I'm not in public going to talk about how he passed, but he's in kind of a hospital-like place where he's helping other people, which is very like him.
Yeah.
He's so sensitive, and he's so... I feel like he had a musical talent he didn't get a chance to fully express. He loves music.
Did.
Oh, does he love music? He and I are disagreeing on musical taste right now because he's naming some bands. I'm like, really, dude? Did he like 70s bands? I mean, I'm going out on a limb here, but I'm hearing Dust in the Wind. So that's either a song he wants you to hear or a song I've never gotten that in a reading before, so knock yourself out. He's okay. It's just, yeah. Close your eyes. I don't know why he's saying that. Only for a moment and the moment's gone. Or maybe that's what he wants to say. And my producer I know it's by Kansas, Dave. My producer just flashed by Kansas. He's a music cat. I know it's by Kansas. There's a couple of other things. Did he have, it's very important to him that he knows that, you know that he loves all of you tremendously. There's also some sort of either red car, red motorcycle, red scooter, there's a red object. Sorry, I'm having trouble getting it. Might not mean anything. And was he dating somebody?
I think he was kind of dating somebody.
Male or female? I'm sorry to ask that, but it's part of my training.
He had dated a male, but his recent one, I think he was on and off with a female. I can't remember her name.
Yeah, I do get that he was bi, which bless him. I think he's showing me a flower, so she might have a name like Rose or something like that. He's also very sad because that was something that he was interested in continuing. Mostly what he wants, is your mom still here?
Yes.
Okay. She's just destroyed. Jesus. He is he's at her right shoulder a lot. He loves his brothers and sisters because there are a couple more of you, it seems. He loves you. You can still, but you and you can still contact him. He ain't that far away. He's right there. And he's still him. Love doesn't die. Personality doesn't die. But a lot of the things that troubled him, he was so hard on himself. He just had such high expectations, and he didn't give himself. And I think you have a little survivor guilt. And if you do, I want you to know that this had nothing to do with you. And he says, you've always been the greatest sister ever. You have been there for him. Was there kind of candy that you guys used to really love when you were like 5 or 6?
Nothing that's coming to mind.
Okay, it might be like something weird that like Turkish taffy or Charleston chew. There's some sort of, because he's showing me you're in like a Charleston chew. Okay, yeah. And you guys would have either a tent or you'd make a tent under the covers and you'd hang out and like have candy and giggle. I love this kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's very much with you. Just, you can talk to him. He hears you. Light a candle for him. He's fine. He's going through a lot of very positive change, but mostly he's terribly sorry. And he wants your mom to know that he loves her and he'll see her again. And he's with her all the time. And when she cries, just know that he's there comforting her. And you too.
Oh.
You're stronger. And you somehow know that he's not gone. You know that. You can feel it. You've talked to him. You sense his presence. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, sweetie. He's a lovely guy. But you know what? You're a terrific person. And you have a very long and rather successful life ahead of you. And you're going to, you're going to live out both of your dreams. But live your dreams. Because you can have them.
All right.
And let me know how you are. My name is Perry Lyons. And if your mom, I do free readings. I only offer them. But if your mom wants a free reading, it's free for people who've lost a child. You have to be a horrible person to charge for that. So if she wants to get in touch with me, she can, okay?
Hi, I'm Dean, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio. Now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio Moonstruck TV. I hope you're all having a wonderful afternoon, morning or evening or wherever you are. Now, as usual, I always like to do a little chat, a little spiritual chat before we are about to take two callers that will call in for some guidance, or perhaps they want to connect to a loved one. Let's see what's going to happen. Anyway, so what I was thinking about is that I want to tell you a little bit of a story about something that I did in my life. I went to, now it was in 2017, yes. So 2 years ago, I went to Kashmir. And you may or may not have been reading the news, but there's a lot going on in Kashmir at the moment. So quite a dangerous place. But at the time, it was okay. There was a lull in the storm, if you like. And it's a northern part of India, and it is known for the problems that they're having because of, politically, there's problems between India and Pakistan. And but it's also predominantly a Muslim country. And so I was sort of surrounded by Muslim people. And what was so incredible that I really liked, and there's something that I just love this about any religion, whether it's, the bells from the church or in sort of Kashmir, they would call to prayer, because as you probably know that they pray 5 times a day, but they would be calling to prayer, and you'd hear all this wonderful calling going out, and it with loudspeakers as well. It was just incredible. And I stayed in this houseboat on the lake, and there was all these lily pads everywhere in the lake, and you could sort of hear this calling, and people would be rowing their boats for the people that lived on the lake to the land to sort of go to the mosque to pray. But really, what it did for me, it was probably one of the most inspirational trips I've ever taken in my life. And the reason why it was inspirational was because it taught me about prayer. And as you know, they were doing that 5 times a day. So I was surrounded by people who were praying, and people would say to me, oh, I'm going to pray for this, and I'm going to pray for that, and this is what I'm praying for today. And it was something that people took really seriously. And, being a medium, I would, do sort of, demonstrations of mediumship and services. And I would do an opening and a closing prayer. And that was sort of the prayers that I was sort of used to. But what I learned out of this whole experience is actually the power of prayer. and the importance of prayer. Because what I've learned through my connections to spirit is that there is a God, and there is a spirit world, and they do listen to what, our prayers, and they are open to help us. But the thing is we have to ask, because otherwise they would be intervening with our free will, and we have a right to have our free will. So it's really interesting just how important prayer is. Some people may sort of pray to Archangel Michael for protection, or Archangel Raphael for healing, or even to God for help in their lives, or for help with other situations that are in the world. That are, some of the atrocities that are taking place in the world that you could pray for. But what I'm always told by my guides is that the spirit world always listens. They always want to know how they can help us, and they want us to really engage with the power of prayer, and really engage. It's almost like asking. And I know that, when you look at sort of, a program like this on A1R Psychic Radio, that there will be people that perhaps are troubled, or people that have problems, or people that have concerns. And for those people, I say to you, just, pray to God, or anybody in the spirit world that you want to pray to, because it will really enhance your life, and it will make a difference. Because I know firsthand through my prayers that God and my guides and people in the spirit world, they do listen. So that's sort of a little interesting talk about prayer. Now I know that I have a caller waiting. We have Cheryl in Canberra, Australian. Well, I'm just reading, what the producer has written. He said it's the Australian Capital Territory. Australia is ready.
That is correct.
So now I have a sister, and her name is spelled exactly the same as what it's been said to me, and her name is pronounced Cheryl. So is it? Are you Cheryl or Cheryl?
Cheryl.
Like almost like with an S rather than the C.
It's the C. Yep.
Yep. Good. Okay. So I am a medium, and I can help with sort of guidance and speak to my guides, or I can connect to a loved one in the spirit world and create a communication. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
No, just a general reading, please.
And okay. And is there a particular area that you'd like me to focus? Because we do have such little time on this show.
Romance, please. I don't have anybody in my life.
Sorry, say that again. Oh, romance. Sorry.
Romance.
Yeah. So is somebody going to be coming into your life? Okay. Okay. So what I'm being told is you're rather used to being on your own, and I feel that you have really sort of got it, almost like you're accustomed to being on your own, and it would take a certain sort of special person to almost slot into your life, because I feel that you're quite routine orientated, and you like to have things done sort of in a certain way. And I'm being told that whilst you're open to a relationship, there has been some doubts in your mind as to whether you actually want one. And I think you oscillate between the idea of whether you want one or not. Does that make sense
Correct.
to you?
Yes, it does.
Because what I'm being told is the spirit world will quite often listen to you moaning about men.
Yes, I do.
And they're saying to me that almost as though you have to be clear in your mind as to whether this is actually what you want. But they say to me that if you were to decide that this is what you want and you do want a relationship, that what they're saying to me is that there is somebody that is there for you, and you will be in a relationship, but almost like it's not straight away. That they're showing me, I do feel that you're quite wounded as well from a previous relationship, because I can see that they're showing me a wound, and they're saying to me that emotionally you're it's almost like emotionally you're not quite ready for that relationship just yet.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you, Cheryl?
Yes, it does.
And I feel that a lot of men are judged by your ex. It's like,
yes, they are.
Like, and they only have to do one slight thing like him. It's like, oh no, not having anything to do with him. Oh, he's not the one for me.
That's true. Very true.
And he's what I'm being told is that by my guides is that the spirit world really want you to take care of yourself and treat this time as a healing time, and treat this time as a time where you are giving to yourself. And because they say that emotionally you need it. It's almost like you need to become free of the shackles and the burdens of the past. Because in your mind, there are times when you go over and over and over the past, and you're looking at, what this person did to you, and how you wouldn't, and just, there's still a lot of hurt. Would that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
But what my guide is telling me to do, he says it would be a really good idea if I were to put you on my healing list, and so I'm just picking up my phone so that I can put you on my healing list, because they will help with your emotions and healing you from the past. Would you be happy with that? I'm not stepping on your toes. Good.
No, you're not. I'm fine.
So what I do is I'll put you on the healing list, and I sit for an hour every day sending out healing. So I'll make sure that you're on the list, and that you're so I'll put you on the list. So it's Cheryl. Okay, I've got you on the list. Now, so what I'm being also told is that if you almost like as you go through the stages, because it's like a grief, isn't it, when you break up from somebody? And also, I sometimes think it can be a whole lot worse than grief, because you've got the hurt and the pain and the anger and stuff like that. But what I'm being told is that as you go through the stages of the grief of the past and become more healed, what I'm being told is that you will become more and more open to the idea of receiving somebody else into your life. And I'm being told that this will happen, but I'm looking sort of, it's down the track. I know that you're not going to be on your own for the rest of your life. I know that somebody else has been sort of, it's almost like it's been allocated or prepared for you to meet. But I know that this is about your healing time and looking after yourself and just getting rid of that past and the hurt. I hope that helps, Cheryl.
It does. Thank you.
Thank you very much for ringing in, I wish you well, and you're on my healing list, so I'll be sending healing to you every day.
Thank you very much for your time.
My pleasure. Lovely to meet you, Cheryl. Right, so we have Sushi in New Delhi. Are you there?
Yes, of course, I'm here.
Oh, lovely
Hello.
to hear. Hello. So I am a medium where I am able to connect to loved ones in the spirit world, or I can speak to my guides and we can look at some guidance. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
Yes, sure. Hello?
Which way would you like me to work?
I'd just like you to present a question, and then maybe you can just answer.
It's slightly a bad line, and I didn't quite hear you. What is it that you wanted?
Hello? Can I ask
Yes,
you
I'm
a
still.
question?
You want to ask a question?
Sure. So I and my boyfriend, we are living together. We're soon going to have a baby. So I just wanted to know how our life is going to be in the near future. I mean, we've been through a lot of controversies lately in our life. So how our life is going to be further in the coming time.
All I can hear is that you are with a boyfriend and that you're living with him, and how's it going to go in the future? Is there anything significant in addition to that you're asking me?
Yes, I'm asking how our life is going to be. Is it going to be controversial? Is it going to be okay? Is it going to be fine in the future? Yes.
Right, okay. Let me have a look. I'm being told that you're the mature one out of the two of you. Does that make sense to you?
Sure. Yes.
Because what I'm being told is that it's almost as though your boyfriend is still a little bit immature and will take some time to catch up with you in your maturity. But what I'm being told is that with your love and your guidance and your patience, he will catch up and he will be your equal. Because I think that part of the problem here is not about whether it's going to work. It's about him not being your equal at this stage, at this point in time. And I'm being told that, so with your guidance, your love and your patience, he will come to the point where he will be your equal. And I feel that this is down to you as to whether you want to persevere with him. Because I do feel that in time, with your patience, he will be one of the most wonderful husbands you could possibly have, or partner or boyfriend or whatever you want to call him. But what I want to say now is I don't feel he's in this position right now. But I feel that it's almost like I feel that you may knock him into shape, not literally, but it's an expression in sort of you're telling how it's supposed to be, and I feel that he will grow rapidly in your company. You are the best thing that's ever happened to this man. I do feel that you're going to be quite a teacher and quite a guide to him on the earth, which is just incredible. Because what my guide is saying is that he is saying that you are a very evolved soul, and that you have lived many lives, and that but your boyfriend, it's almost like he's been stuck in the ability to mature and grow up in this life, and I feel that you are going to be. It's almost like I'm also being told that you made this promise that you would help him, that you would guide him in this life before you came to the earth plane. And so it's almost like you are meant to be with him. There is a soul connection. There is a soul connection, because my guide is saying that you have known each other in previous lives. I feel like he's been your brother and he's been your son in a previous life. And I do feel that you're, it's like a soul commitment to him that you're giving. But moving forward, once he's sort of, established this maturity and grown because of your help and your support, I do feel that your relationship really stands a good chance. I do feel that you, because what will happen is he will be your equal. The two of you will be your equal, and it's in a country where, and this is coming from my guide. This is not my opinion. It's in a country where it's not so normal for women to be equal to their husbands. Sometimes the women are more than the man. But anyway, I'm being told that this is about coming together in this life and becoming and being an equal. And I feel that you also, as a couple, you will be a great inspiration to many people, because I feel that the two of you, it's almost like the two of you will be a teacher to many people. You will show people how to be, and I feel like in your community and in your where you live, there is a real feeling of transition and how your world is changing. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, definitely.
Good. And I also feel that you are. I feel that there's something that the two of you will end up doing in a vocal way. So it's like, and I don't know how that's going to be, but I just get that feeling that you will end up. You will be quite. The two of you will be quite opinionated on how things should be in your life and how things should be in your community and society. And I get the feeling that you two will be making a stand and making a point to your community and your society, and you will be doing it together. And this is the reason why you've come together. The first stage is him getting up to speed with you. The second stage is the two of you working together. And I just feel that you're going to make a real impression on your society and the people around you. And I think you're going to be quite thought-provoking and sort of and share your opinions and your ideas with many people. I think it's going to be wonderful. What do you think?
Sure, I totally agree with you.
Yeah, and I'm also being told that you're a very intelligent woman, and and I'm being told that you've had a good education and that you're wise. You're very wise about life, and you've experienced a lot in your life, and that has really shaped you. You are incredibly wise. So I think it's quite exciting, because I think anybody that is going to do something special in the world, because I feel what you're about to do is special, because you're helping people see the right way. You're helping people to be, work towards the light and not be oppressed. And I feel that it's a real issue about being oppressed. And I feel that this is part of the work that you will be doing in India. It's absolutely fantastic, and I congratulate you for your strength, because I know that you have an enormous amount of strength to do this. And I also am being told that God has chosen the two of you to do this work. This is something that you were always meant to do. And I've been told that you were meant to talk to me as well. How does that sound?
Yeah, I'm really surprised that you all know all of this. I know what also we are actually expecting. Next month we're having a baby. We've been expecting this year. So fingers are all fingers crossed. Let's see what is ahead of us.
Yes. I couldn't quite hear what you were saying, but you know, we're coming to the end of the show. But I just want to thank you for phoning in. I am on Facebook. My name is Gail Moffat. So if you want to sort of, send me a message on Facebook and I'll answer you. And as I do with anybody that's listening, and just approach me and then I can answer you. But sadly, we've come to the end of the show, and it's interesting how I was talking about my, right at the beginning of the show, talking about the importance of prayer and my time in India. And then we have a caller from India. How fantastic is that? Sushi, thank you very much for calling in. Lovely to speak with you. Thank you.
This is Soul Star Radio. We're coming to you live from Clyde Castle in Victoria, and it's going to snow. Why not? And I'm joined by the one and only world jousting champion, who is Australian, and is Philip Leach, and he is here in Clyde Castle. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm very good. How are you this morning?
A little bit cold.
Yeah, tiny bit cold. Now, we're actually on these wonderful thrones here. And can you tell us what room we're in?
We're in the tavern, so a big function room where we have our medieval feasts and performances and such. So yeah, it's quite a special room, very cosy.
And for those in the Ballarat area, the Winter Feast is actually on this Saturday. I'll actually be performing some live platform readings and hopefully making you laugh as well. And there'll be some beautiful music. In the meantime, we're going to talk about the history of the castle and also about your jousting. Now, as a world jousting champion, can you tell us, where did you first start horse riding and all that sort of thing?
Oh, well, my family, my mother in particular, always had horses. So even from when I was quite young, I had access to them and I'd just muck around riding and that sort of thing. And although I didn't ever do it sort of, seriously, that was always something I was familiar with. And I always had a deep passion for everything medieval and knights and swords and fantasy and that sort of thing. So when, as an adult, I sort of discovered that jousting was actually something that people did, I was right up for that. And my wife at the time had a horse, so I started riding on her horse again and putting together the equipment and doing the training that was necessary to joust.
It must be pretty hard work. You have to work out physically as well. And
yeah, well, I mean, it is a sport. Jousting, and like any sport, if you want to perform at the top level, you have to condition yourself for it. So besides the actual activity of jousting and practicing the skills involved, I do have a fitness routine. I do watch what I eat to a certain degree, and it all helps. But when you're in those difficult situations when you're actually competing.
Yeah, that kind of looks a bit scary, really. I'm sort of looking at this jousting stick and going, splinters in very inconvenient places. But how heavy is a jousting stick?
Well, the lance, which is called a jousting stick, I think they weigh about 5 kilos, and it doesn't sound like a lot, but they're over 3 meters long. And when you lower them so that you're holding them horizontal, they actually get quite heavy in the hand. And I think it adds like an extra 20 kilos of pressure that you're holding in your hand on the big solid lances that we use. So part of the technique is actually managing that extra weight and having your technique right so that you don't have your lance just completely horizontal all the time. And obviously, the strengthening and conditioning helps with it as well.
Cool. Now, you travelled to the US with this and done some TV stuff. So can you tell us what show that is and what you did there?
Yeah, so that was sort of my first overseas trip regarding jousting, and it was back in 2012, I think. There was a show being filmed called Full Metal Jousting, and a friend of mine and another jouster called Rob Walker, he got the job of coaching one of the teams on this show. It's like a reality show. People, two teams get trained to joust, and then each episode one jousts the other and gets eliminated. The winner got $100,000. So, Rod selected me to be one of his assistant coaches on the show. So we went over to Mississippi for 3 months and filmed that, and it was an absolutely fantastic project to be a part of. I got to experience the American jousting. I did quite a bit of jousting over there as well, and it really sort of it was hard work, but it really helped my jousting, and it was a great experience.
Do you find that there's different techniques from different countries and different types of people?
Yeah, absolutely. So the American style of jousting, they use pine dowel lances, which is slightly different to most of the world use a balsa tip on the lance, and then some of us now are actually doing historical swords, so lances that are exactly the same as the ones that we used historically, with sharp steel tips on the ends of them. So within each of those styles, there's different techniques and armor requirements and all that sort of thing.
I'm thinking so. I'm thinking that could be just slightly dangerous.
Yeah. Well, the sharp steel tips are actually there as a safety device. Believe it or not. Yeah, they're it's called a coronal, which is another word for a crown, and they look like a 3-pointed crown. And it's designed so that it's a big tip that can't go through your eye slot or anything like that. And when it hits your shield, instead of sliding off, it sticks into the wood and grips so that the tip doesn't slide into anywhere that it's not supposed to go. So strangely enough, it's this sharp steel safety device.
Wow, that's pretty special. Now you recently competed, and were you already the world jousting champion in June, or did you become?
Yeah, I was defending my title basically at the World Jousting Championship, and once again it came down very close to the last round. Both years there's been an excellent field of competitors, as you'd expect at that sort of level, and so I managed to secure the win again, which I'm very happy about.
That was really cool because it was actually on my birthday, so I was like, there you go. Hilarious coincidence. But so that was in Warragul. How many different countries were competing, and what countries were they?
Oh, let me see. So besides Australia, we had a Russian competitor, a French competitor, a Canadian competitor, and a Dutch competitor. So there must have been one other. And a Norwegian as well.
That sounds very interesting. It's just like, wow. So all these different techniques as well, and they come across that. So it's not just all playing the same sort of way. And
even the different participants sort of like had slightly different strengths, weaknesses, and techniques that they use. And the Russian guy, for instance, was very strong, and he'd just sort of like lower his lance and come in, like a bulldozer. Whereas others have more of a more technique to how we put the lance onto the shield. So,
that's really scary. So with your sort of experience at Crowell Castle, what do you know of the history of the castle?
I know a bit. So the castle was built by a man named Keith Ryle. That's the name, K. Ryle. And they first started building it in 1972. It opened in 74. And at that stage, it was basically a couple of towers on a hill and a gatehouse and a section of wall. And since then, it's never really stopped. A project like Crowell Castle is just an ever continuing thing. Adding more things to it. By the time you've built more stuff, there's other things needing maintenance or revamping. So it's been over 40 years of just sort of like continual evolution. And now it's over 5 acres of walled area full of buildings and an arena and all sorts of different things going on in here.
And so this weekend, when we've got the Winterfeast event, what sort of things will people find when they're coming here?
Besides the stuff for the festival, the normal Crowell Castle things will be running. So we'll have jousting on the main arena, as well as another equestrian show, which is Skill at Arms, where we wear our soft costume and do more things like picking up rings and hitting targets as an obstacle course. And then there's different plays, pantomimes, things for the kids like face painting and calligraphy, archery, pony rides. So there's a whole bunch of sort of like castle related stuff that we do here as well.
Beautiful. And also with that Winterfeast event, with the expo side of it, there's actually going to be readings, healings, candles, crystals, all sorts of wonderful things, decks of cards. There's also a regular shop here that actually also sells a wonderful assortment of like even apothecary type things and smudge sticks, books, the whole thing. It's actually quite a wonderful place to come and visit. So yeah, it's kind of, what sort of future do you see with Crowell Castle particularly?
Well, we're sort of since the new owners, I say new owners, we've been here for about 6 years, have taken it over. There's been a whole lot of revamping and sort of like modernising the place to make it more medieval. So that will continue. We're sort of looking at expanding the accommodation style of things. We're always looking at our shows and performances and ways to improve them, and chipping away at different areas like inbound tourism, school groups, because there's a lot of different facets to the castle, and for it to be a successful business, with all those facets have got to work. So the theme park, the accommodation, the school groups, the corporate groups, and all that sort of thing all need to be working so that we can have a well-rounded and diverse business.
Cool. So with with your armoury and the colours and all that sort of thing, I saw a lot of red and the gold and that sort of colouring. What's the story behind that?
Well, I think red has always been my favourite colour since I was a kid. I think, I had a brother and I was always red and he was always blue. And so red was sort of like a given. And years ago, I used to paint, those little metal miniatures that you have for Dungeons and Dragons and those sorts of things. One of the very first sets of that I got was a box of knights, and there was one in particular that had a horse, and I painted it red and black and gold, and it just worked. I just really loved that miniature. And when it came time to sort of like select my own colours, I was like, I'll do that. So I sort of like found a way for them to work, and the heraldry that I liked, and it's something I'm very happy with. And you see my colours everywhere. Now.
Yeah. So you got a dragon on top of your hat?
I have a dragon as a crest. That was actually carved out of timber for the remake of Troll Castle. They were going to use it somewhere, I'm not sure, and they cast some different copies of it, and one was lying around. I was like, I'm going to use that as my crest because no one's using it, and it came out really nice. And the crest is different to the heraldry on my shield. On my shield, I have another golden creature, which is called a griffin, which is how people tell me apart from all the other knights when they're all just wearing armour.
So what is the griffin about?
Oh, it doesn't really have to mean anything. Your heraldry, there's no symbolism for me behind the griffin apart from that it's just a creature a fantastic beast that I always sort of really liked in my gaming and Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that. So I think later in history, so sort of like outside of the medieval period, people started associating the imagery on shield with different symbolism. And I know from that the griffin is supposed to mean courage. That was something I found out after I actually selected it as my heraldry. So that a bit of coverage is never a bad thing.
It's also the best way because intuitively you picked it. And it's like, that does describe me, because you kind of feel more like Gryffindor than Slytherin.
Oh, definitely, I'm one of the good guys. I try to be.
That's a good thing. What about the Leach family name? Is there sort of a heraldry behind that?
No, there's not. It depends where you look. There's some. The thing is with heraldry is it was generally associated to an individual and not a family. And even though you might have a certain family that were into dragons, like the British royal family have their lions, for instance, different members of the royal family would have that in their heraldry, but they wouldn't necessarily have that as their family crest. Being a royal family, they also have heraldry for that family, but generally it was just like each individual would have their own heraldry. Heraldry could be handed down, right? So like if you were the firstborn, you might inherit your parents' heraldry, and that was a way that it would sometimes creep down.
And all of their land too. That was fun for the firstborn, wasn't it?
The secondborn, he might have to join the church or something.
Pretty much. It's friar tuck time.
So that was a way that heraldry would sometimes get handed down. And if there was two people wearing, like if you had the father and the son both on the same battlefield, and the son was going to be inheriting that heraldry, they'd often put like a band around the top of it just to show that this is slightly different. And you see that with like Edward and the Black Prince, so both on the same battlefield wearing similar heraldry, but they just had this point of difference so people can tell them apart.
Does that make it a bit easier to like pick them out, like go for that guy?
Yes, it would. And I think you do see situations where they had fake people as well to confuse the enemy. But like a big part of the heraldry was that so that you could be recognised by your own people, not just be a command within a conflict, but if you like charged into battle and defeated a whole bunch of guys and saved the day, if no one actually could see and tell that it was you doing it, what's the point? You know, you've got to gain renown and do these cool things to gain renown, and there's no point of doing that if no one can actually tell that it was you.
Yeah, and it's also like, you know, if you're not tough enough, everyone's going to mutiny or something.
Yeah, well, maybe, yeah, and in medieval warfare, it was when people broke, you know, when people couldn't see their leaders and that sort of thing, and they were like, well, you know, things aren't going well, but battles would just be lost immediately. As soon as people start running, it's game over, basically.
That's pretty heavy stuff.
Yeah.
Wow. So there's also archery here as well.
Yeah.
So do you ever do that?
I do, yeah. I think I got my first bow when I was about 5 years old, and I've always really enjoyed archery. It's one of the more popular things that we do here. I also do a bit from horseback, which is a lot of fun and quite challenging. And yeah, my daughter's into that as well. So,
cool.
Yeah.
So the kids here can come and do archery as well. And is that going to be undercover this weekend or?
I don't know. It is. Okay. We're going to be undercover.
Yeah, because it's going to be kind of interesting. Yeah, everything's going to be inside. So if you are coming to Ballarat, it's still going to be cool because, we cool literally, but it's also going to be good because everything's going to be inside. So it's actually really good on that level. So, yeah, I mean, I first learned how to ride, like trick riding as a child.
Oh, right.
I loved it. And I remember once I applied those skills because a girlfriend bought a donkey. And
I can see where this is going.
And of course, donkeys have no wither. And she thought that it would be fun to race me on the donkey against her on her sister's quarter horse. And, well, let's just say the quarter horse kept running. And Jack, interestingly, Jack, and of course I'm Jacqueline, and I'm thinking she might have actually named the donkey Jack for another reason, but Jack asked. But, the donkey decided to stop and there was no wither.
Yeah.
And I went over the handlebars. Yeah. And the other time where the trick riding actually came in handy was Jack decided we were running under some cypress trees. And, that wasn't going to end well. And so I actually did a back flip, like a roll off the donkey, saved myself. Do you find ever that you're sort of on a horse and it's like, this is not going quite how I need to, might need to get off?
Yeah, I generally try and stay on as long as possible. But there are moments when you're hanging off sideways, holding onto the reins, and it's like, there's no way you're going to stay on, so you better just look for a nice landing spot. The last time that happened to me, I was in armour and a horse reared, like right up onto his tippy toes. I was right off the back, and I remember just thinking, if I hold on to this, the horse is just going to come down on top of me. So I just let go of the reins and just off the back, and I was fine and the horse was fine, and me deciding to bail then probably saved what could have been a really bad situation.
Yeah, God.
On donkeys, a male donkey is called a jack, so that's part of the reason as well.
He actually was a guy.
Yeah,
that explains a lot. So we've got a round table here as well.
We do, yeah. So we've got there's two main towers here. One's known as the Knight's Tower and the other is the Wizard's Tower. And we've got a copy of Edward IV's round table that he had made in the medieval period. People were even more into stories of King Arthur and the like, and the stories and the ideals of his knights of the Round Table and chivalry were often things that kings and knights would want to emulate. So Edward IV had a round table built, and it still exists. It was then repainted by Henry VIII, putting his own face as the picture of King Arthur instead of which is a very Henry VIII.
That's a very Henry VIII.
Yeah, and so we have a copy of that in our Knights table, and I'm a member of an order of knights called the Order of the Star, and we're based out of the Coral Castle Knights Tower is sort of our club base, and so we often have our meetings and things around that, and it's a really nice spot.
Beautiful. All right. Well, I'd like to thank you so much for joining me on Soulstar Radio today. It's interesting, you're in the Order of the Star and we're on Soulstar Radio. In the meantime, we're going to wish everyone a happy day and we're going to have a wonderful time here at Winterfeast. And join us at Coral Castle in Ballarat if you can. In the meantime, I'm going to wish you the very best for a weekend of love and light and healing. We might be snowing, but it's going to be fun. Catch you next week. Love. Bye.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Angel's Divine Guidance from Angel doing our live from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. So, the topic for today, I learned that at the Saskatoon X, it is made very clear that development and empowerment is a very important part of our society. We must empower everyone to be the best that they can be at what they do best. It's very important to build people up as opposed to ripping them down, okay? Unconditional acceptance is important to all of us. We all have to learn our lessons, and we all have to learn our gifts and our developments at our own pace and our own way. So basically, there's no right or wrong way to develop. We just have to accept and encourage people and empower them to be the best that they can be. And today, while pulling the cards, of course, for the group, we got the integrity card. To walk with integrity and truth is to walk in power meant in spirit. So even our cards are telling us that today we have to lift everybody up and keep everybody in good spirits to heal the earth and to go in the direction that most of society wants, which is peace and love. Nobody likes the war, the fighting, the anxiety. They just want happiness and peace. And it's very important as a society that we build each other up. I've seen a lot at the X this week where people were fighting and arguing and cutting people down, cutting people off, getting angry. And it's just sort of, we got to be at ease. We've got to accept people for exactly who they are and the way they are, and realize that a lot of people are so gifted and they do not understand how to develop their gifts or how to, how would I say, develop how they would be just going forward with their gifts, learning what works for them and not be afraid to be judged or not be afraid to be told they're crazy, they belong in a loony house, and just go forward with joy and ease. It would make life so much easier. All right, so it looks like we have our first caller, Miranda from Pensacola, Florida. Hello? Miranda?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. I think we have a little connection problem here. I can barely hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
All
right. So for you, your card today is shine. For you not only light your path, but the path for others around you. So this kind of tells me that you are a person that enlightens and empowers people, that people like being around you and they like to follow you. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Let's see, what can we get here? Let's see. Now, what were you looking for today, Miranda? Were you just looking for general, or was there anything in particular?
Just in general.
Just in general. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Miranda, how are you looking in your workforce? I'm getting that there's kind of a little disruption happening.
A little bit what?
A little bit of disruption. Is there chaos happening at work?
I'm trying to get to work, but I can't even get there.
You're on your way there now?
No, what I'm saying is just I try to go send in my criminal history record that I had to go get, and it's like I can't even make it there. So yeah, kind of it's like I'm trying to get there, but I can't.
Okay, take some deep breaths. Okay, the more we rush into trying to get to where we're going, the more there's going to be things falling in our path and slowing us down. So just go with the flow. In other words, just take a deep breath and you will get there when you get there. Everything happens for a reason, all right?
Right.
Okay. Have you been sort of having pain between your shoulder blades?
Yes, a little bit.
Yeah, I'm feeling right, like the best way to explain it is right between the shoulder blades, there is a point that I'm really tightening up and it's making like it's hard for me to breathe. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's funny because I have been having little my asthma attacks back, and I've never had them. I ain't had them since I was in 5th grade, and now I've been going through a lot, and I'm having them again.
Yeah, it's the stress that you're going through right now. It's kind of what's causing a lot of your health issues, if that makes sense. So,
yes, ma'am.
The money situation that you're kind of feeling at the moment, it's all going to work itself out. Like they're showing me that it's going to be a little chaotic for you, but as long as you go with the flow, it's going to level itself out and things are going to start going in the right direction for you.
So the things will start going in the right direction for me too.
They're going to start. Do you have, sorry, what was that?
I said that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Do you have the opportunity to move up at work?
I mean, kind of, but not really.
Okay. They're showing me that you can, if you let your boss know that you're interested in that next phase, that they will start training you, if that makes sense.
Okay. And she says that at work, if I just ask them to move up, they'll let me.
Yeah, just let them know. Yeah, just let them know that you're interested. Okay?
That's pretty funny too. Yeah, I'll have to explain that to her whenever I got the phone.
Yeah. Okay. What does the number 2 mean to you? They're showing me the number 2. Does that mean anything to you? Do you have 2 children?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay, so the number 2 doesn't mean anything to you? Okay. All right. Well, they're showing me the number 2. So there's an importance around there where something might be shifting in 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months. But watch anything that's going to be coming in the 2s because they're showing me there's a shift coming. Okay. So it could be the 2nd of a month. It could be the 2nd week of a month. It could be in 2 months from now. So just pay attention to the cycle and what's going on with you at the moment. Okay? Because there's some changes coming your way, my girl, and they're going to be for the good. Okay? You just got to stay positive.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Do you have any questions?
No, not anymore. That'll be it.
Okay. Do you have a grandma on the other side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did she have trouble breathing at the end?
Just over what?
Did she have trouble breathing at the end? Was she on oxygen? Because I'm getting like something, and I hate that when they put the tubes in the nose when you go in for surgery, and it's feeling like I have something there.
Yeah,
does that make sense? Okay, so, okay, did you spend a lot of time with her?
I did whenever I was growing up. She had passed away whenever I was like a baby almost. Like not really a baby, maybe about, I remember seeing her all the way up until, I think it was 2001, 2002. So maybe I was, about 7 or 8.
Yeah. Was she teaching you how to cook at the end? Because she's in the kitchen and she's showing me a little girl, and she's showing me teaching that little girl how to cook.
Yeah, she did actually. We were all, because before she had went to the nursing home, she was like who we hung out with. My mom.
Okay.
And her. She babysat her.
Are you still cooking quite a bit?
No, I haven't had a home cooked meal in a while. So I've been like pretty much like homeless.
Oh. That's going to be changing for you. Okay? And when it does, she wants you to start cooking.
She said whenever she said that pretty much it's going to be changing for me, that I'm not going to be homeless somewhere. When she does, she wants me to start cooking. So pretty much, look, I've been getting like losing my weight. My fiance was murdered, and ever since then I haven't been able to like keep my appetite, and it was like it's only been like 8 months.
Well, my girl, things are going to start getting better for you, okay? You just got to believe in yourself, okay? And everything happens for a reason. Just look for the bright side of it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Do you have any other questions before I move on to my next caller?
No, ma'am. And you have a blessed day. Thank you so much.
You too. And all the best of luck. And it's coming your way. Trust me, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. We're going to go to Amanda in Phoenix. Hi, Amanda.
Hi. Thank you for taking my call.
Oh, well, thank you for calling in. How are you today?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm doing awesome. I kind of had a couple of days recovery from the X from a week long of readings, and now I'm ready to rock it.
Nice.
Okay. Okay, so your card is celebration. Your light is radiant. Be open to spiritual and material blessings coming your way. Now, that tells me you're going to have a lucky streak going on here in your life. Has things been a little turmoil for you?
Very.
Yeah, that's going to start to calm down. We've got the new moon that's kind of switched, so things are going to kind of level out for us. Now, okay. Okay, do you know who in the family had either a miscarriage or lost a child?
I've had a couple of sisters that have had that.
Okay, there is one that's coming through. Now, one of your sisters has been having a hard time with this?
Yes.
Okay, well, they're not supposed, like, the baby's here and they're not supposed to have any guilt. It wasn't their fault. And the baby wants your sister to know that. Okay? All right. So okay. Now, do you have any questions, or are you just looking for something in general?
Just in general.
Just in general? Okay. Who in your family has high blood pressure?
Not exactly sure.
Okay. I'm getting like I want to fall back feeling. It's not like it's a diabetic reaction. It's more a blood pressure issue. Okay, so I'm almost going to get like it's going to be. Okay, I'm working with this a little bit. Has your mom not been feeling well?
Honestly, I haven't been around her. I've been in the hospital with my 11-year-old daughter.
Okay. Okay, so that would no. I was going to say, I was going to explain it if you're in the hospital with your 11-year-old daughter, why I'm feeling woozy. But no, they're going back to your mom. I don't think your mom is feeling very well, so you might want to call her and just check in. Okay. Now, I'm going to see. Okay. Has your daughter been having trouble breathing?
She did have trouble breathing a while back. Not recently.
Okay, is it asthma? Because I'm getting a feeling like it's almost like an asthma attack or a spasm in my bronchial tubes.
No.
No? Okay.
Her lungs collapsed like a while ago, a month ago.
Okay.
And she was on like a breathing tube.
Okay. That would explain the spazzing. All right, let's go into this a little bit. Okay, do you have a grandmother on the other side? I'm seeing like a grandmother figure that is with your daughter at the moment, if that makes sense for you. Okay, so she's making me feel like she's watching over your daughter. She's also watching over you. You've been quite tired lately, and you're going to need to take a little bit of time for yourself. You need to get some rest.
I'm hearing that over and over again.
Yeah, you need to get some rest, because if you do not take care of yourself, you cannot take care of your daughter, and your daughter's going to need a lot of extra care when she comes out. If that makes sense. So you need to learn. You need to learn to ask for help. So you need to ask for somebody that can sit with her, that you trust, that you can just stay within the hospital, but have a place where you can go and rest. Because I want to yawn, so I know you're tired. Okay?
Definitely.
And you haven't been eating very well, they're telling me. Your grandmother's telling me you're not eating very well. That you need to start getting better food into your system, or you're going to be in the bed right next to your daughter.
Okay.
Okay, so you got to nourish your body for you to be able to take care of her.
Hello?
Are you still there? Hello, Amanda? Okay, so while we're trying to get connected back in with Amanda here, we'll talk a little bit more about where I was going with Amanda. As caregivers, we tend to put ourselves last, and we do not take care of ourselves. Hi, Amanda.
Hi. Sorry,
That's okay. I was just going a little further into how caregivers, we don't take care of ourselves, and how important it is that we do take time, and we don't have to feel guilty about it. Okay? Because I know there's a little bit of guilt for you, and I don't want you to feel guilty, my girl, because what happened is not your fault. Okay?
Okay.
Freak things happen to all of us.
A really rare type of leukemia.
Yeah. So you really need to start taking care of yourself so you can really take care of her. She has a little bit of a rough road ahead of her, but Grandma is telling me things are going to get better. It's just going to take some time. Her little body needs to recuperate. Okay? But she's also a fighter. Like, they're telling me she is a very strong-willed child. So even though you'll say no, she'll say yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And she wakes up always with a smile on her face, and she always tells you it's going to be better. Yes. So in her own way, she's trying to take care of you because she can sense your energy and your fear.
Okay.
So it's very important for you to just take some deep breaths and clear your mind. Okay?
Okay.
And relax so that you can be happy. So you'll want to start laughing and giggling and funny jokes, cartoons, and just go with the flow. And my girl, if you need to cry, it's okay to step out of the room and have a good cry and give yourself permission to do that, because you've been holding everything in since she fell sick, and that's not good for you. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Now, do you have 2 more children?
I do.
Okay. Who are they staying with at the moment?
My sister.
Okay. Have you talked to them lately?
Yeah, I saw them yesterday.
Okay. I'm getting the feeling like the middle child isn't quite understanding what's happening. Does that make sense to you?
No, because he's been involved the whole time, so he knows exactly what's going on.
Okay. I'm getting the feeling like he's not quite, like he's, how would I say? He's acting like a man, but I don't think he quite understands everything that's happening. He understands he has to stay with your sister, okay? He understands you need to be at the hospital with your daughter, but I'm getting the feeling like there's something in there that he's missing, because I'm feeling a little confused.
Okay.
Okay? So he might understand, but he might have questions as well that aren't answered, so he's sitting at a little bit of a confusion area.
Okay.
Okay. Now, okay, where's hubby in all of this?
He comes back and forth. He's working right now, but he's been staying between the boys. He'll go home a day or 2 during the week, and then he's at the hospital with us the rest of the time.
He's been burning both ends of the candle, has he not?
Yes, he is. Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Both of you guys are going to need to learn to take a little time for yourself. Okay? Hey, Kate, I'm almost getting like a panic attack. Does that make sense?
That's how I feel every day.
That's how you feel every day? Okay, I wasn't sure if it was you or your hubby, but I'm feeling like I'm just going to start to hyperventilate.
It's me. I feel like I can't breathe.
Okay. You can breathe, my girl. Okay? You just got to take a step back, okay? So when hubby comes to the hospital, go out and get yourself a cup of coffee and a sandwich and just let him sit with your daughter, and that's okay. All right? Because he gets away, even though he's burning both ends of the candle and he's taking care of the kids and he's going home and he's taking care of his job and everything, he actually gets away from the hospital, but I'm feeling like you never get a break.
I don't want to leave.
You need to, my girl. You need to. And don't go far. I'm not telling you to go 10, 15 minutes away, but you need to step out of the hospital and you need to have a cup of coffee and you need to have something sugary, even though I just told you to eat healthy. You need to kind of have that little treat for yourself. Okay.
Okay.
And you need to just get outside and you need to get some fresh air and you need to meditate.
Okay.
So find a place that you can sit and meditate, but you're really close by that you can be in her room within 2 minutes. Okay?
Okay.
And that's okay. And don't feel guilty when you do this. You need to do this. Okay?
Okay. I almost lost her 3 times, and so I'm just afraid to leave her.
She's a fighter and grandma's with her, my girl. Okay? And like I told you, she has a tough road ahead of her. But for you to be able to give her the proper care, because as the caregiver, you're also giving her energy for her to heal. Okay? So if your energy is low and tired and anxious, that's the type of energy you're going to be giving her.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, so I need you to step away, not very far, but step away so that you can change your way of thinking and your energy, and then you can go back in with a refreshed energy that she can get the proper energy off of you to help her fight the fight that she's got ahead of her. And she's got a little bit more of a bumpy road in front of her, but she's a fighter.
Yes, she does.
Okay? I'm not seeing anything bad. I'm just seeing that she's going to have a bumpy road ahead of her and she's going to need all the strength you have, which means you have to take care of yourself. You have to step out and change your frame of mind, get yourself calm, and come back in.
Okay.
Okay? Because if you don't, you're not going to be any good to her or your other children or your husband. You're going to burn out. Okay?
Hi, I'm Kathy, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hi, this is Dream Reality, and I'm your host, Mary Amy, coming to you from A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. My site is listed at the bottom of the screen, maryamyofficial.com. And I'm an intuitive wisdom coach. As an empath intuitive, I'm able to connect to your inner spirit, which allows me to use my extrasensory abilities, seeing, hearing, feeling information about you. I'm here for you. I see the light, the hope, and the beauty of the universe. I'm a conduit to channel your dreams, helping fulfill your earthly purpose and course to personal enlightenment. I am human. I have faults, but I strive to be a better being and good person. As a coach, I listen, establish trust and support. Be the first to be a friend, be the first to speak of light, be the first to acknowledge the beauty of nature. On today's show, we have topics and callers. I reveal ways to a calm and peaceful inner spirit. I guide you towards enlightenment with topics such as nature and kindness, visualization, dreams, and meditations. To positively begin your day really matters. Let's together think of suggestions and have suggestions each day that will bring a beautiful flowing day. And be aware of signs and messages. Pay attention. My first suggestion is going to be to write down your sleeping dreams. So whatever dreams you have while you're sleeping, write it down in a dream journal. I've been doing this since 2014, and let me tell you, I've gotten messages and signs and guidance. It's your soul bringing you to your destiny. Now, if you don't remember your sleeping dreams, and I've spoken to clients in the past and they've said to me, Mary, I don't remember my dream. So I'm saying to say to yourself, tonight, when I dream, tomorrow morning, I'd like to remember my dreams. And within a week, you should start remembering your dreams and writing them down. So that's my first suggestion of the day, to start to have a positive day. The second would be to have an affirmation, something like, I will be honest, kind, and positive to all living things. So I would be honest, kind, and positive to all living things. The third suggestion I would say is to do a visualization. Close your eyes right now, and I'd like you to take one moment out of your day that you want to have be successful and run smoothly. And I'd like you to visualize that particular moment working without a hitch and having success. The fourth thing I would like you to do is to ground yourself. And how would you ground yourself? Well, wiggle your toes, feel your feet in your shoes, and visualize, imagine your feet firmly planted in the earth's surface. And if that's not working, maybe put your hands on your knees, your hands on your ankles, so that you can connect your mind, your body, and your spirit. Now, the fifth thing I'm suggesting for you to do is when you step outside of your home, be aware of a piece of nature. So notice the blue sky, grass, a tree, and send kindness and light to that piece of nature. So let's run through it. First would be sleeping dreams, write them down. Second, an affirmation. Third, a visualization. Fourth, ground yourself. 5, notice nature when you leave your home. Now, the last and final, the 6th suggestion I have is to send positivity. And what I mean by that is, send a positive thought to someone. It doesn't even have to be someone that you know. It might be someone that you know. Be kind to someone. Do an act of kindness. Think of light and send it to someone. So those are my 6 suggestions to having a positive day. Enlightenment. The law of karma is actions and effects. Non-virtuous and negative actions equal suffering. Positive and virtuous actions equal ultimate happiness. Let's all perform acts of kindness to all living things. Join me in light and peace. Let me remind you that aggression does not shift away with negativity or acts of aggression. The only thing that will take away aggression is light and positivity. So here's aggression. Don't butt heads with it. Send light to it. Be positive and shift it away. Buddha, a philosopher, teacher, sage, and monk, passed away when he was 80 years old. He was born 563 BC and passed away 483 BC. He simply believed in rebirth and suffering. He said, what we think, we become. One thought is very powerful. Thoughts, words, and actions matter. Healing. Now, if you feel stuck emotionally, spiritually, or physically, let's focus on your breath. together. Let's do this. So close your eyes and let the breath out. Okay, I would like you to focus on your breath, your breathing through your nostril. So you can just calm your mind down and you can start to practice this. So breathe. And try to get rid of any distractions or anything that is bothering you and your thoughts, and just let go. Growth happens when we take chances and challenge ourselves. I've spoken about white light. White light is the strongest light, and its source is the universe. You're connecting directly with God's light. White light heals and protects. Today, I'm going to do some white light healing on our audience, and I'm just going to send you light right now. I am going to make some recommendations for books today. These are some books that really started me on my way to enlightenment. And we're going to start with, which I've mentioned over and over again, The Four Noble Truths, which was written by the Dalai Lama, and it's the Buddha's teachings. And you can get all of these books on Amazon. There's Deepak Chopra's The Seven Spiritual Laws of Success. Again, you can purchase all these on Amazon. And this was a really important book to me at the time. I read this a long time ago, The Celestine Prophecy, and then there came out many, many books after this. And this talks about how people in your life that you come across might not seem important at the time, but then they have a message to bring to you, and it's like you're drawn to them. They have the same kind of vibration as you, and so you're drawn to that person. And that's what this book is about. I highly suggest The Celestine Prophecy by James Redfield. And then, of course, I'm going to recommend my own little spiritual guide, which is The White Light Prophecies by Blue Butterfly. You can also purchase that on Amazon. It comes in Kindle form. And so each week I talk about gemstones, and I have now created and made this very beautiful box, and it's covered with glitter. And so I'm just going to just hold out all the gemstones that I have been working with. And I want to say, in my children's book that's will be released soon, Earthy and the Gemstones, these are the 6 gemstones that I actually present in the book. And here they are. So we have the rose quartz, the black obsidian, amethyst, carnelian, clear quartz, and amazonite. And all of these gemstones have healing properties. What do you do with these gemstones? Well, when you get a gemstone, I suggest that you take it home and you wash it with some warm water and soap, and then you put it outside and let the light hit it. And then you just can keep it anywhere. You can carry it with you. You can put it by your bedside. I literally have a gazillion gemstones. Like this whole container right here, it's amazonite gemstones. I have these all throughout my house. And you can also purchase crystals, which is what I showed, I guess it was 2 weeks ago. And my last topic is about manifesting. And it's so simple, manifesting. It's really about if you can connect to joy when you think of something, then you can manifest it. And so the 3 steps to manifesting are: 1, write down your goal or desire or dream or wish, and just write it down on a piece of paper and then put it in your sock drawer and leave it there. And then we're going to do it together right now. So you've written down your dream or goal, whatever it is. Sometimes I use the example of something material like a yellow car. So we'll say it's a yellow car. Okay, so you close your eyes and you're going to visualize whatever it is that you want. If you want a car, if you want this perfect job, if you want a companion, I would like you to visualize having it. Now, I don't know if I've mentioned this. If you're trying to manifest a companion, a partner, a loved one, you're not going to visualize the physical attributes. You're going to visualize more of the person's torso body. So it's more of them being kind to you, hugging you. It's not necessarily a physical look, because that might be just too specific, and you have to be open to that. I believe if you want to manifest the perfect person for you, you have to first want to spend time with that person. That's what you should be looking for. Somebody that I would like to spend time with. Not what they have. More like, is this person of interest to me and I care about hearing what they have to say and I enjoy their company? So that's 2. So you're going to visualize whatever it is you want. And if you can feel joy when you visualize it, then you can attain it. 3rd is you're going to talk about it as if you already have it. My significant other is kind to me. You're not sharing this with anyone else, any of these details, because if you're going to manifest it, you can't share it with anyone else because their thoughts can taint whatever it is you want. Plus, who knows if they really want what you want. So 3rd is to talk about it as if you already have it. And that's how I would suggest manifesting. Before I move on to my caller, I would really like to just say, today, try to be a better person. Try to find the beautiful glowing light that's in your heart and bring it forward and connect to it. We all have a strength inside of us. We were born with it. Own it. Empower yourself. Find your ultimate happiness. Today's caller is April in Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Hi, April.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Okay, so immediately I received information about you, April. I saw, it's interesting, like an old-time dressing table with a perfume bottle on it, and it was lavender. I don't know what that means yet, so let's see. Now I'm getting a storybook, something related to, and it's not a fairy tale. I want to say it's a storybook, which is something that would be with children. Let's see. And I'm receiving about you. Okay, so I'm receiving about you that you have your plans, you have your goals. You're not in a crazy rush. You actually take time and you set a time for when you're going to approach something. You are, you actually kind of move pretty slow, in fact, but you do get things done and you don't like to be pushed. You like to take your time and it's in your time. Is there a direction you would like me to go into, April?
I have been having a hard time lately, just a lot of sadness and stress. And I feel like my sister is trying to send me messages from the other side. So I wasn't sure if you could reach out
so right
and
away
see
I
what
got
those
some
messages are.
Okay, so right away I got some kind of board, not tic-tac-toe, but some kind of related to maybe a crossword puzzle, something. I got, as soon as you said her name, I started receiving something related to a puzzle of some kind. I'm sorry, I spoke over you because I wanted to get that out. And now I'm seeing actually trees around some kind of body of water, but it's not a big body of water. It's more like, I want to say, there could be a waterfall there. It's more like some kind of, how do I say, not in a jungle, maybe an exotic location. There's a body of water and I'm seeing foliage around it. What were you saying about messages from her?
I've been seeing a lot of feathers. She's been leaving feathers in my house, white feathers, there's brown, gray, black feathers. During this time of being stressed out, I feel like she's just constantly sending me messages, but I'm not sure what the messages are.
Okay, so, that's actually known to be something. I've heard people say that in the past, how they say feathers mean something, either a loved one or an angel or something related to a being in another realm. And so when you found these, it means something to you, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're already saying, you're kind of putting out that energy that if you see that, then that's what that means to you. So then that's probably what it means for you, is that she is connecting to you. Okay, so let me see what I see about her. I definitely see there's someone over your head. I see someone, I want to see that I see the color red for some reason. I see that she's dark hair. I see that she's over your head, like kind of like a shelf above you, and she's kind of sitting propped up above you. So she is close to you and she is watching you. Has she visited you in your dreams?
When she first passed away, like 5 months ago, she did, but I haven't dreamt of her since.
She does feel, I'm sensing that she feels like there's a freedom, and she doesn't feel, she feels content, where she's not, the connection is a different connection than when she initially passed with you, but she is returning and coming back to you, and feels comfortable doing that. And I think she's more or less, she's doing it for you. She wants you to be okay.
Okay.
Is there something that you wanted to extend with her? Do you feel like you need to have her stick around?
Oh, absolutely. But I do feel like she visits all the time. Like, as I talk to you right now, I'm staring at a red cardinal out my window. And I always feel like that's her.
Okay, so that's maybe where I got the red from.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's lovely. I think that's wonderful, because it's not like it's not imposing on her. It's like, how do I say it? Her energy, the energy that I'm getting is very like released and very not indifferent. I want to say that she's feeling very comfortable in her existence now. And as long as you want her to come around, she will remain within you, around your being, around your energy. And have you let go of some of these feelings, or do you want to? Or do you want, have you let go where you feel like you're at peace with her passing?
Absolutely not, no. I feel a lot of guilt.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. So do you want to start releasing some of that so that you feel better?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Have you done any journaling, April?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to make a few suggestions because that's kind of what I do. I'm a spiritual coach as well as an intuitive, and I'm going to suggest two things. One would be to take take a little composition book or a piece of paper. You don't have to share this with anyone. It's just your words, and just sit down and just start writing. And you can say, "Oh, I have nothing to say." You will be amazed. Every word that you put on a piece of paper will be something, and you might even cry through the experience, and just do stream of consciousness. Don't worry about grammar or punctuation. I know I can see that you're someone that you want everything to be just right, and I get that, but that's not what this is about. It's more like just letting some of it go because it's at such a high level with you. I sense that it's very, very intense. And if you just start to let some of it go a little bit at a time, and then you will feel better. You will feel better. I mean, you will have a smile on your face. You will feel much better. That's the first suggestion. And the other is, I suggest you go to a body of water and you just let go of some of this. You can, whether you cry or you speak about it, I don't know if you want to get angry, but you need to maybe let go some of this guilt that you mentioned, because that's hurtful to you. And I don't believe that your sister wants you to feel that.
I don't need that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so those are my two suggestions, and I really appreciate you calling today, and I hope you can find me on maryamyofficial.com. I'm on Instagram, and I'm also on Facebook if you want to write me a message. And about your dreams, you can talk to her before you go to sleep, and you can ask her to visit you and maybe kind of just communicate with you, and she will visit you in your dreams if you ask for her to visit you.
I do ask her every night.
Oh, okay.
Maybe she's waiting until my mind's cleared a little bit more before she comes back.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Maybe. I mean, you know what? She knows that you need her around, and I understand that. And it's been very soon. She just passed, as you said. So, it's a process. And I'm not suggesting that you let go of all of what you're feeling. I'm just suggesting that you let go of some of this emotion, because it can kind of keep you stagnant, and then it can cause you pain, and then it can become physical. Not only is it spiritual, mental, emotional, but then you start to feel physical pain. Like you might wake up and your leg hurts or your head hurts or something, or you can't sleep at night. And that's what I'm suggesting, is to let some of that go.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll try.
Okay. All right. Well, it was a wonderful conversation, and I wish you the best, April.
Thank you so much.
All right. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. My purpose is to help and heal, and that's why I'm here on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, because as my name of my show is Dream Reality, is I would like your dreams to become a reality. And I'm saying that because I actually have manifested my dreams, and I'm hoping that you can manifest yours. And thank you so much for listening and watching. Thank you to Dave and Constance, my producers. And you can find me on maryamyofficial.com, on my website, my Facebook, my Instagram, and my Twitter. Thank you for joining me.
Gemma, your host tonight for Gemma Spirit Well. How are we? Would you like to show Raffy again? He thought he would hop online to say hello to you all. Meow meow, as Dave, my producer, would say. Alrighty, so it's been another fabulous week my way here on the Gold Coast. My goodness, it's been huge. So just like to check in from what's been going on from last week. I've had a big week, a fun week, an exciting week. I'm actually getting organised to I have this huge fairy expo tomorrow. It's called the Fairy Utopia. And it's about, I will be there and I'll have my tent set up and I'll be dressed up as a fairy and wearing purple, of course, because purple is my favourite colour. Whoops, what up, Ruffy? And it's really all about, what it's about is cracking a new world record for the Guinness Books of Records. So it's about Australia trying to beat the UK. So it's about trying to gather all the most amount of fairies in one area. I will be doing my readings all day, so I'm very excited to be part of such an amazing, fun event and over 150 stores. So I know that I'm in my element and I'm just really looking forward to really fluttering my rings and having fun with you all. Another thing that's happened to me this week, I've had lots of beautiful clients and I just wanted to share one of them with you. And just before I logged online, I just received a feedback message from her. And it was a reading yesterday. It was connecting a loved one that's passed over in the spirit world. It was one of her best friends. Without going into too much detail, it was such a beautiful, heartfelt reading, which brought her a lot of peace, comfort, and healing. And also, she was able to, it brought up a lot of memories and, a lot of memories of the past, but something that she still holds very close to her heart. And I was, I'm just so blessed to be able to reconnect and have the opportunity to help people to have them connect with loved ones, whether it's family, friends, or even your pet. So something that, I enjoy doing. But it was just beautiful to receive, a message about 5 minutes ago to, letting me know just some signs that have been popping up in her life today. From her friend that has passed over, beautiful signs. And those signs can be in the forms of, animals or numbers, or maybe it was just something that we spoke about in our reading, in our session together that has shown up today, and something that only, only her and I know about. So, and it's really, it was just beautiful. And her beautiful friend that passed over, her name was part of a plant name. So I'm just very grateful to have the opportunity to, to bring that healing and comfort and love to help your loved ones move forward. Because, as our loved ones in spirit, they continue on with their journey. So it's, really nice to know that, when we do pass over, there is life. So, and we still continue to grow and to learn. So that's really me. I really just had a great week, and it's beautiful weather here on the Gold Coast. So the sun is out. It really feels like summer. I know I look like I'm rugged up, but, it's quite chilly inside when there's no sun, but outside it's such a beautiful day. And so, so that's been my week. But I'm just really blessed to do what I do, and I love what I do too. So, and just to let people know that, you don't need to be in the same room as me to receive messages from loved ones or communicate with them. So and even with psychic readings as well, I can do them over the phone. I can do them through emails. I can do them face to face online. That's the beauty of technology these days. So, nothing is impossible, and we're all energy. So, and I love working with energy, and I love working with everyone. So that's me. So I don't know how long I've spoken for, but let's see. Dave, do we have any callers that have called in at the moment? No. Just seeing if Dave can hear me. I hope okay, great. Just wondering, Dave, do we have any callers online? Otherwise, I can keep talking. Yes. Any callers? Because I think I've wrapped up my talking. I don't have anything more to say. I just can't wait to connect with somebody. Okay, so I thought we would just chat for a little bit. I've been drawing some cards, and interesting, the message that's come through is making new friends. And I really feel like these are my messages for the weekend, but it also may resonate with you as well. And for me, when expos like this, when I get the opportunities to, be at expos to do my readings, I meet lots of lovely people, and I really like getting out of my comfort zones and doing these kinds of things, because you just don't know who you're going to meet and who you can connect with. So it's really about, also the message is for me, but it's also the message for anyone watching right now, that, to really get out of our comfort zones, to really do things different, change up your week, to meet new people. And the more that you're ready, the more that, the universe is open to giving back to you. Alrighty, so enough of me. Let's see. We have Angela in Kingston, Canada. Hello, Angela. How are you tonight?
I'm good, thank you.
So Angela, what kind of insight can I give into your life at the moment? What areas are you looking for me to look into?
Career or love?
Okay, so what I have coming through, and I feel like it's more with your work career, I keep seeing a ladder, and interesting, when I see ladders, it's all about climbing, and I feel like, obviously, when you climb up a ladder, but it feels like it's been a long drawn out, basically a long drawn out process for you, of a lot of hard work to get where you are now. Feels like you've done lots of study, but also what I keep seeing for you is that you've done the study, but you're really ready to climb out, really get out of your comfort zones and get into doing what you really enjoy doing. Does this resonate with you?
Yes.
Okay, great, because that's what I'm seeing. But what I'm seeing is that you've done this study, and I've got someone like tapping me on the shoulder at the moment, and it's like, what kind of fears are holding you back from really getting out of your comfort zones and really taking forward with all the knowledge and wisdom that you have inside of you? I see that you're very intelligent, but it's like something's holding you back from really branching out to what you want to do. Is this resonating with you?
I don't know what's holding me back. Space was holding me back, and now I have it.
Okay, so now you've got the space, which is great. And it's like, sometimes when we've got space and we can move around, it can be quite overwhelming too,